Well, 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 well.
He's gonna kill me again.
DGGL.
Really, DGGL?
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Your bell prize, $4.99. I love you, Destiny. As a Dubai oiler, my sleep schedule thanks you.
And yet I began to tire of conventional extravagance. Singular, unsettling tales.
Are you debating anti-vax and prominent or just some random shitter? It's gonna be like a random duder. However, that poker guy actually responded to me, so I'll probably be talking to him in a while. In a few days, I guess. Okay, I think BookSmarts is supposed to be here soon. Mel, why are you slamming it?
In truth, I cannot tell how much time has passed since I sent that letter.
Oh, we might watch the Vosh video today. It looked like a shitpost to me, but apparently a lot of people said it was pretty good, so maybe today we'll do it. Does the Necromancer, is that a boss that's just repeated? Yes, okay. Wow, Blood Charm, 30% bleed resist. That actually sounds like it'd be pretty sick for my flagellant, no? Would it be? Wait, oh my god, he already has 95% bleed resist? Is that normal? Or is it just because they leveled up? His is higher than anyone else? Yeah, but I feel like I remember him getting bleeded so often, whenever he, or bled or whatever, when I would use his fucking healing abilities. Plus 25% healing skills, minus 50% max HP. Is that better than what I have right now? No, I don't think so. Never mind.
Jean-Luc Bergman, 20 Australian dollars. Hi Destiny, big fan. You've pointed me towards a much more open-minded and logic-based approach to politics, wondering if it's normal or anyone else here watches porn while listening to your debates to multitask.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Who knows? Thank you
I
for the
gave
20.
you my Amazon
$20.
money and all I got were these crappy emoticons.
Dude, there are some trinkets in this game that are just so fucking bad. Hero's Ring, very rare, plus 25% virtue chance. The one thing that I always said about this game, and I guess it never changed or whatever, I feel like 80% of the trinkets in this game could literally be deleted from the game. Like, unironically. Or either that, or there should be an upgrade system for them, or you're like a combining system. I think if you could upgrade or combine them, it would make it worth it. But there are just so many.
You're a fucking statistician!
Absolute garbage trinkets in this game.
Hey.
Hero's Ring could actually be using the farmstead? Why? Why would you bring in people that are gonna get that fucked? Oh. Houndmaster's Protective Collar, plus 12 dodge. That actually sounds pretty decent, yeah? Virtue builds are actually good in Farmstead for endless battle mode. No, that sounds bullshit. I've seen the stupid fucking memes where you I feel like it's cheating. Where you do like solo leper into the farmstead and you basically do like 100 rounds in the first fight until you can farm virtue and then you like go from there. That seems broken. That seems dumb to me. I don't know. I feel like that's a little cheaty maybe.
Fucking dubstep.
BookSmarts says 5 to 10 minutes.
You're a genius, dude!
Hi Dad Pepe.
Hello.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I always appreciate your streams, thanks for being you.
Well, thank you, my dude. I'm trying to think if I start the courtyard now, if it's gonna fuck me or not. I don't really know. Oh, EV Ember, that was a tier 4 sub. Thanks, my dude. How much blood do you have stocked up? I think I've got like 14. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got 22 blood stacked up. Oh man. Oh, this. My low level team needs a break anyway. Getting that building that brews 2 blood each week is good. I really want this cartographer's camp. The torchlight is more beneficial. That's supposed to help for like rewards. The mill would be good too, but I don't know what the fuck these diamond things are. Idle stress relief in town increased by 10 per week. Interesting. Plus 50% healing when eating? Fuck that. Oh, it comes from the farmstead? Gotcha. People keep saying to get the bank, but I don't think getting the bank now is good. I think I'm too late. Because I have to beat the game within 100 weeks, and I'm already on week 30 something. Or so I've heard people say. No, it's not good. They're much better than that. You don't run out of blood. It's very abundant, and you cure all infected with each quarter mission completed the first. Okay, should I get the bank then? Should I go for the bank? I'll start grinding crests. I'll do it. Fuck it. We'll do it. We're going for the bank, okay? Fuck everybody else. Get the bank. Have some money in the bank. That's passive income. Just go antiquarian every week. Well, my antiquarian needs a bank, but we need crests, so. What, Mel? Mel!
What?
I love you.
Hello?
Bitch.
Steve?
What?
You say?
I said, what's the sitch? Bum bum ba-dum.
Shut the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Okay, Nevicar. That's the party that's going out.
Fucking dubstep.
Squad.
Squad. Squad. Squad. Squad.
You're a genius, dude!
Euro Deegan hours re-come back to the Golden Shores Stephen bonus meme. Wow, we two?
Two? Jester trinkets. This is all our dodge shit, which we don't care about. Protection, we don't care about. We don't care. Damage. Yeah. Oh, hold on, wait. The lepers really need accuracy, don't they? Fuck. Hold on. Because these guys miss fucking everything. +4 accuracy. +8 accuracy. What a good ass charm. What, Mel? Okay, -2 accuracy now. Oof, he's gonna take a HP hit? That's okay. Okay, accuracy mod +8. What about for you? Book of Relaxation. Do you really need even more damage? Nah, there you go. Alright. Destiny, do you remember this? What?
Two? Who? Two?
A lot of Americans seem to support things like DACA, or seem to support the idea of sanctuary cities, which seems to show there's a support, at least among some Americans, for keeping people that have made it to this country here to work and whatnot.
Your point being?
Oh, man. How can you say this is how things work when we are literally at a one-off event that has never occurred before in U.S. history? What do you mean?
It works because this is what's happening.
This guy was a master debater. I was defeated. I was defeated by him.
Do you think that humans are warming the Earth?
Do I think humans are warming the Earth?
That our actions of what we're doing are causing the global temperature to rise?
I don't know. Steve, when was the last time you lived off of ramen noodles?
How did I? That guy was he was a champion debater. He was a champion debater. What are you supposed to do when you got a guy that is that much of a champion? Can you have two of the same trinket? Nope. 25% damage or +4 accuracy. What do you think? I'll probably say with that. Yo, what up?
Hey, how are you doing?
Hey, is what horses eat.
Yeah, unless you live in the valleys of California where they can't afford the water, then the horses don't eat shit anymore, I guess.
We have to feed them with styrofoam cups instead.
And you're buying them all up.
Well, to give to the horses, my dude. You think I hog them all to myself? You think I'm a hoarder? I share the wealth every day. All right, what's up? How are you doing, bud?
It's more than Hassan could say. I'm doing good, bruh. How are you?
I'm doing good.
So, I caught some of your, after discussion about your lore and talk. I think it went, as smooth as you can expect. I think the last one you had with her about immigration a while ago was, you hit it out of the park, so it's tough to follow that up.
You mean
what
the
do you
one,
feel like
5 years ago?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was a different Steven back then. Now you're trying to be rhetorically sound and keep bridges up and all this other stuff. Do you feel like that's a tough balance to strike when you're talking with her, or not really?
Yeah. Oh, man. You can tell when somebody has, a very, 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 very partisan bend. I think I said it in your chat. I don't know if you saw it, but, for instance, one of the things I like about her is I think that she plays into a narrative so much better than anybody else that I've talked to, at least on the left that I can think of. I don't know if it's unique to right-wingers or what, but there's this thing of the only time you make a concession, you still manage to supplement it with an anecdote that still supports your side. That's that ability is very funny to me. So for instance, yeah, I do agree. People that commit crimes should be arrested, just like the BLM rioters. Or yeah, I mean, I'm sure there were some people at the Capitol that were doing things, like that guy in the Union shirt. You know, there's always, even when the concession is there, there's an underhanded way to make it still kind of be okay to your base. You know.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of optics and stuff, I guess that's great for her.
I think. Yeah. So I think my goal is to here's a couple of broad points that I notice that I'm trying to bring a lot of people back on. One of the really big things I notice for this country is nobody actually knows how anything works anywhere. And a really good example of this is the legal system. People on the left, on the right, just have no idea what does it mean to arrest somebody? What does it mean for you to go? And that was something that I focused on a lot in the beginning, because she used that phrase 50 times, trumped up charges. And every time she said trumped up charges, I tried to say there are no unreasonable charges. I'm hoping, I guess it's hard to say because I'd have to be a conservative to look at it, but and there were no 4chan threads on it, so I can't go over it. And she didn't post it on YouTube, so I can't read those comments. But it feels like, I'm hoping that by getting her to reiterate a point over and over again that I feel like I could pretty easily knock down, there are no trumped up charges, that eventually she starts to look a little bit desperate holding on to them, but I mean, it's hard to say how it looks ultimately.
And she says a lot of stuff. She just kind of gets on like this thing where she just talks and talks and talks. So I think it can be easy to forget, like, oh, they both agree that, like, if you committed a crime, then you commit, because she also doesn't reference back to it at key moments. Like later on, when you guys are talking about another crime that had happened, and you have to remind her, like, yeah, but if they committed the crime by staying out past curfew, then they committed a crime. Like, didn't we just agree on this? Like, come on.
Yeah. Which is hard. There's a lot because, yeah, she'll often, like, I don't want to use the word pivot, but she'll often, like, bring up, like, either one or two unrelated anecdotes and sometimes, like, venture into another point. She also does one of those things where somebody will talk to me. So I'll be like, rape is bad. And someone else will be like, oh, I agree. But then they'll, like, go off into completely, like, disagree with me again. I hate it when people start off sometimes with, like, I think we mostly agree. And it's like, no, I don't really think we do. And then they start saying a bunch of stuff that I disagree with. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, but...
Like, oh, I agree, but we can also agree some of these women are just really holding it down, and it's tough to get any out there. And, like, I can understand, like, hold on, that's, like, not at all what I thought we had agreed on this. Like, like, how do you deal with that, or how do you see, you know, yourself, like, responding to that in a way that helps you? Like, is there any strategy you can think of, or no?
I think the most important thing is to be informed, and then to because I have to know as many, like, I knew about that Owen case that she brought up. I have to know as much as I can so that I can't get caught by surprise by random, like, factoids that I don't know. And then you have to stay centered on the main point because it's so easy to lose it when, like, 20 other stories are coming up, or you're kind of, like, moving around so much. Like, I feel like we came back to the trumped up charges point like 50 times. No, I'm not exaggerating. I feel like maybe 10 times. That might have been 10 times that I had to come back to, like, there were no trumped up charges. But that phrase that exists in her head of, like, they're trumped up, they're political, they're blah, blah. And it's like, no, they're not. There are a lot of charges. A lot of them are being dropped. It's okay. And then even when she would agree with me, it would still have that slant, right? Like, okay, yeah, we agree that a lot of them are being dropped and thrown out. Like, she's laughing like they're joke charges. Like, oh, like, you know, like, even when there's, like, agreement there, it's, like, laughed off as, like, obviously they're horrible. It's like, yeah.
Now, is it too much, or do you feel like it would be possible to pull, like, the emergency brake on the whole conversation and be like, hold on. So, like, I just really want to focus on this one thing so we don't have to keep coming back to this. Like, is that possible, or do you feel like that's, like, way too much in practice?
I think it's possible, but, like, so one of the things that I'm trying to do is I'm trying to keep the other person, like, relatively perceptive to what I'm saying, and I'm trying to keep the conversation relatively open and flowing. And I feel like to do a big stop like that almost feels a little bit like an accusation of bad faith, and it might shut everything down at that point. So, like, I feel like I've demonstrated adequately to the audience that, like, this is how the legal system works. It's normal. Nothing bad is going on here. Even if the person I'm arguing with doesn't really want to absorb that point, whatever, I feel like I've adequately put it out there for the audience. So I don't need to shut down the entire conversation at that point, being like, okay, stop. Stop saying trumped up charges. There were no trumped up charges. You said there were no trumped up charges. Why the fuck do you keep saying Trump? Right? I feel like if I go that route, then the conversation basically ends at that point. Yeah.
Okay. Also, like, I had a tough time, you know, admitting this to my chat, but I can see where they're going or where they're getting it from. Do you think that she had some key examples of gish galloping in that conversation, or is that just, like, how she talks, or was it fair that she gave so many points at once?
I mean, I think there's an argument to be made for gish galloping, but I don't think that's ever her intention. I think that she's just a little bit more long form in her conversations. I think that some people naturally tend to longer form arguments. I like to be hyper specific line by line. So, like, for instance, like, for to bring up the evil name, for, like, Richard Wolff, I don't think Wolff was a gish galloper. I think he's just used to speaking in a lot more long form, like more longer passages, right? But I wouldn't call it necessarily a gish gallop. Now, there are people that do gish gallop. Here's how I identify a gish gallop. To me, a gish gallop is when you bring up 5 arguments all at the same time, somebody shoots down 1, then you bring up the other 4 arguments, then somebody shoots down 2, then you bring up arguments 3, 4, 5, and then 1 again. And you always keep bringing everything up every time so that the person never, like, really makes any progress. That's, to me, that's like what a gish gallop is. Some people are just, like, talk longer than others, yeah.
And when you're mentioning things like, I thought we had already agreed on this thing, but it kept coming up, do you not feel like that's her going back to point 1 while also including several new points?
Yeah, sometimes a little bit, yeah. But I mean, like, if I feel like if it's a point that I have a slam dunk on, I'm willing to revisit it over and over again. Like, if somebody wants to use like the term, because like we started off on her own admission that there were no charges past, like, I think like misdemeanor charges. There were very few conspiracy charges, but like, so for her to say trumped up charges over and over again when we both already agree that there aren't any, like, I'll let her revisit that point as many times as she wants. I think that I kind of win on it every time, or that's how I feel. Even if the conversation feels like it's stalling a little bit, but
Okay. And when you were talking with Wolf, I feel like you were particularly upset with his approach to things and his long-winded nature. But when it came to Southern, it seemed like you exercised a lot more like patience and discrepancy. What made the Wolf conversation different to where it triggered you versus the Southern conversations?
The management of expectations. I truly did think going into the Wolf debate that I was going to like almost like have to listen the entire time because the guy was just gonna like outclass me so many different ways. Like I was expecting him to be like, oh, like this is my concrete example of this. Here's like 16 countries today that are practicing versions of this that you probably don't even know about. He's like, that's what I was expecting. So when Wolf ended up being about as dumb as like Lance, I was like, oh well, fuck me, I'm fucked. Like I lost it. I got so mad. Yeah, but that was like an expectation thing. Like if I were to go into a conversation like the exact same one that I have with Lauren Southern with Ben Shapiro, I would probably also like lose it. I'd be like, wait, hold on, like why the fuck are you doing this? Like you're like the super hyper rational, like ingenious rightoid. Like why the fuck are you like looping on this conversation, you know?
And why are the expectations so much lower for Southern than those two people?
I wouldn't say they're like so much lower. I mean, like for Wolf, because Wolf was supposed to be like the final boss of like lefty politics, and Shapiro is supposed to be like the final boss of like conservative politics, right? So my expectations for how well they can like move through a conversation are like very, very, very high.
Okay. Huh. Like, I kind of get what you're saying when you're saying like, I know that I'll come out successfully as long as we return to that one topic or whatever, but moving through this, it felt like it was very difficult for you to make any like visible progress with her if you guys couldn't like move forward on points of agreement. Like the fact that a lot of the concessions from you came off as like bullet biting and kind of crazy, and then the concessions from her were kind of like very passive to the point where I would have to play it back numerous times to confirm that it had happened or not. I think that has an optical impact on the audience. Like I wonder if like that kind of ratio of like very clear concessions or very clear points of agreement from you versus her has an impact on how people who just watch the conversation at 1x come away thinking about it. Do you think that that's worth paying attention to, or do you think it impacts people at all?
It's possible. So I was hearing like in her chat, they were really upset that she was making acknowledgments. I think that maybe from a truly neutral point of view, I think that might be correct. But I think that even when there's any amount of agreement whatsoever from a person as right as Lauren Southern to a person who is perceived as far left as me, I do think that those hit people on the right a bit more strongly than they would somebody like in the middle or on the left, even if they do look pretty weak on the left. Although it might be in the future, because I haven't had like a big disagreement with her in a while, so I wasn't 100% sure like what to expect. But I think probably in the future, I'm probably going to nail down a little bit more concisely, like, hey, you're being incredibly partisan here. I really wasn't, because the argument today sounded pretty similar to the argumentative styles that I would have heard like 4 or 5 years ago from conservatives. So yeah, I'll probably in the future I would try to hold down a little bit, or like just kind of like back up and like do like a more macro picture. And it's like, hey, listen, like, why are we talking about this? Like, you already agree that there are no trumped up charges. Let's move on to the next thing, you know? Yeah.
And on that topic, like, I think that there is a very clear bias, like ranging from just how she talks about things to the examples that she gives to, unfortunately, like the way that she conducts research and the way that she engages with sources. And
yeah. I'm so glad she brought up that MSN article and we got to read it. But yeah, because that to me was like a pretty clear, even ignoring the MSN, MSNBC, everybody focused on that. I don't even care about that. But like being able to like read an article and understand what the person is saying, but then to go so far into the insanity land with it, and then to not understand how much different like that article was versus an article that tells you to fucking, you know, start throating ivermectin syringes or whatever. Like, yeah, that was crazy to me. Yeah.
Do you feel like you were successful at constantly bringing it back to Corona and making a good point there? Or do you think that that's part that kind of fell flat?
I think it was difficult. I tried to start drawing differences. I tried to bring this up, I think, 2 times, but like, it's not really fair to compare like the impact of one person, the president, to the entirety of the media, especially because of.
And sorry, I disconnected for a bit there, but I'm sure it was a really good answer.
Oh fuck! Did you disconnect, or I think I'm disconnecting?
Oh, okay. It would have been one of us. My DGG shut down, and I couldn't hear you anymore.
Wait, where are you at right now?
I'm in what is this place called? Slovakia.
Oh, okay, because my internet is like fucking up. Hold on.
I've got god tier internet here.
Just. Am I live right now, guys?
Yeah.
Because my OBS is 0. I don't know how I'm live.
Oof.
Are you sure I'm live?
I'm watching you talk, yeah.
Okay. Alright, go ahead.
Did you see that clip from the review where it's like she very clearly did know about this Hunter Biden laptop thing?
Oh yeah, but I don't even want to get into that because I feel like I actually understand where that came from, but everybody's gonna call me a simp for saying it. Usually when it comes to like mainstream news stuff, usually you're given a prompt to read like about 10 to 20 minutes before you have to go on. So it actually wouldn't surprise, like, just because I know her and her style so much, I think it's probably more likely that she got it, she read it, and she didn't really remember it because she does news every day, versus she actually tried to pull off that lie on stream knowing that like 10,000 people were watching it. But nobody in my audience will ever believe that. So I'll never like even bring that argument up publicly. It's not worth it.
Now, what brings that point to the forefront of your mind? Did you come up with that of your own accord, or did she tell you that?
She might have messaged me. I haven't done all my
because
messages today.
she told me that, and it's exactly worded the exact way that she told me that. So I would be careful about that.
Hold on. She did
Like-
message me this morning. I can check. Hold on.
Because I can get being sympathetic to that, but I think at some point you have to hold her feet to the fire when it's as blatant as that. Like, well, no, like, then you're part of this entire problem. You came on here with this misinformation thing
No,
and
yeah,
how the mainstream media is this way.
Yeah,
like,
hold on. To be clear, that's totally fine. Like, to say, like, okay, well, wouldn't you say that you're part of the problem? However, you have to be so careful with these arguments, because sometimes people think those arguments are slam dunks when they're not. Because if I were to bring that argument up, she could very easily counter and say, like, I actually completely agree with you. This is one of the reasons why I hate the mainstream media. A lot of the times when these newscasters talk about stories, they're literally giving them like a half hour in advance, and then you don't know anything, and you just like read it
Yeah.
off, right?
It's not an argument I think you should bring up to her. It's more so like how you're treating that personally in your mind. I would encourage you to not let that go. Like, I understand her reasoning that she gave me about that, but I'm not letting that go. Like, sure, maybe that's how it happened, but you really fucked up here, and you gave no indication of this. And I really doubt from all of the other things that you're doing that like you weren't even cursory like aware of that laptop and stuff. Like, I don't believe you that you completely forgot about all of that in the way that you performed that on stream. I think that's like unacceptable, even if you said that you only had a 10-minute brief or whatever.
Yeah, that's possible.
Because
but, like,
I'm not a political guy. I didn't watch any debates about Hunter Biden's laptop stuff. I only saw it on the news, and I remember that. So I really doubt that if I got in front of a camera, even if I had 10 minutes of prompting and I gave the jokes and other things that she delivered on that thing that we saw, like, I doubt that I would forget that. And if I did, I would want people to hold my feet to the fire about that performance. I don't think that like gets me out of it.
Yeah, it's possible. I just getting into like a argument, like, where I feel like when it comes to the January 6th stuff and the coronavirus stuff, I feel very solid on all of it. To take it into like I think you lied about this it's like, it's an argument that you can never truly win, right? Because if somebody just says they forgot like where you left, like, well, how did you forget? It's like, I don't know, I just don't remember. Well, how can you not remember? Like, if it was like if I hated the person and I really just wanted to fucking go off, I could, but I don't think it serves that discussion well. Like, I think it's worth bringing up in a separate conversation, but yeah.
Yeah, and to be super clear, because I guess I wasn't when I said this earlier, like, I don't think this is something that needs to be brought up. I don't think it's something that needs to be argued. It's just something where, like, if you honestly believe what you had just told me, like 2 seconds ago, to get her out of it, and that's what you hold on to in your mind, like, I would encourage you not to. That's mostly what I'm talking about. Like, that was pretty blatant and bad. And I'm not sure
no.
should...
In terms of, like, I understand the argument that she gives. I think, fuck, who did I type to earlier? Oh, I think I told August. I said it's like probably a 50-50 that she did remember it well or didn't. But the problem is just that I can't prove it, and I don't know. And it's like I'd rather just deal with like when I have so much that I can tear into that I feel I have like really strong ground on. I feel like moving to something on like shakier ground is like, why even risk it? Like, why do that, right? Like, I guess you can. And I mean, like, I think that if I was giving like an indictment of her character, so for instance, if I were to talk about like, hey, like, I think that you're really hyper partisan about all this stuff, blah, 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 I think I would bring it up in that type of conversation because I think it's worth doing it, but not in this one. I don't think so. Although I think you already kind of said that it wouldn't be appropriate to bring up in this conversation. Oh, but in terms of like, how do I think about it in my mind?
Yeah.
I try not to think generally that people are like, for me, I've said this a lot on stream. I even say this when I go over, like the accusations of like the Me Too stuff. I try not to ever ascribe like actual malintent to people. I think that's a really hard thing to do. I'll kind of keep it in the back of my head, but I feel like it's usually more reasonable that people just fuck up. And I try not to just, because you get into really scary worlds where you assume that people are like intentionally lying in front of huge audiences and stuff. It makes you like really paranoid about other things. I just like to focus on what I can prove and what I actually can know or not, you know?
Sure, and maybe this will help, but like, I am not in my mind thinking that she like intentionally lied about this necessarily. What I'm thinking in my mind is this is a really good point in this broader picture of like, this person is really, really bad at research, at recalling that research, at having a fair understanding of how events had happened. Like, she has almost like a Vosh-like problem with this. And it makes me put an asterisk by her name when it comes to like listening to research from her or believing her about an interpretation of a source or, taking seriously anything she says about like time that she had spent looking into something.
Sure,
and this is just a part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just because when you say that, it scares me, bro, because it's exactly what she told me. And I hope to God that that's not like your interpretation of it.
No, but I mean, like, that is like pretty standard practice. Like, people on news are given something and then they just read it off. Like, nobody that does, this is another thing too, is like, because people say like, oh, like, did she believe this or this or this? Like, I know what she can believe from like the YouTube stuff she does. So if she works on a documentary or whatever shit like that, I know that these are things that she believes in. But like, a lot of people for news stuff, they literally read it off. They don't give a fuck and they whatever. And my understanding is that over the past few years, she hasn't been like super active on like doing like YouTube shit or whatever. So I don't know how much she knows about all that. So I'd rather just not like waste like brain power on that. I'd rather focus on the things that I can be more solid on.
When you have like if you ever wanted to talk to her about this bias problem and the way
Hold on one sec.
No worries.
Ruin has come to our family.
All right, back again, baby. All right.
Woohoo.
What's up?
How are you dealing with that? Like, that would trigger me so bad to
It's
have this
actually
many.
It's the worst thing in the world when you're a streamer and you start seeing like, as soon as you're in a new area, like that little red fucking thing in the bottom right, it is like the #1 trigger. Because you know that the rest of your life is going to be fucking pain until you're out of that area, yeah? But it is what it is.
I guess that's the only way you can think about it, is what it is. I don't know. I get unnecessarily upset about such things. I don't know. It's a huge trigger.
No.
Okay, so like, man, I'm just wondering, how do you like frame this problem of bias, and how do you address that with somebody? Just those 2 points.
It's hard because that is an attack on somebody's character, right? it would have to be like a separate conversation that's more focused on that, I think. I thought about challenging her to like bring up like 4 or 5 examples of what she would consider egregious mainstream media like misinformation, and then I could do the same of alternative media stuff, and that would be like a fun conversation to have, and then we would kind of like talk about like why is this bad or that bad. But it's really hard to just because I'm essentially what we're really just saying is that like you're biased, like you're a partisan biased person. Like that's I don't know how you have that conversation.
Yeah, and like, well, here's the thing, and this is why I asked like defining the problem, because I think it is in the definition of the problem that we like find a solution to the conversation, because it's not just that you have a bias, right? Because everybody has biases. It's about how you're actively working to like control for that, I think. And she doesn't really attempt to do that at all. And she says that she wants to. She says that she wants to listen to different sources, and like all of the seeds are there for like the desire to improve upon this, and she's just failing in like the practical regard. Like I think she can do a lot better to correct for this bias, and she's not. And so I think like not just focusing on the fact that a bias is there, but focusing on like how that's kind of compromising a lot of her research abilities would be like the way to approach the problem itself. You know, because everybody has biases.
That so, I don't know how much. I don't know how much I would believe somebody if they said that. I don't know. That's not something that I personally think about. Maybe if that's something for you to think about, I guess, if you want to think about like how to help somebody with their development. But that's not typically something that I'm like invested in. Like if somebody were to tell me like, oh, like I'm trying to like figure out how to be like less biased, blah, blah, I'd be like, okay, sure. Like everybody says that, but I don't know how true that is necessarily. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Huh. So you're just not interested in having such a conversation. You just kind of want to debate and argue.
Yeah, kind of, because I don't. I would go crazy trying to like reform or like have somebody like change like their whole belief system or whatever. If that's, I don't know if that's what somebody wants to do or not, right? And it's also like a pretty big position to take. Like the other person has to come with like a lot of humility, like, oh, Destiny, please guide me or whatever. And I don't think most people are interested in that type of like interaction. So that's just usually not something that I'm, doing, I guess.
The way that you're framing this, I wonder if we're thinking about it the same way. So I don't think that you're trying to change their entire belief system. You're trying to change or give advice on like research procedure and highlighting problems there. Like you said, one of the most powerful parts of this conversation was being able to read that article in real time and seeing her inability to like understand what this person is saying or give any sort of charitability to the things that they're saying, or like actually engage with the source itself in some kind of like a reasonable way. She just was unable to do that.
Yeah, but like the problem is like everybody is assuming that everybody assumes that I've bought like hook, line, and sinker that Lauren wants to like super reform and be this moderate, blah, 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 or whatever. I don't actually believe that at all. I'm completely agnostic on it. So like, if she wants to do that, that's fine. But I don't come at this with the idea that like, oh yeah, she's truly trying to be a better person or blah, 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 blah. That's not where I come at this. I don't know. It might actually be that she's exactly the same as she was 5 years ago. I have no idea. But I'm not going to be like the person that tries to like reform those beliefs. I just like having a more conservative person that I can argue with because the issues are more important to me. It keeps me more honest on a lot of these things. And those conversations, I think, are better to have on my YouTube channel than the 58th conversation about what the ideal, like commune looks like in the post-socialist utopia.
I get all that, but again, you've repeated this line that like, I hear you on it. I know that you don't want to reform her beliefs, but that's what I'm really trying to separate here. Is this has nothing to do with beliefs. This has a lot to do with like how you're engaging with sources, and it's something that you commonly talk about on your stream and give advice about. So if you give her advice, or you have these moments where you're talking about like people are uneducated about the justice system, we need to do better about that, the media is this way for sure, but this is the way that we fix it, and like if you're going through these and you have that sort of tone on those topics, why not also have that tone about research methods and research approaches? And that's what I'm talking about. That has nothing to do with beliefs.
I guess so. You're saying like just to have a short conversation about it, not like this is going to be our long-term project. We could, and maybe this sounds mean to say, but like, oh man, dude, based on the reading of that MSN article, that sounds like a lost conversation. Like that's because I don't know if maybe it was just me that maybe I'm biased now that I read it. I feel like the reading of that MSN article was like, that was pretty surprising to me. Even I didn't expect that she would come away like that off on that article. Like, even starting with the headline, I think she was already completely and totally incorrect. Where she's like I thought. This is how wrong I thought she was. When she read me that headline and she was like, Trump might have talked to some ex-KGB agents. Does it matter? I thought she was asking me, does it matter? That was her way of attacking the article. But when I actually opened it and I read it, I was like, wait, that's part of the headline? How is this your go-to? Like, the article, the guy writing this even says it. This probably doesn't matter that Trump didn't do anything. Like, why is this your go-to example? Like, so like, I feel like we could have that conversation, but we would both have to be on fucking MDMA or some shit to like actually find some common ground there, because I have a feeling that we are going to disagree on literally every single possible conceivable point on like what is like truth, what is responsible reporting, like what is it, right? Because when she's literally giving me an MSN op-ed that literally says, I put this at 10 or 20 or 50% chance or whatever, and she's saying this is an example of like media bias in reporting, it's like, holy shit, like we are so fucking off from each other in terms of what we agree like the reality of the situation is.
Well, that right there is something you're in love with. When you disagree with somebody so much that everything's going to be an argument, is that not just like a field full of arguments that you would love to go prancing through, bro? Like that.
Yeah, but
right
the difference is that like what I came to argue that day was I wanted to talk about January 6th and maybe more broadly like Trump's rhetoric and the impact that it has on things like, we got to the coronavirus basically. I didn't think, I wasn't really mentally ready for. The thing is too, and for as much as she might be partisan or whatever, you have to admit that she is generally well researched enough on her topics that if you're not prepared, you're fucked. And I wasn't about to bring up a whole thing about like, I don't think the media is as biased as you say it is, because for all I know, she has like 6 or 7 examples that I'm totally unaware of where the media is super biased, and then I look like a fucking idiot. And now I've lost a conversation that I wasn't even prepared to have. That's why I try to be really, really careful when I'm talking to certain people to only stay on those particular topics. And I was not ready to have a topic on like the responsibility of the reporting in media, you know?
Yeah, and to be fair, it doesn't need to go that far, and you can bring it back and keep it all grounded in this like this is why I keep repeating this, like it's about how you engage with research. It's not got to do with the bias of people writing the research that you're reading. It's not got to do with the general media. It doesn't have to do with any of that. It's like literally, what is your reading comprehension ability, and like what is your research capacity, and like how are you approaching these articles? How are you reading them? What the fuck is an op-ed? What is an editorial? Like, why are you interpreting this way when you know that like the genre of article under which this falls is such that like this is clearly an opinion piece? Like, how are you missing these sorts of signs here? Why are you focused on this line?
And I
to the
understand
of the rest of it?
I understand that, but you've seen in the rest of this conversation like how good she is at pulling it off into like 6 or 7 other examples. Maybe we just disagree here. Like with a lot of other people, I might consider this, but like she's really scary based on what she could have prepared for that. And you've got to also remember, like her whole life has been complaining about the mainstream media. I'm not even going to broach that subject unless I'm ready to do it, because it's like I could be walking through a minefield of things that I don't know about if I tried to broach that conversation with her. I just wasn't ready for it. I'm empathetic to what you're telling me, and if I was more prepared to go down that road, I definitely would have. But like to bring up like, well, let's talk about how you research, and then for her to be like, well, let's talk about how you research. You believe the New York Times? What about when they publish this, or this? Or what about the Washington Post? And I'm like, I don't know any of this shit. I'm fucked. She already brought up one thing that I wasn't aware of, that Umbrella Man thing, that by the way, she completely misrepresented, that I didn't know about. So like, yeah, I don't know. I'm so
there
scared.
You go. There's the fucking problem. Like, I get that, like, she wants to go off in these other directions, and you, I guess, are not confident that you could hold it down and keep it focused on just this research thing. If that's the case, then that's the case. But I think that there is value in pointing out this meta problem and focusing on that, because you're not able to have conversations with her about sources or just things in general, because like you just said, she just like misrepresents stuff and she just gets it wrong.
But I didn't know that it was misrepresented until I read it, though. It is possible that I like, imagine this. Imagine that I take a moment and I'm like, okay, well, hold on. Link me this Umbrella Man thing. Imagine that I read it, and imagine it was a pretty shittily done article. Imagine they did a retraction later, and imagine like other news outlets like Washington Post and everything published like, yeah, this was pretty messed up. They shouldn't have like reported this. I just spent like 5 minutes like reading an article and then making a massive concession about one of the largest news outlets in the United States that's a mainstream media source. And now I basically look like I've lost every single point I've tried to make, you know? That's the only thing that worries me, is I get really worried about trying to do that. And even the MSN article was kind of a risk. When I did that, it just ended up turning out okay, but well, I think it ended up turning out pretty well. But like, I super encourage you to try these types of conversations, because oftentimes in retrospect, I think it's easy to say like, oh, you could have done this and it would have went like really well, because you're imagining in your head like the 2 or 3 good scenarios that it could have gone like well for. But I've been in situations like this where I've challenged somebody and then they've responded to the challenge, and then I've gone through and I've wrote it all down, and yeah, they were actually pretty right on what they said, and it looks like I've just spent like 10 minutes conceding a point, and then everything else I say after that is going to come off as incredibly weak. And that's like the thing that frightens me in those conversations, basically.
And you don't feel like you already like stomach that kind of optical failure when you give concessions about how the mainstream media has tons of problems, like you did explicitly in the conversation? Like you already did that from my perspective.
Yeah, but the mainstream media does have tons of problems. I'm okay admitting that, but the mainstream media having tons of problems doesn't absolve what happened on January 6th, and it doesn't absolve Trump of his reric. Those are the 2 things I wanted to focus on.
Okay, so then why are you telling me that that's something you're worried about happening if you like already conceded that explicitly in this specific conversation?
Because my position is that the mainstream media has a lot of problems. Her position is that the mainstream media is entirely and totally worthless and politically hijacked. And if we go down that conversation road farther, rather than me with that middling position of like, yeah, of course the mainstream media has problems, it's going to look like I'm going to be forced to agree with the like, yeah, the mainstream media is totally garbage and shit. We need to look to alternative media instead.
That last part is like added in there in a way I don't think that like...
Well, but that's her whole argument, is that she wants to, that's what she wants to do, right? Her goal, the goal of everyone in alternative media is to tarnish and destroy the mainstream media so that the alternative media is the only thing you can rely on. That's the goal of those types of people, right?
Sure, but just to be clear, like when you were telling me why you're worried about focusing on this research thing, which is because she would go off on different points and concessions on those different points are going to look bad for you. The concessions that you gave me were concessions that you already made in this conversation, having not addressed this like meta level issue, which is very clearly where all these problems of sources are stemming from. So like you had already made that concession that you're concerned about.
Yeah, I think there's different levels of concessions, or maybe we disagree. Maybe optically you think it looks the same. I think there's a different concession to be made between like I think the mainstream media makes mistakes versus the mainstream media is all politically corrupt and hijacked, and we should only look to alternative media. Because I think I tried to push back on that later, where I was like, you know, like yeah, like I think the mainstream media has problems, but I really don't like the alternative media. There's no accountability there. Although we didn't explore that argument as much, but.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Yeah, there's a difference there for sure. But I don't think that like talking to her about research methods leads to that crazy concession, right? Like I don't see the path. Like I could see how like you fuck up 3 times in a row and you find yourself in a corner where that happens. But with you in particular, I don't imagine that you fuck up 3 times in a row and find yourself in that corner. I could see you like reestablishing like, okay, yeah, I've already told you that the media has problems, Lauren, like we agree on that. But like what I'm trying to focus on are the problems that you have in interpreting these sources, which may be part of why you think that these sources are so shitty in the first place.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I totally disagree. I would be really curious to see you try to have that conversation. I understand what you're saying 100%. I would be so scared of every single part of that conversation. Like you keep saying that like, oh no, you can keep the conversation centered, but every single time she responds to a point, like the conversation might be like, well, I like mainstream media because at least it's held like a little bit more accountable. Oh yeah? What about when they published this story about Hunter Biden that ended up actually being completely wrong? That editor and that editor weren't fired at all. And I'm like, okay, sure, maybe in that case it wasn't. But like in the alternative media, like it seems like they can publish a lot of incorrect information and that doesn't get held, you know, to account. Oh yeah, well what about in the Daily Wire when that person published that and they were fired? It's like, oh fuck. Now it doesn't look like I've just made the concession that like, yeah, the mainstream media has problems. Now I'm just destroyed. And now it looks like everything I said earlier is completely wrong and she's vindicated on every point. But we're looping now. But like you don't think that that'll happen. But I 1,000,000% know that would happen because I know that somebody like her, like you got to understand, these people spend their whole lives fighting the mainstream media. Like, and not only can she do that unfortunately on a fact basis, where she probably could bring out some examples I'm not familiar with. She can also always bring it home on an optical and rhetorical basis by always appealing to me emotionally and even my fan base. Like, come on, Steven. Like they've even published dumb stories about you, right? Are you going to defend these people when they right? And I'm like, fuck, yeah, right. That's we're looping again, and I'm going to tell you for the 5th time. I understand what you're saying, but I'm telling you that is a conversation that I have to explicitly be 100% ready in the zone for, or else I'm going to get like lost in so many weeds. I'm going to be like a 3-year-old, and she's like leading me around. Like I'm going to come and show you all the places where you're a dumb fuck at, and I'm like, yeah, fuck me. I don't know why I even thought I could have this conversation without explicitly preparing for it. You know.
It's fair enough. It's
Yeah,
fair
that's
enough. We
my
are living
worry.
in
Yeah,
some-
I agree with you that in like a perfect or slightly perfect world, or maybe not perfect. I'm being a little bit unfair to you. It would be really nice, maybe even with you as a moderator, to have a conversation with her, a meta conversation about like how do we do research? Like how do you figure out if this is good or bad? Why do you say the things that you say about these things? That would be a really fun conversation to have. It just has to be had in a very, 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 very careful way, I think. Yeah, and I wouldn't want to have that in the middle of another conversation. Yeah. Oh yeah, it happened. Did you ever watch me talk to Tim Pool?
Yes.
To some extent, I got lost in this trap a little bit as well with Tim Pool, where we were arguing about like media bias, and he was able to wheel out all these anecdotes about him working for all these other mainstream outlets and these things called ghost edits that I didn't actually know about at the time that do exist. And I think I took a major L at that point of the conversation because I had nothing to say. I was like, oh, fuck me, I guess. Yeah. So I'd rather the audience think like, oh, Destiny took like a minor L where he said the mainstream media was bad, and Lauren thinks it's way worse than he thinks. So it kind of looks like Destiny's agreeing with her. I'd rather have that like, oh, Destiny took the little L there, rather than like, you know, Lauren walked me into the pumpkin patch and just like absolutely destroyed me on like 15 different things related to, yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Wait, I'm gonna get a Red Bull real quick. One sec.
Okay. I'll go get a drink too. So if he gets back before me, just let him know. Yeah.
I love you. I love you. I love you. What are you guys talking about? Oh. Okay. What?
Like, I hope you guys kind of get what I'm saying. I get what he's saying. It's just I don't feel like, I don't know. Feels like he just doesn't want to have that kind of conversation. I get he has fears about it, but I don't know. Uh-oh. Oh, no. The stream's back. You guys are good. But, yeah, like, I think it's a really important conversation to have because it's almost like you're trying to build something on, like, a foundation of sand. Like, if she can't do this research, if she can't interpret sources like this, and her whole entire style is around, like, bringing up a ton of sources at once, like, this is, like, a problem that will, like, never, ever go away. And from my perspective is, like, I want to solve the problems here. Like, okay, well, we have to talk about that one because, like, she will continue to like have this problem, and every source she brings up is tainted by this like cardinal sin or whatever at the base of everything, and like we have to kind of handle that. But I get that that's not a position he wants to take. That's totally fine. He's afraid of the direction it'll go. He's afraid of the optics. I think that's all totally reasonable. I really do think he would be capable of having it because he talks to you guys about it all the time.
Because I'm putting 100%.
And he gives good advice. Oh, hi.
Wait, okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I keep clicking these things. Do you think I can run this? I want to run this farmstead, but I just realized this team has no heals. How am I running this team? My front two can heal, but my back two have no heals. Are they just going to die? I guess I can try to flee if I need to, but okay, sorry, go ahead.
I actually think that maybe like a moderated conversation would be good.
Yes.
If you both agree that you have to focus on something, then I can be like, hey, we've DM'd, like all of us. We've agreed that this needs to focus on this topic, so you cannot be bringing up all this other shit. Like, it's part of the problem. And same for you if you start doing that, but I'm not sure that you would.
That would be a really interesting conversation to me because it would be really interesting to see how she navigates that conversation. Because I think it would, because I do think that she seems to have like what I would consider to be very clear and evident biases when it comes to picking out information. But yeah.
Yep, I think that would be cool. Here's like a different way of kind of because I'm very interested in this. When you were talking after the conversation about this article about the cardiologist and I think it's like the Chinese robber problem or something like that.
Yeah.
How do you approach when somebody else is getting caught up in that, or do you at all?
Wait, can you explain that? What do you mean, like, how do I approach it when someone else is getting caught up in that?
So if somebody else is really buying into a narrative that is similar to this one, where they're not really looking at overall statistics, they're not putting individual anecdotes into perspective, they're not like doing this zooming out to really know if the problem that they're citing
it's like actually a problem.
existent. Yeah.
I don't know. It's really hard. You have to make huge appeals to the data, but most people don't care or don't want to, especially if they've got a handful of stories otherwise. Yeah.
So you have to like understand it a lot better than them and then point them to all the things that helped you to understand it better. It's not something that you could do in the moment really without that education.
I mean, I guess you can ask it if you see somebody doing that, but
like, could you ask for the puzzle pieces you would need to like arrive at their conclusion? Like if they're saying like, you know, cops do this and cops do that and cops are this and cops are that, like, okay, like interesting. Like I'm hearing you out on these like individual cases. Do you know what the percentage of like, can you ask those sorts of questions and that's a way to approach it? Or do you think that's supposed to be
I would ask them more generally because I try not to do the thing in a debate where I'm like, source, because people get like really turned off by that. But I think I could generally ask because there are ways to, there are kind of like, I guess you can call them debate tactics. There are kind of like tricky ways to ask questions without asking. So like instead of saying like, do you have a source for that? Like saying like, I'm not trying to push you on a source, but I'm curious, do you like broadly know like what percentage of this happens or whatever? Like you can ask kind of generally like that, and then you can try to get a general answer from them and see where to go from there, but yeah.
Okay. Here's what I actually came on here, or that I originally wanted to talk with you about yesterday. It's time for my rhetorical flattening. So I heard when you were covering Arcadum, which was really well done. I enjoyed it. Very fun video. Well, obviously not fun for the people involved, but as a bystander, that was interesting to listen to.
Am I lagging again? Yeah, it's just have to. No. Wait, you know why? What? What? Oh, so fuckers on the internet? Wait. What?
Hey, welcome back.
This door doesn't close, Mel. What do you want me to do? Come close it. Show me how you close it. Okay, I'll try to close it lightly.
Kind of scary. He's grabbing the cardboard? What does the cardboard do? Slap it. You know what I should do? I should try to give him really shitty technical advice just to trigger him. You know, if you turn it on and off, it can like really help with connectivity issues. Have you tried connecting to your phone's mobile hotspot? Can you do speed test real quick? It's important to know how quick your internet is, bud. Oh shit. He is on his mobile hotspot. Jesus Christ. When Trump was talking about shithole countries, I guess Sweden might have been on the list for very different reasons than you'd expect. That's unfortunate. Not looking forward to that one bit at all, honestly. The internet's been awesome everywhere else so far in Europe, so...
Okay, I'm going to switch my internet connection to a mobile hotspot, okay? 1 sec.
Okay. I told you, Chad, he's not even on mobile hotspot. You said he was. You guys are fake news.
Alright, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, is my YouTube up? Hello? YouTube, if you're up, can you guys type in herpaderpa? Herbert. Okay, thank you. Jesus fuck.
We're all good.
I don't know. I gotta find out how much bandwidth this fucking phone can support. Hold on. Oh, dude, I hate internet issues, dude. Oh, you understand now because you're a streamer. It's like the worst fucking feeling in the world.
And it's like outside of your control. Like it feels like you're like you got this little rudder at the back of like a giant ass boat. And you're trying to turn it, and you know, like nothing you do on the OBS side or anything can like necessarily fix it.
All right. Are you guys getting any lag on YouTube, or is everything okay on YouTube? Okay, good. All right. Jesus Christ. Okay, manipulation. That's what we're talking about. What's up? Or what else? Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. The example that I was going to give, real quick, so I was going to say, like, a parent telling their child... Oh, my God, it's lagging, dude.
Did you close all the apps on your phone? Because if they're using up data, that's not good for your stream, bud. If you go to the app tray and you see all the apps that are open, you can, and then your phone won't be taking up that data that you need.
Hold on. Okay, how are we doing on fucking YouTube? Are you guys here, or? Does Melina's block not have full fiber? No, fiber, you fucking European dipshit trash fucks don't even have fiber. The only place that has fiber are these Eastern European countries that didn't have any internet before. Okay. Alright. Christ. Okay. Here's what I was gonna say, okay? If a kid has a cold and a parent wants to give them medicine, and the parent is saying you need to take this medicine, otherwise you're like not going to you're gonna be sick or whatever, you're gonna feel better if you take the medicine. Like, I think that's like persuasion. But if you tell your kid, like, if you take this medicine you'll be a superhero, that would be like manipulation, I would say.
Now, what if the kid is like, if I take this, will it stop hurting like quick? And you're just like, sure, it might.
Yeah, that's like manipulation, I would say. That's manipulation, yeah.
Okay. And like, what if you like put it into their food without them knowing? That, I assume, would also be manipulation.
Yeah, it's like deceitful. Yeah, it's manipulation. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Because I feel like there's some kind of gray area where you're persuading people with a very clear intent. And I don't know, like, how you handle situations like that, where you have a very clear intent to lead people in a particular direction. Although I don't know if, like, because I don't know what exactly you know that you're keeping from them, then I don't know if you're being necessarily deceitful, but you're certainly pushing people because of a way that you want things to work out.
I mean, you can be a little manipulative. While also being persuasive, I guess. So, for instance, like, let's say that I'm trying to convince somebody that they really don't want to, let's say that I want to go out to a party tonight, and like, I've got a close friend there, and I know that my girlfriend hates that friend. I might persuade her. I was like, listen, you don't want to go out tonight. You've got to work in the morning. You've got to, like, you don't want to drink. You'll have a hangover, blah, blah, blah. Like, some shit like that could be persuasive, but I'm kind of obscuring the real fact that I don't want her to go, which is because I know that my friend is going to be there, and I know that, like, they fight or whatever. So, like, that would be, like, kind of manipulative and also kind of persuasive at the same time. But I think a little manipulative, yeah.
Because, like, that's kind of, oh man, I hate to go back to the specifics of that event because I don't want to cast doubt on it or like put you in a weird situation or anything like that. But like, when you're getting all these people together and helping them share their stories and stuff for the express purpose of like creating a case against this guy because you're already convinced of what the outcome is, I think that that's what I was pointing to, is like, be careful about the way that Steven is talking about this, because Steven had a very clear desire from the get-go with this, and he had a belief that he's constantly mentioning that he's checking against like the reality of things. But like, you were convinced from the very beginning that this guy is the way that he was portrayed to be, and that these women were just a way of like proving that, and that's the way that you approached conversations with them.
I mean, a little bit, but I guess like it's not. I don't think I like obscured that ever. Like, it's not like I went into conversations with these people like, oh my god, I love Bob 7, like, do you? And they're like, oh yeah, of course. Like, yeah, isn't it funny how he does like this weird shit sometimes? Like, yeah, like from the very get-go, like it was like, yeah, Bob 7 is a horrible person, like what are the fucked up things that he's done? Like, that's why I don't think that that's like a manipulative thing, I guess. I mean, I guess you can argue maybe in a really roundabout way it's manipulative because like recordings were used later, but I didn't even know that was going to be the case at the time.
But you threatened it. You threatened these nukes that you had in that regard. So I don't know. That does seem to have been like an intentional consideration from the beginning, no?
I didn't actually think he would respond. That's why I kept everything vague, because I didn't really want to go like, because why would he do that? Why would he be so stupid to do that, knowing like what he's done? Like, why would he had to be a fucking idiot? I just wanted to fuck off. Like, I hated this guy because he's already fucking my personal life so much. I just wanted to fuck off. And nobody was really saying much, right? Like, if anything, I even looked a little dumb because we're like, oh, what, he's vague posting, threatening nukes or whatever. Like, it would have just been fine if he just walked away and was like, oh, okay, whatever, and they just like continued on. But the fact that he wanted to push it is what I guess, yeah. But it's not like I didn't have anything prepared at that point when I was like blowing him up. I was like, fuck this guy, I hate him, he's a piece of shit. But I wasn't like ready to come back. Like, I had to do all of that shit after he responded, which I never thought would happen.
But you threatened it from the very beginning, which I guess is just what I'm trying to focus on. Like, there was intent there because you. Yeah,
but I don't think that it threatening in the beginning there. Like, that was already after I'd already had like conversations with other people and shit. I don't think any part of that is like manipulation, I guess. Is not how I would view it, but.
I mean, I think the talking with the other people and already having the conclusion to your brain is like a separate thing, but I think it does fall under the same category of like, I don't know what to call that then. Like you said, it could kind of be manipulation, which is like the position that I took on stream, but it felt really irresponsible afterwards because like, it did come off as equivocation, and I don't think I handled that balance super well. It just felt like everybody was very, very, very supportive of you and very condemning of Bob for some like striking similarities between like how you were talking to these women, particularly afterwards, where like Bob.
Wait, hold on, wait. I don't follow any of that at all. I don't see how that is the case at all. Yeah.
So afterwards, Bob goes into damage control mode where he's messaging all these people with the intent of like clearing his name or with the intent of kind of salvaging these relationships. And people were like, look at, he's like manipulating these women. It's like, well, hold on, because like the way that Steven set up everything to go against him is like the same thing, but on the other side of the coin. Like,
I guess this is where I disagree. Like, I was honest and truthful with every person that I talked to. That's the difference. I'm not telling lies to people. I'm just like trying to make sure that people have like an accurate idea of what the fuck's even talking about. Like, Bob 7 is the person that is in some cases like being like really deceitful, like telling some girls that he
afterwards?
Like telling some girls that he likes them a lot, and then saying like, oh well, she's actually hideous fuck, or like kind of like being like really two-faced to all of his friends and shit. Like, I think that these things are different. Yeah.
But I'm saying afterwards, when he's in damage control mode and he's talking to these people and giving his explanation for how things had gone, did you have insight in those conversations, or you could label those as...
I mean, like, yeah, even that. He was saying that, like, me and Bose had gone to Atlanta, right? We were in Atlanta, to like, purposefully, like, create this huge narrative to bring him down. And we were, like, trying to fabricate and make up a whole bunch of stuff. Which that's not even remotely true. Bose and Melina hated each other before they showed up in Atlanta, like, or Columbus, I guess. So like, yeah, no, I think even at that point he was still like crafting lies and narratives and shit in order to like manipulate people into thinking things had happened that never had. And that's still something that he maintains to this day. That like Melina, Bose, and I all went to Columbus to craft the perfect plan to bring him down when that wasn't even remotely true.
Fair enough. In the future, if I want to point people in the direction of like the things that you were doing at the very beginning, if I were not to use the term manipulative, like, is there another like easy go-to for describing that kind of intentional like organizational behavior where you have an intent in mind and you have a conclusion in mind that you're trying to arrive at and you're pushing people towards that in a very intentional way?
who did I push towards anything?
Like,
the very first conversation. No, wait, did we? Who?
I thought we did.
Wait, who did I push towards something without? I mean, are you talking about like me telling people what I think Bob 7 is doing? Do you think that that's like pushing people towards something in a manipulative way?
If you frame the entire conversation with that, then kind of, yeah.
Huh. I guess I just disagree.
Right.
I feel like that intention, I
So-
feel like that manipulation thing implies so much deceit. The very first conversation that I had with somebody over thinking that Bob 7 was fucking crazy was Bose. And when I called her, I literally started off the conversation saying, there is a 50, you can ask her actually, you can go interview her if you want to. I started that conversation off saying, there's a 50-50 chance that I'm totally fucking wrong on this, and I'm going to admit either you're crazy, Bob 7 is crazy, or I'm fucking crazy. Somebody is like fucking crazy here. I don't know who it is. This is the things that I've uncovered. These are the things I've uncovered. These are the things that I know to be true. You might be lying to me. I don't know. Maybe you think I'm lying to you, but I was like super blunt and super forward with everything. I wasn't calling her and it's like, Erica, I have some special information about Bob 7 and he's evil. And like, I was super blunt with like, this is all I know. Like, I don't think that counts as manipulation at all. Unless you're saying I was being open to manipulate, which I think is like really weird, but yeah.
Okay. So earlier when you were like,
wait.
I guess I could see how this could be.
Let me ask one
what's up?
quick question. Guys, if I do this farmstead thing again, is it just going to be like fighting a whole row of enemies, or am I going to have to actually go through a dungeon? Do I need to like buy provisions for this? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So earlier when you were like, okay, yeah, I guess like that could be kind of interpreted as like manipulation, where we're talking about your behavior at the very beginning and you're pushing towards an outcome or that intentionality. Like, what led you to that conclusion? I guess I'll just ask for it in your words.
What led to me when I first talked to Bose?
No, when we were just talking just now, and you were like, okay, I could like see how maybe you could call what I did at the very beginning manipulation, but it's by no means comparable to what Bob was doing.
Did I ever say that?
You did, yeah.
When?
I mean, I could just watch this back if you don't remember.
Wait,
It's
are you
fine.
talking about in our conversation a long time ago?
No, I'm talking about literally just now, maybe 10 minutes ago.
Wait, I don't think hold on, am I crazy, chat? Did I ever admit that what I just did was manipulation? I don't think I ever said any part of what I did was manipulation. Because I don't think I was deceitful at any point.
No, like you said that. Oh my gosh, I don't want to gaslight you. Like,
No, that's fine. Well, you tell me how you recollected it. I don't think either of us are operating in bad faith here. Go ahead. Or just tell me what you think I said. Yeah.
Well, because they're saying I'm gaslighting you.
No, I don't think you're trying to gaslight me. Yeah, that's okay. They're gaslighting you by saying that you're gaslighting me. So go ahead.
Okay, fair enough. So I had thought like when I'm explaining like, okay, but you had intentionality and that you had an outcome that you wanted to arrive at, and you guided these conversations with the women and you brought them together for that like specific purpose, and everything is framed around that. And I think that talking to them about
I don't think I said that. Fuck. Maybe we would just have to have like a big recounting of the facts of the matter. Like none of that ever happened. Like all of those big group calls grew like super organically. Like I think Erica was talking to Melina about stuff, and then I think they called, I don't remember how many people were named or not. They called another streamer, and then she agreed, and then I think she brought up another name, and then that person agreed, and then like the call kind of organically grew into like 9 people. Now, if your idea of the facts of the matter of that event was that I was in a room with Melina and Erica, and I was like, hey, we should call 9 girls and then like record everything so that I can fuck Bob later, that would be manipulation. I would agree with you there, 100%.
Okay.
Hold on, Who had all the recordings? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay, fuck. I don't know how much was publicly said about this, so I'm not going to say anything too specific. When that big group call happened, I never recorded any of that. I didn't have a recording of that conversation. It was never my intent that that would happen. It was completely by chance that somebody else that I told, hey, when shit is crazy, you should always record stuff. They were the one that ended up recording it, and I got that recording from them after Bob came after me. So I had never even originally, when that big call was happening, I never even made a recording of that originally. Yeah.
So your threat and your nuke was kind of like a bluff. Like
It was
the
like-
conversation had happened.
It was like a half bluff, like a semi bluff, because I knew that Austin had fired Bob for fucking around. I knew that had happened, and I was pretty confident. Like, okay, if this had happened and Bob still fucks around, I know I can dig up enough evidence of this. Like, because I know it's happened, and I have enough connections to like ask around and figure it out. But no, I didn't have anything prepared at that point at all. That's why I said I had to stay up that whole night. I think I stayed up the entire night with me and August putting together that doc. I didn't have anything prepared for that. I didn't know that it was going to come to that. I never really thought that he would push back because I thought it would be insane for him to do so.
Yeah. Okay.
I agree with you, though. I agree with your point. I understand. If you thought in the beginning that if you thought that I had already started recording calls with those girls in the beginning, then I can understand why you would think that like I was being a bit manipulative. Because now it does sound like, well, you brought all of these people together intentionally to create a recording that they didn't know about that would be used at a later point in time. That does sound a bit manipulative to me. I would agree with that. But that was never even my intention when that big thing happened, yeah.
So kind of the linchpin there is whether or not you did that with the intent of recording it. Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm not telling them about it, yeah. Because I think one of them even... yeah, because nobody knew that call was being recorded. I'll say that much, yeah. So, yeah. But I didn't know at the time that it was being recorded either. I had no idea either.
So that's where then the deceit comes in, is that people were under the impression that it wasn't being recorded, and if you were recording it, then you're deceiving them by leaving out that information.
Yeah, for sure, at the time, 100%, yeah. Which, by the way, to be clear, there are times I have done that, and I have no problem admitting that. There are times where I do record things, and people are like, are you recording? I'm like, of course I'm not recording. I absolutely do that. But in this case, I didn't. Not in this particular one. But if I did, I would admit it. It's not like I have anything to hide, especially because I hate every fucking, that Ophelia dipshit, that disgusting fuck, and then Ellie Moon and all those people. I'd have no problem admitting if I did. But I didn't in this case.
I have manipulated people pretty hardcore before, but this actually wasn't one of them.
Hey, if I do it, I'll tell you. It's not like I ever hide it. Hey, listen, I get off on shit like that. I think it's funny. But,
yeah. I may be a manipulator, but I'm an honest manipulator.
Exactly.
I would shoot you straight if
when I manipulate people, I'll tell you when it happens, okay?
You do realize that, like, I can't trust that at all, right? If I'm being smart about it, like...
Yeah, I tell people that shit all the time. I think I've said that multiple times on stream. I get really upset when people ask me, like, are you lying to me? Are you being honest? It's like, well, if I was lying to you, I'm not going to admit right now that I'm lying to you. Like, what a dumb fucking question. That's like asking somebody, can you hear me? The answer's always going to be yes. Like, yeah.
Holy fuck.
Oh, they lied to me. Who lied to me? Who lied to me? Hold on. Who's getting IP banned? Scroll up. RTBA? It's not an impossible... It's not a bunch of enemies. It's a fucking... It's an actual fucking dungeon, and I didn't buy anything for it. This isn't Farmstead? Wait, what is it? Where did I go? Is there a way that I can go back? I just wasted a whole week of adventuring now. Ah, fuck me. Alright, sorry, go ahead.
Damn. So yeah, you manipulated all those women? Is that where we're at with it?
Yeah, that's where we're at. I went to code.
Okay.
Oh, then it's fucking BookSmarts fucked me.
I can multitask. I can play video games and talk at the same time. Okay,
Well,
bro.
Not here, apparently. This one is too complicated for me.
Oh, good God. Okay, so about this manipulation thing, I think I still don't feel like I have a good solution for this in-between thing. Like, and I do think, even in hindsight, like it was a little bit fair if you were threatening this bomb and we were under the impression that you had a nuke on this, and like you kept mentioning that the conversation had been recorded. Like, I don't know, bruh. That's like, I get the chat's probably not going to be happy with me about that, but even after having this conversation, I feel like that wasn't unwarranted necessarily. Okay. It's just the equivocation was the problem, right?
Sure. Well, the drawing the equivalency, I think, was a problem. Yeah.
Okay. And I'll work on that moving forward. Anything else I fuck up while I'm here, like to address? Anything else?
Not that I can think about right now.
Okay. Well, I'll let you get back to suffering through this dungeon then. And then, yeah, if you ever do want to work out that Lauren Southern thing, or if she's interested, I'll DM her after this. Like, I would be down, because I think that's something she honestly has to work on. And a lot of conversations with her would go a lot smoother if she just like improved on that little thing, because her entire style is built around sourcing shit. And if she's not good at reading sources, then it's like, okay, well, that's like a monumental problem. You're going to have a problem in every conversation with her.
Yeah, if she wants to, that would be a really interesting thing to have, so go for it, yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Well, have a good rest of your day. I'll talk to you later.
All right, I love you, buddy. Be careful. Bye.
Bye.
Their formation is broken.
Where the fuck did I take my people? Why did I try to do a boss run? I can't believe I wasted a week on my fucking hardcore playthrough. Stop uploading videos at 2x on the subreddit, you fucking losers. I thought about permabanning people that did that. I actually get so irritated when I click a video and it's at fucking 2x or 3x or 4x speed already. Because sometimes it's not at 2x. Sometimes you guys upload videos at like 3x speed. I'm like, what is wrong with you guys? Oh my god. The selected quest resets when you leave and return to the embark screen. It's AIDS. Yeah, I fucked up so hard. Fucked up so hard, guys. Do you think there's a chance that this squad could run and kill this boss and out in pitch black darkness with no supplies? Who is this team? M7, Nevikar, Wicked Demiurge, and Mean Dinosaur.
Unnerved, unbalanced.
I have to get the only way, if I want to pretend that this is possible, I'm gonna have to get we have to get food drops.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
I don't even have fucking heals on this party, so anytime my back rank gets hit, they're just... Oh, no, I do. I brought this guy along. Oh my god. It's done. Oh, the Vosh video? Oh, we'll watch that later.
Send me an email.
I wasn't going to watch it initially, but then I saw that Vosh got really mad about it, so now it really makes me want to watch it. Oh my god. As long as you have herbs for fish carcass, you might be alright. I have herbs because these guys automatically bring them, so...
Powerful blow. A dizzying blow to body.
Unbelievable, dude. This is our first fight, by the way. Oh, another crit.
Blurred vision. The end approaches. A decisive pummeling.
This guy has 5 damage? Oh my god, chill. Can we heal a little bit? Thank you, big heal. Okay, no more crits, please, dude. Chill. Thank you, fuck.
Scott Bradley, $4.99. Do you have any food takes on beef jerky?
Beef jerky is awesome. Say Forethought he's crying? What happened to Forethought? Okay, one more big heal, please. Woo! Okay. Rank 2 leper has Sun Trinket equipped. But this light level is plus 10% stress. Oh, the rank 1 guy might. What a worthless fuck trinket to have on. Nice job, dude. Good swing. Okay, maybe you can heal yourself a little. Nice. Thank you. Food! Food drop! Oh, we got 2. Oh my god. Oh my god, could we do it? We can't do it. I know we can't do it. I know we can't do it. But what if we could? But what if we could? We can't. Fish idol. A 50% chance for debuff, 50% chance for debuff without holy water. Oh. Okay. We need a fish carcass. We can do this. 1 fish carcass. It's got to be this next thing. Right here. Fish carcass! No way. No way, no way, no way. Okay, 2 more food. Enough for a shitty camp or to survive 1 hunger check. Nobody here can disarm traps well?
The darkness holds much worse than mere trickery.
Yep, darkness is spooky. That's okay though. No surprise. Bring him up here. Oh, okay. Ah, 25? Oh, and my healer gets stunned. Nice.
Annihilated.
Well.
Can you hear me?
Yes. The fuck do you want? Oh, and he's bleeding. Cool.
Hell yeah, dude. By the way, it's fucking weird. I want to say this before we get anything out. It's really fucking weird that you made your take about Hollow Live and how cringe people are for watching that, and then proceeded to download a bunch of mods to make all of your fucking characters look like weeb shit. Just saying that, that's the most basic.
Yeah, the only difference is that when I play this game, I know it's a video game, but when people watch Hollow Live, they think it's real life. That's real life anime people to them.
All right, buddy. All right, dude. Okay. All right. So I wanted to ask you this question about the prompt meme that Lauren Southern was talking about. Okay.
Hold on, I gotta mute 1 sec because the only time people want to donate is when somebody comes on to talk to me. Sorry, hold on. Prepare jerky teriyaki original. Teriyaki sucks. It's too sweet, but I'd probably do teriyaki over original. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. What'd you want? Why is this mic so fucked? Because you guys told me to turn it up. Hold on. Now I gotta turn my mic down again. God fucking damn it! I can't believe I just fucked this whole party.
I can modify my mic, dude. I can modify your shit or my shit so that way it can compensate for the thing. All right?
No, hold on.
I don't know if it's too loud.
My mic is too loud.
I can whisper.
No.
Oh, your mic is too loud.
Okay, there. That's my mic. That's what it's set up as. Okay, what do you want?
All right, cool. All right, so I was watching Lauren Southern's response to the whole situation, and it came to that same moment that you and BookSmarts had addressed a little bit ago in regards to the the 15-minute prompt before actually being on the news thing. I didn't think that was a good response at all, because I don't think her saying, well, I mean, because it sounded like to me, and correct me if I'm wrong here, it sounded like she was saying she was unprepared for the topic because they only gave it to her like 30 minutes beforehand, right? That's what it sounded like she was trying to say in that video. And I kind of call bullshit on this, because when you're going on a conservative show, and you know that there's a leading story, one of the big stories that many news organizations are talking about inside of the media right now, like, what do you think they're going to talk about? Like, the Hunter Biden laptop was making headlines in all of these news organizations. What do you, like, if you had to make one guess as to the one thing they would have talked to you about, it certainly would have been the Hunter Biden thing. So, like, I don't think, like, and even if that wasn't the case, I feel like you should have just had some kind of like remedial preparedness and stuff for it. I honestly feel like a better response would have been from her. Just, hey, there was a lot of new information going around there. I didn't really have a refined opinion, and that's what I gave. I was hoping for that. I was expecting that when I saw that
maybe.
stuff.
Just the way that I view it, and again, I don't care to talk about this much because my community already has like fucking insane Lauren derangement syndrome. It is unbelievable. I feel to me like it would be so fucking stupid for her to try to pass that lie off when she was literally on a TV show talking about it. Like, it's so dumb. Like, I don't know why the fuck.
Sure.
Yeah, but it is possible that maybe she lied and thought that like nobody would uncover it, which seems hard, knowing because she knows that my server is obsessed with her too. But I mean, it might be. It's just I generally try not to like make these like guesses. Unless like I'm shown like absolutely 100% clear, like okay, this like I try not to make guesses in terms of people like intentionally lying or whatever, because it seems like
Sure. Unless it's like, you know, you have direct clips from X, Y, and Z, right?
Or if she had like, for instance, if she made a video on her YouTube channel about it, I'd call her lie 100%. If somebody would have shown me, well, look, on her YouTube channel, she had done like a 15, 20-minute video on it, I'd be like, she was lying 1,000,000%. Then I'd be comfortable saying it. But otherwise, it's just like,
my big thing wasn't to necessarily prove like she was lying to you inside of that video. My big thing was that the excuses for that she gave for a lot of this stuff just didn't really sound good to me. Like, I don't know. I really don't like that 15-minute, well, I didn't know what they were talking about until like 30 minutes. It's like, dude, when coronavirus like breaks fucking headlines, everybody's talking about it. You go onto a news fucking, like to talk about the news on a news show. I wonder what they're going to talk to you about. I don't know. Maybe they're just going to talk to you about CRT in school. I don't know. Maybe that's going to be, no, they're going to talk to you about coronavirus. That's what they're going to talk to you about. So I don't really.
Well, but like, I think that when they do those shows, don't they get all the questions in advance so they know what's going to happen anyway, right?
Oh, like what? Like these?
Like if they're going on a show, it's not like they have to prepare to be discussing a certain thing. It's usually like, oh, you're going to get asked like these 4 questions, like this is your response to whatever. Isn't that generally how it goes? I don't think you actually go and do like a legitimate like conversation. Like I think all the questions are usually given in advance for interview stuff like that, because you're never going to be like ambushed.
Oh, sure, for sure. Yeah, my whole point though is like it sounded like in her video she was trying to say she was given the prompts for the questions like 15 minutes beforehand, and so she wasn't prepared to talk about the Hunter Biden situation, right?
Yeah,
that's
maybe.
what
it
sounded like to me, right? And so yeah, I just don't really buy that because I consider that to be like. If you could make one guess as to her going into that, one guess, any guess in the world, it would have been the Hunter Biden situation. So I feel like if she prepared for any topic, the first topic she would have prepared for to even have a discussion about would have certainly been the Hunter Biden situation. So I just didn't like that excuse that much.
It's possible. It's just that like if she wanted to get into the Hunter Biden stuff, it feels like that's something where I would imagine she would feel confident that she could win, because there's so much weird stuff around that Hunter Biden stuff. It just seems weird to feign ignorance about it. Like, why wouldn't you try to have that argument instead? Like, Tim Pool would probably have that argument. He'd be like, oh, I know the Hunter Biden stuff was fucked up. I can debate it. Like, or the Uranium One stuff with Hillary Clinton.
Well, you're talking about when she was talking with you?
Yeah, when she's talking with me, that like if she would have sincerely remembered it, she would have been like, "Oh yeah, well we can talk Hunter Biden." Like, do you think because there's like a million odd things you can bring up about that somebody might not know about it?
I'm not. I'm not trying to pull that like she lied there. What my main thing, just again, is I don't think the excuse of hey, I didn't know what the topic was going into that news broadcast was a good excuse. I think that that's just it. If you're going on a news broadcast and the cutting edge news across all conservative media is Hunter Biden's laptop, gee, I wonder what a conservative news organization, what question they're going to ask you. Like, it's going to be Hunter Biden. You should know that. You should prepare for that.
Sure, yeah.
So yeah, that's my hope. Not necessarily that she went on there to like lie about that shit. That's all my point is. Yep. Okay. That's it, buddy. All right, much love. I hope you never put weeb characters like this shit on your stuff again.
What's wrong? They're cute. These skins are awesome. Fuck you.
Oh no, dude. Oh no, dude. All I'm saying is you're a pipeline for that HoloLive stuff that you despise. All I'm saying, dude. All right, that's based in.
Destiny, you literally strawman your community. Oh, stop listening. See ya. Don't worry, you can go make 5 more threads about her on my subreddit. Have fun. Plus 4 speed, antiquarian thing. This seems kind of shit, isn't it? Like... Do I really want speed on an antiquarian? I guess for the casting dodge, but don't I normally want scout chance? Wait, why is my Warrens? Why does it say 0? Have I actually never been to the Warrens before? No, there's no way, because it's a level 3 thing. Another Vestal scroll. I don't do Hellion shit. Plus 30% stun, plus 40% debuff skill chance for the occultist. Do I normally use debuff on occultist? Also, one of my teams doesn't make sense. Like, before I swapped out my occultist here, this team had a plague doctor. Or like, I'm missing a healer. A flagellant can't solo heal the team, can he? I don't think a flagellant can do it alone, no? And none of these people have any other type of heal. Fuck. My teams don't make sense. How did I fuck this up? Flagellant can heal with the right skills. Okay, fuck it. We can try it. This is a greedy team right here, though. You said the farmstead was okay for this antiquarian symbol? Okay, I think I might run this then. Do the bars underneath the level names mean? How close they are to leveling up. Make sure you have all the healing skills on the flagellant. I think there are just 2. You've got Redeem and Reclaim. There are 3? Are you talking about Suffer? Is Redeem any good? You only get 2 uses out of combat? Yeah, but it's a huge heal. So Redeem is good. He's talking about the self-heal? The self-heal is Exsanguinate. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I have all 3 then. Yeah, my bad. Fuck, this shit is so expensive. Oh my god. Fuck it, that's all our money. Ooh, a level 1 abomination. Oh, dude, this shit comes with all their shit upgraded. That's so crazy. Should I level this up to get level 2 recruits? Do you think that's worth it?
Seeking fortune and glory.
Okay.
In this domain of the damned.
And upgrade roster size? I don't care about this. There's no one here worth. Hold on, one second, be back. Okay. What the fuck are we doing? Embark. Did we decide where the fuck we're going? I kind of want to just get another one of these Vessel Scrolls. They're nice. I don't have to equip and re-equip my party. But that's literally just me being a lazy fuck. And I get a lot of crests. Maybe we can get the bank soon. Fuck it. I'm doing this one. Flagella only gets big heals when she's below 40% health. Yeah, I know. You dumb fuck. You should take Punish over Exsanguinate. The last time you took those skills, you were missing on a lot of hits late in the fight because you weren't low enough HP. Wait, who was? Salad. Is it pretty much like confirmed? Is the leading thought that the dinosaurs were gone because of the asteroid? Is that what we feel like? Or the meteor, I guess? Do we know where it crashed? There has to be like a big ass fucking crater on the Earth somewhere then, where that meteor crashed, no? Or is there and I just don't fucking know anything about it? In Mexico. Yucatan. I think it's under sea level or some shit. Near Cancun. It's in the Gulf of Mexico. Oh, it is the Gulf of Mexico. Wait, what? Take 4 holy water to use in the boss fight. You can resist her charm. Is that true? Okay, all of our trinkets are fucked. Just unequip all. Sort by rarity. Okay, healing skills. Plus 30% healing skills. Oh, hold on. Actually, if I have 30% healing skills, it's actually probably not going to affect her heal, is it? Because of the way Reclaim works, it's always going to be 2 points per 3 rounds, even if I've got like a 50% buff, right? Does anybody know? It doesn't affect Reclaim. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so for this person, probably lots of HP is good. This collar is such a fucking meme item, holy shit. Oh, are we getting Fs? Hold on, Melina's done streaming, so I'll jack the main internet again. Hold on 1 second. Okay, are we okay? Okay, she has to be in rank 3. Why is she... Dude, I don't understand how all my people got fucked up. What's your broad opinion on the filibuster? Good, bad, and why? I think the concept of it is okay, but I think they should force you to actually have to stand out there and do it. I mean, like, having to make it so that you have, like, 60 votes for certain legislation is probably an important part of our legislative process. It's just everything is so fucked right now that...
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Okay, what are the base Highwayman trinkets? Love you, Milk Milk. What? Okay, be careful. Be mealful. Okay, big damage boost, yes. And big HP and dodge. A little bit negative accuracy. Do you think Roe v. Wade is actually going to die? Are people just panicking? I don't know, actually. If Pisco wants to come on and chat, he can chat about it. I haven't read into it enough to have a super informed opinion, though. Okay, big protection. That's really nice. Let's see. Anything that increases bleed would be good. Otherwise, I guess like... Oh, Houndmaster is scouting if the torch is below 51. But she gets a big trap disarm. That's cool. Oh, wait. This might just be better. No, because that's the speed. Crater is 150 kilometers wide and 20 kilometers deep. Holy shit. When you say crater, are you talking about that as the Gulf of Mexico? We think a giant thing hit there? Oh, Plague Doctor has some sick trinkets. Okay. This party, ready to roll. Boom. X got trolled by you, Destiny.
A whole lot of MailChimp smarts could mean even more sales.
Destiny, wait, why would you not count the weight of the bar? Because the bar is something that you're always lifting. It doesn't, like, if you tell somebody you bench press, they already know that you're benching the bar, so you never include that weight. You don't need to.
Yeah, but
it's just like I said, it's like measuring your arms or your head or whatever when you're squatting. You're always benching the bar. You're always squatting the bar, so you don't include that weight when you talk about how much weight you're lifting.
Seriously, just good viewership for them.
The bar weight isn't
Holy
uniform.
shit, you are
yeah, but
the most
it's
Pepe
negligible.
man on this
Some bars
planet.
will probably weigh what, like 5 pounds. Other bars will weigh like 8 pounds. Destiny,
wait, no, they're always 45, aren't they?
Wait, why would you not count the weight of the bar? Because the bar is something that you're always lifting. It doesn't, like, if you tell somebody you bench press, they already know that you're benching the bar.
Already,
so
they're
you never
always
include that weight.
45.
You
I
don't
think that's
need
like
to.
global.
It's just like I said, it's like measuring your arms or your head or whatever when you're squatting. You're always benching the bar. You're always squatting the bar, so you don't include that weight when you talk about how much weight you're lifting.
Seriously, just
Sometimes
good
35
viewership
then.
for them.
The bar weight isn't uniform? Yeah, but it's negligible. Some bars will probably weigh, what, like 5 pounds? Other bars will weigh, like 8 pounds. Destiny, wait.
Okay, that was kind of weird.
Oh, that Felicia Day dipshit deleted her fucking tweet. Thank you. Good job, XQC. What an attention-hungry fucking loser. Jesus. Okay, Cove, medium. What did she tweet? She tweeted like, oh, went on Twitch yesterday to watch some of the top streamers. All they were saying was the N-word and the C-word over and over again. Very disappointing Twitch. Like, why don't you promote smaller creators? It was so stupid. Like, shut the fuck, post-proof or shut the fuck up. What a fucking loser, dude. Oh my god. Okay, so if you bring holy water, she can't charm you. This is who I'm going against, right? Against the siren? Or no, wait, or was that the last boss? Fuck, hold on. God damn it. Cove, kill one alluring siren. Provision, okay. That's wrong, it was changed? Oh, okay. Never mind then. Will it still at least give you some protection against it, or? Debuff chance doesn't affect Siren anymore. It's a flat 75%. Oh, well, okay, never mind.
In financial desperation, I struck a bargain with the ancient things that surfaced in search of sacrifice when the moon was right. Their price was the delivery of an obscure idol, and one other item of more troubling portent. The pact struck. My newfound accomplices slipped silently beneath the brackish water. A fearful stirring at the edge of the torchlight betrayed a familiar witness, and gifted me with malign inspiration. I always wondered what became of the unfortunate little waif.
How many books do you read per year? I probably average. Well, actually, I probably averaged quite a bit because I had to read so much in high school. But now, after high school, probably one per year. I'm lazy, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So she's in one of these 2 rooms. Good luck. Let's see, that's 1 bleed. This is 1 bleed. Fuck it. Resist? Wait, what? Wait. This guy has
Hi, buddy.
120% base blight chance plus 40% blight skill chance. How the oh no, I'm sorry, he resisted something else. My bad. Forgot everything I said. Did you see Miz kept telling K-Bubbles to fuck off and not let her come over to his house because she's anti-vax? Nice. This is a clip of one of Felicia Day's friends, the blank and the red, saying a streamer is doing blackface. It's a good clip.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Who
Okay.
said that shit?
worry.
No one cares.
Can
Shut up.
can
This
we cut
motherfucker, yo.
smiles onto their faces?
Damn, yo. Oh, my bad.
Really?
I saw you pulling a gun out. My bad, dog.
I don't have a gun. I have a hammer.
Everybody to
Alright,
know.
watch my back.
Look at this jackass's ears. His makeup's fading off.
Oh,
He's
no,
not
wait.
actually black. I'm telling you.
Damn, that's
Mike, can
fucking wild that you're saying that, dog.
This
come
fucking
on, dog.
guy,
Dog,
I
come
swear
on.
to
I
you,
wouldn't
he's not
recommend
actually
saying that.
black.
Dog, come on.
Check around his ears, the makeup's dripping
Damn,
off.
you
This
must be real
fucking
good friends with this
twat.
bitch in the red, huh?
This fucking twat.
Wow, we are. This is a lot going on right now.
Wasn't Felicia Day an A-list celebrity? Wasn't she like a leading role in like a mainstream like TV show? Was she B-list? Oh. I thought she had like a leading role on like some really popular like TV show. Maybe not though. Oh my god, imagine if we cured this one piece of stress. Yes! I'm going through your blog, but I'm dumb as fuck. Could you listen to this crap about social intuition? The wiki you cited? I have no idea what the fuck this is. That might have been somebody else that had written that section for me, though. I thought I replaced most of them, but I need to go back and update it. Dude, I got so discouraged. I made a whole fucking, like, website to outline my positions or some shit, and some dipshit journalist from... What was the site? It was one of those sites that dick rides the fuck out of a son. But they wrote, like, yeah, Destiny... a debate lord, he even on his website has a page talking about incest and pedophilia. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? That's what you fucking take from that? Oh my god. It might have been some shit-ass fucking subhuman fuck vice writer. Yeah, what a fucking loser. Fuck these guys.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
That same writer pretended to not know who you were, but had a bunch of tweets about you months before. Yeah, they always do this shit, dude. They literally act like fascists, right? Like your enemy is simultaneously this like no-name worthless fuck, but also this all-powerful horrible Nazi that can, yeah, that can like, what a loser. Although Vice is shit, their old stuff. Vice is pretty good when it comes to like their like reporting or their larger articles. Just they have like a lot of writers that do really garbage fucking op-eds. I'm starting to feel more and more strongly that like people that do mainstream news shouldn't do editorials. Because I think that line, I don't think most people are media savvy enough to be able to like distinguish between the two. Jesus Christ. Oh, I should have done it on the guy in the back. Why am I so fucking stupid? You mean the publications or the journalists? Because the journalists usually have to... No, the publications. Good one. What is this? Hold on. Oh. You checked Lauren's YouTube recently? She still makes some Blake dog whistles about Southern. Nope, because I don't watch every single fucking video that she does. But if it comes up and it's something that we go over, then I'll go over it. Don't worry, there are plenty of people on my subreddit that will go over every single fucking thing she says or talks about. You can go and read all the 52 million fucking posts on my sub about her, okay? Can we do the Vosh video? Yeah, I'll do that one today.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Did you ever make an album full of original pieces of work? Like music? For me? Fuck no. Damn, this... Why is it on the newspapers to change their offering, which has been the same for the last 100 years because consumers are dumb fucks? Well, when you're in media, your whole point is to communicate to the public, and if they are too dumb to understand how you communicate, then it's probably time to change the way you communicate. Like,
Gently. This is how a life is taken.
it's dumb, and it's unfortunate, but I mean... Ship's figurehead. So either big stress heal or damage buff. Cool. Who is your favorite unit you have on this party? I don't know. I really like Highwaymen. They're so good. I don't think I have... Oh, cool. Did we just get a disease? The Red Plague. Minus 75% bleed resist. Just fuck me up, fam. Fuck my ass, okay? Fuck my ass. That's what I wanted. So should the New York Times just spin off their columnists into their own media group and market it separately? Fuck yeah, I think so. Unironically, I think so, yeah. Does your plague doctor have the disease cure on camping? Oh, actually he does, I think. Leeches, yes. Cool, so I can actually remove that, thank God.
A singular strike.
Oh, I wonder if that's gonna make him bleed. Oh, crazy, huh? What are the chances? LOL. Boom! 2 rounds and you're dead. Jesus. Oh wait, Battlefield Medicine. I can't believe I have this. It's probably just for the flagellant. Nice.
But never hidden.
Nice. And? Nice.
Unforgiving.
Why am I going through such low torchlight? How difficult / punishing this game on easier difficulties? I think even on easier difficulties it's a pretty challenging game. It's supposed to be. Anti-venom, don't mind if I do. I don't even know what that does. Fuck, I should have looked it up. I wonder what that... Fuck, not worth it. You don't need the anti-venom on Cove? I literally just used it, you dumb fuck.
Surprise! 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 Surprise!
This team has so much reach into the back row. Hell yes. Is there any chance we're killing this guy? Probably not though, huh? There's no way that's a heal, right? Okay, buff. No one cares. You're dead anyway.
Formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Hassan reacts to the 2.7 million house video. Wait, what? Why are you guys still posting about this?
Precision and power.
20 hours ago. How are people still talking about...
Hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Lots of great...
I just want to fucking... dude, while we're in the midst of this, that fucking weirdo Nazi Stone Toss followed me, the fucking comic guy.
LOL, hey Destiny. You seem to enjoy games that require lots of prep / planning to beat. Have you considered games like Grim Dawn and Poe on hardcore or too active of gameplay for your current stream style?
Nope, haven't heard of him. Maybe someday.
So I looked at like why the fuck that was happening. The white supremacist Nazi dude who now fucking follows me. And I realized, oh, it's because, like, you know, people are fucking, people are posting about me. What's great is that, he's using and uploading a DGG clip chimp that John Zerka fucking, reacted to. It's so wonderful that DGG's actual fucking clip chimps are now being used by literal Nazis as, as a way to just, like, fucking, criticize me.
What the fuck? Hassan is obsessed. You guys are all obsessed with each other. You guys all deserve each other. You're all crazy, okay? I just want to play video games. Hunger.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
All right. Boom. Good. Look at this Final Fantasy costume. Oh, I thought it was Booba. Marlboros. Those are guys in every Final Fantasy. When you run into them, they always have like 30 million fucking stat effects to use on you. Damn! And they do them all in a single attack? Yeah, I mean, that's what they are. Boom! Boom! Why Hassan's malding? Sorry, fuck. God damn it. I'd get rid of the self-heal, the flagellant, in favor of a normal ability attack. You'll never use the self-heal anyway, since when you're at that point, you'll just heal someone else as well. Well, I mean, it also doubles as an attack, so I don't know if that's true. Jesus. One more bleed? No. God, the Highwayman is so fucking good.
A trifling victory.
But a victory nonetheless. Cool. Nice. Huh.
Another
I got shovels.
Another misfortune.
I still got shovels. Oh, even more shovels.
With loot are often low on supplies.
Well, this sucks. Actually, wait, maybe not. As a white dude, white women on the internet are just something else, man. Jesus. They are, in fact, something else. Nice! Hey chat, new Hassan Mauled. Wow, another obsessed gnome video. Good job. Textual assault. Dude, the flagellant is actually super booba. Somebody said it earlier, no, I can't help but notice. Fuck! That was supposed to be Hound's Harry's. Why are you attacking the one guy that's gonna counterattack you, you dumb fuck? Oh, I should have healed with this person. That was a misplay.
Executed.
What is happening?
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Does that count as lobster posting? Should I ban that guy? One more scout. God damn it. Why do I have so many bandages? Do we use these ever? I must have. I brought so many. There must be a use for them.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
Okay, there's no way that I'm gonna go through 2 food checks during the rest of this dungeon,
Stop
right?
stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Damn, we're hungry, Dan.
Can you welcome me to the jungle? XQCL.
Wait, why do you think it's the jungle? What about this game do you like the most? The artwork, the gameplay, the story? I think every aspect of this game is really, really well put together. This is a really well put together game. Ah, this little Malacca fuck.
Piled high and cloaked in malice.
I don't remember if this is a mark team. Does anybody do mark damage? I don't think so. Oh shit, I can't stun him. Okay, wait. This might be bad. No, we should be fine. Highwayman pistol does mark damage? Oh, it does. Oh, I don't know how I feel about this. Fuck!
Powerful blow.
Destiny.
This guy's so cute.
I saw you dancing in a crowded room. You look so happy when I'm not with you.
This guy's
Wait, fuck.
Happy when I'm not with you.
This guy's so cute.
Caught you by surprise. A single drop falling from your eyes. I don't know why I run away. I'll make you cry. I'll run away.
You guys can't see anything, I'm sorry.
Take me back, 'cause I wanna stay. See your
I will always be Spider-Man.
What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Shall I find a way to play that on stream? That was a high effort. That was a high effort meme. Why don't you do a torch light at the end of fights to maximize loot? Because I don't have a million fucking torches, my dude. I'll run out. Good. He's gonna die next round. So I can probably just stress heal. No bleed. Good job. Fuck! Nice.
As the ghoulish collection scatters, the rats prepare to feast.
Should we just dump the bandages? Oh wait, we can use some. Fuck it.
Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
The brave and the foolhardy. Camp after this fight? Yeah, but I don't know where to go to the boss, which is annoying as fuck. Stun! Boom! Easy. This is a funny Twitch clip. Is it gonna be funny?
I know.
You are welcome. What about Oatmeal? He seems like a nice guy. Oatmeal? Is that you?
I shall just know you.
Nope. Never mind.
He's Hitler.
I didn't know.
Okay. Good VR chat clip. Wow.
Oh my.
How is VR chat? What do? Do you just walk around and talk to people? God, it seems so boring. Dodge, counter, dead. You are dead. You're walking dead. Omayo. Oh no, you're not. Only one bleed. Now you're dead. It's really boring, just like real life. Okay. Okay, if my bleed resist is 20. Oh, because of this dumbass disease. Never mind. Fuck. We'll get it. We'll get it soon. Don't worry, guys. Dude, these enemy bleeds are actually unbelievable. Holy shit. Oh, but we can use our thing. Self-heal is 41%, which is good. Nice! Big baby heal. Big heal. And battle medicine. You're Guchin. Lame. Any opinion on start streaming on YouTube and not on Twitch? I don't know. Do you think I should try to stream on YouTube?
This expedition at least promises success.
What was the fish auto? Was this stress relief? Oh, 18 damage until camp. Ooh, oh, but I don't have holy water, so it doesn't matter. All right. What do you guys think? Down or up?
Huddled together, furtive and vulnerable. Rats in a maze.
Cure disease and blight. All right. Self-only remove disease. Oh, well, this person can remove a disease on himself. How random. Oh, this is self-only. That's 3. This is only 2. No one else here has any diseases, right? Nope. Okay. This is for melee. Cool. This is like a big heal and speed and everything. That's fine. Fuck, I have like nothing else to use. Everyone's full HP. These guys have really shitty camp skills.
The light, the promise of safety.
All right, it's got to be down, right? Oh, good start.
Watch your step. A fortune waiting to be spent.
Let's go!
The aquatic depth.
All big video game streamers will leave for YouTube and Twitch will become the porn hub of tankies and grifters.
Their slave.
Oh my god, that debuff. Minus 25 dodge and minus 6 speed for 9 fucking rounds. Isn't that a little bit unfucking believable? Oh, thank God that missed. Holy shit, that would have been so fucking annoying. Oh, dog trades. Whoops. Have you played Slay the Spire? Yeah, quite a bit. Very nice. Oh, resist. Oh, okay.
Obliterated.
We're really gonna do this shit? I thought that had a 75% chance to hit. How did it just miss twice in a row? Okay, if I kill my character over there, the character's actually gonna like die, right? Or does it not? How does that work? Yes? Okay, that's pretty dumb. All he can do is cast a bleed. Oh, or that, I guess. Oh wait, this is actually really bad. They come back soon. Okay. I can't use my point blank shot because I will destroy my character if I do that. Wow, good one, dude. I think you can move a lot, can't you? Yes. Nice. Dog treat re. I've already used it, you dumb fuck. Chill. Not my doggo. Damn! 31 counter hit? What? Oh no. This is gonna be a... Oh no. It's gonna take me forever to kill this fuck. How long until my character comes back? Two turns? Oh, it attacked me, you dumb fuck!
Bio queen of the aquatic depths.
Thank God.
Place in the sane world.
Wait, did we just get blueprints? Oh, I have to actually put this in my fucking inventory? We're probably gonna leave, huh? I don't think we need to stay. Scientific means less heals from the religious people? Luminous, that's awesome.
A fresh irritant to some. A sanguine memory to me.
Wow. You should lock it in? Bro, I don't got the money for that shit. I'm trying to get a bank. Oh, wait. Oh, no, wait. I need more money. Oh, no. Wait. I'm not even getting the right things. I could build the cartographer's camp right now, and then we could rush the bank. I think I get the bank in like 3 weeks if I try hard. Because I literally just need like 5 more of these. And then we'll build the bank next, okay? Okay. So we're going to take busts. And then we're going to build the cartographer's camp. And now I think I get bonus loot for torchlight, which is cool, right? Okay, and then bank means I need to just get a fuck ton of portraits. Portraits are so hard to get, though. Would it be ethical to temporarily turn humanity to hive mind if it was the only way to deal with the calamity? Maybe. Oh, hold on. Do we get any sick-ass level 1 people? I should be able to get level 2 people now, though, right? Who else can't wait for the pickle scene? Wait, what? Oh, what is this? A live action Rick and Morty? Oh god, no. Oh no.
Morty. We're home.
Oh, jeez.
Oh god, no. Why? Oh no. I think it's just a promo. Maybe. You know, you can exchange the other currencies for paintings so you can get the bank if you want. I don't think I have enough to do it right now. Wait, do you think I have enough to do the bank? If I were to trade in everything, I would need to get 50 paintings. So how many deeds for 1 painting? 3 deeds per 1 painting. I don't think I have enough. Or 3 busts for 1 painting. So I could do like 20 and 20. Well, oh, I think I actually might have just enough. Do you think if I traded in every single thing I had for the bank, would it be worth it? I think I'm gonna do it. Fuck it. Because the bank will stack, right? Over and over again? You're gonna go see Dune, Kino, right? I'll see Dune when it comes out. Hell yeah, well, of course. And then I could do a run with my Antiquarian right after, because they're ready to go, dude. You're fucking yourself for the next 5 weeks? Why? It's not like I use these things for anything else right now. Oh, and I have to run the fucking courtyard with this Antiquarian crew. Otherwise I can't do it, because it's a... This is an excellent video. Please check it out. Oh, the Vosh one? Yeah, we're going to watch the Vosh one. It's good. You already have most of your combat upgrades done already. Houndmaster only. Plus 15%. Wait, this actually looks insane. Plus 15 accuracy range skills. Plus 50% stress skills when camping. What's up with the bottom? Why are some things like redded out? What does that mean? Destiny, remember this?
And I don't know why. There are streetlights outside, but it is so fucking dark in this house. Like, I'm pretty sure it's darker than it should be. Maybe the windows are just like masked off or something, but it is way too fucking dark and way too quiet in this house. and I get this like really fucking. I wish I could explain like what are those like the hairs standing on your neck? Maybe like if you hear something in the middle of the night. Yeah, like
Goosebumps or
that.
chills? Yeah.
Yeah, like
Chills,
really
chills,
like
yeah.
fucking weird. And I get this feeling, and and I call out, and I'm like, "Hello, is anybody there?" And I don't hear Aslan moving, and the inside of the house is completely silent. And for some reason, I get like, I remember reading about Patrick and everybody in this house, and I call out, "Is that you, Patrick?" For whatever reason, I get the feeling to do it. And I shit you not, Scuffed Podcast. There's a guy on the floor in front of me. He's turned himself into a pickle, and he calls himself Pickle Rick. I couldn't believe it.
This is so dumb. Why did I say this? What a horrible meme. How stupid. Build the bank. I think we should build the bank. And then I should run the estate. Or we're going to run the courtyard. Fuck this run. This run is fucked anyway. I fucked up one of them. So we're just going to do it. We're all in. We're all in, baby. We're building the bank. All busts. Is there a way to like... There, we did it. Fuck it. Boom! It's done. It's done. It's done. Then we're gonna do a courtyard run, and we're gonna do it with the Antiquarian crew, and hopefully the next courtyard thing is a medium level thing and not a level 1 thing, because these guys are all gonna level up. That's what we're doing.
Shut the fuck up, Mutin, alright? It's a
stupid fucking meme.
Ferratello L.
I wonder how much this is worth now. Oh my god, the Sonic Totem from Christine. Holy shit. Wait, so is that person in jail or what? When you remember you still have warrants to do and have to level up a whole new party. I don't no, the warrant, what are you talking about, Doombug? There's literally medium limit missions right here. I've ran warrants before. I don't know why this says 0. There's no way I haven't done a single warrants run. You must have ran away? Maybe, I don't know. Weird. Okay. We're getting this trinket, though. Okay, so this guy needs to be really tanky. Okay, let's build our healer first. So, this scroll. And this. Hell yes. Okay, Jester dice are awesome. And the bleed thing is fine. Fuck it. Okay, this guy needs to be a big, big tanky boy. I think tanky and dodgy. Oh wait, I think I just was gonna stack dodge on him. Didn't I have a few dodge trinkets? Do I not have dodge trinkets? Am I crazy? Oh, here we go. +4 dodge on this, and I think I had one more +4 dodge. Oh my god, am I crazy? Does anybody know what it looks like? Oh, plus 15 dodge if torch above 75. Hell yeah. Okay. Big dodge. I think the other cloak gives dodge too, doesn't it? Oh no, it's just protection. Oh, it's protection and dodge. Holy shit. 25 dodge. Oh, sell the garbage trinkets for interest now? True. Okay, and then the flagellant, she just needs like speed so that she's going quick, I think. Definitely not damage. Less food consumed is fine, I guess. I don't know. I don't think I have any speed trinkets. Oh, scouting and disarm chance. That hurts her speed, but yeah, fuck it. The mirror item is very good here. Oh, is it? I've never used that fucking item before. Where was it? Wait, what? Where the fuck? Am I blind? I've seen this item like 50 million times. Oh, there it is. Wait, where the fuck was it? What the fuck? Plus 4 speed versus bloodsuckers. You hovered it like 5 times. Weird. Put on Vestal. Why? Does he have a virtue ring? I got
Every
a sun
breath
ring.
you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every 17.8% of friends you emotionally manipulate, Arcadum will be watching you.
Sun ring is good here. It's always active no matter what. That's okay. I think I'm good with what I have. Okay. Can I sell? So like, okay, let's talk about selling some shit now. Okay, this flagellant's collar. I don't want a character on Death's Door, right? I think I can sell this, right? Plus 20 dodge at Death's Door, plus 10% death blow resist, plus 20% damage stress of 85. Can I sell this? Okay. Abomination only. I don't like the abomination. Can I just sell this? Also, I want to sell this Book of Sanity too. I could sell my other Vestal scroll. I technically am only keeping it because I'm lazy, so I don't have to use like the same scroll. Because I could just unequip it and put in another one. Should I just sell it? I'm never gonna run 2 Vestals, right? Also, the Sanguine Curse thing. Could I sell this? Do I really want to keep somebody with the Crimson Curse? Keep it if she dies? Well, but even if they die, I can pick it up again. You lose all items if you abandon. Okay, I'll hold on to that just in case. No, if you abandon the Darkest Dungeon, I think you can lose some shit, but... Okay, 40% healing received. I don't know if I'm ever going to use that. That just seems so dumb. Plus 20% bleed resist if HP below 40%, plus 20% blight. This actually seems like an okay thing. This collar, like, because you have to get them that low to use some of their abilities, maybe. And it gives you max HP. I think the collar's okay. Sun Ring is good. The Blight Amulet. I think there are better items. Grave Robber shit is okay. This Bloodthirst Ring seems okay. I don't need 2 books of relaxation. Wait, actually I might for my lepers, because the accuracy is good. Cursed Incense. This seems pretty good. For the Occultist. Okay, Leper Amulet is good. 15% max HP. I like max HP. People can also gamble items away. Oh, this is 20% max HP. I'll keep these both. Okay, Abomination, fuck you, no one cares. This flagellant thing, minus 20% healing skills. I probably want him to be able to heal big when he gets low. 10 accuracy on ranged skills. Bounty Hunter, +1 speed, +4 dodge, maybe? Hellion, fuck that, we don't use that shit-ass class. Knight's Crest, Crusader only. What? Fuck that. Plus 50% damage in position 1, interesting. Ooh, soldier, good trinket? What trinket? Wait, which one that does what? No, fuck off. 20% blight resist? Fuck that shit, always. This Highwayman buckle is dumb, I don't think. Minus 10% stress, fuck that. 10% stun skill chance. The range accuracy is pretty good in a lot of... No, fuck yeah, I'm never using it. Okay, I think this is good for now. 43,000. 50% blight skill chance, fuck this. Just 5% accuracy, or +5 accuracy? Maybe, we might use it on a leper, so something maybe. Okay. The bomb trinket was good. I don't use a bomb, people, I don't think. I remember a while ago you said how your perspective on how things work on your own country, homelessness, medical covering, have made you react at a raw level more and more. I remember something similar has happened during your current trip. No, I don't think so. What week are you on? I'm on like week 34, I think. Or wait, fuck, where do I go? 34. Okay, this is where we're doing it. Going through we're doing a courtyard run. The first ever. You could swap out the vessel score for the mirror for this mission. You'll appreciate it when it comes to the boss, but you can probably just brute force it with healing. I can brute force it. I can't believe Destiny couldn't get past the 10-hour mark with Anno 1800. What? I'm pretty sure I got pretty deep into that game. The only thing I didn't like about Anno 1800 is having to tear down and rebuild so much shit. I didn't like that aspect of it as much. Okay, the courtyard requires you to bring a little bit of everything. 1 stack of torches should suffice for a typical venture here. Shovels are important for obstacles, but they are also the only method of obtaining firewood. Okay. Note that using skeleton keys on chests will replace the trinkets contained with random loot, so it is not advisable to take any. And food, what, just heals you, or do you ever camp here? Take 4 shovels, 12 food. Oh, so I do, okay. 16 torches, 6 bandages, and 4 blood. Really? 16 torches? I can't even take 16 torches. Oh, no, I can. And 6 bandages? Like that? Pop a torch for every fight, it gives you 3 accuracy per battle. Oh. Courtyard maps are always exactly the same. Wait, are they? Quest objective, quest objective. All right. Well, this should be interesting. Okay. We're gonna watch the Evil Vosh video. The boss at the end here is really hard, so make sure you have one more torch just for him. Really hard? Actually really hard? Insanely fucking hard. Wow. Can we just listen to this Vosh video, or do we like need to watch it? You can listen to it? Probably watch it. Okay. What are those funky looking torches at the top of your inventory? Pitch soaked torch. A special torch twice wrapped in cloth and soaked in sulfurous compounds. I don't know what the fuck this is. You don't need the key. It comes automatically. Oh, quest item.
Send me an email.
Oh, it's gonna crash my fucking game. God damn it, it always does this when I switch scenes. Stop worrying about the week limit, by the way. Source week 56. I just need to do the 4 final dungeon runs. Prediction before we watch the video? I don't know. The video title and everything looked dumb as fuck. I didn't care about it at all originally, but then you guys were like, oh, it's actually really good. It's like, okay, fine. Or actually, no, it wasn't even you guys doing it. It was seeing Vosh react to it. Vosh got really fucking mad on stream. And I was like, oh, maybe it is funny then.
Ruin has come to our family.
Okay. Let me know the... Wait, what was the shit I was supposed to buy again? Please don't tell me I just clicked to load a new game. Oh no, it would have asked me a bunch of things. Did Vosh react to it at all, or just mauled and quit halfway through? He probably watched it off stream because he was already really mad when somebody linked it.
For now, carnage calls.
Wait, I don't care about this shit. He reacted to the fascism part? Oh. I think he pre-watched it because he seemed really mad as soon as it got brought up. Unless I was at the wrong part in the VOD, I don't know. I just saw somebody link it. And then, ironically enough, he started talking about how, like, he started talking about, oh, DGG just brings up whatever insults they want against me as soon as Destiny hates me.
I see something long absent.
Which was funny after he called me, like, transphobic and shit. And then he's like, does anybody have the video of Destiny grabbing Mia Rose's boobs, like, 11 years ago? Okay. Okay, so you said to bring food, 2 stacks of torches, 6 bandages, 4 blood. Was this it? Anything else? Or is this good? I feel like... Oh, and shovels. 4 shovels, 12 food, 4 blood, 16 torches, 6 bandages. So many herbs, holy waters you want to bring for the boss. Put the mirror on Vestals, healers with high speed or OP. No, I don't care about that shit. Fuck it. I'll bring 2 of these, I guess. I'll bring 4 of these. Fuck, you have me feeling really paranoid. Okay. Does this work?
Send me an email at voshvideo.com with your perspective on the issue.
Okay, it does work. Okay, cool. Alright. I'll be back and then we're gonna watch this. 1 sec. Do you check their skills? She's got the buff. She's got... Yeah, everything should be okay. Everything's upgraded. Yeah. These guys are ready to go. 1 sec. Okay, I don't know if this is a normal thing. This might be a controversial food take, okay? I don't like this. Okay? Melina puts her beef jerky in the refrigerator. Why? Do you guys do that? Okay. Alright, good luck.
Hey Destiny, did you direct the 1979 film Apocalypse Now? Because you Francis Ford Coppola.
Can somebody explain that joke to me? Okay, this should work.
Send me an email at voshvideo.com with your perspective on the issue, with the intent of being critical, because I don't learn from praise. I guess I learn a little from praise, but I learn more from not praise, okay?
If you randomly stumbled into this video without a background in online politics, Vosh is one of the biggest online political figures at the moment. He advocates for anti-capitalist, left-wing political positions, and currently holds a great degree of influence in online political discourse. In this video, I am making the argument that Vosh is a genuinely evil person. And I understand that may sound like clickbait, but if you stick with me, I intend to fully defend the position. Timestamps are in the description if you would like to jump to a specific section, although the later sections do rely on claims made in earlier sections. In the description, you can find a link to the script, which has copious citations for every clip used and every claim made. Obviously, you don't need to read it, but do know I come bearing copious receipts.
Winning a debate and winning the audience are not necessarily always the same things.
Wait, I'm muting Donos just in case. I think that was his, but...
Whether or not they overlap depends pretty much exclusively with how good faith the conversation is held in. In a very bad faith conversation, there can often be a really severe disconnect between the technical procession of arguments throughout the course of the events of the debate and who's believed to have won at the end.
When you're having a conversation, whether you're trying to find the truth, persuade someone, or persuade an audience, you'll be exchanging ideas, and in order for that to proceed smoothly, you'll need something called good faith. Good faith implies a number of things: sincerity, honesty, openness, and charity. This basically means you'll be playing by the rules. You aren't trying to win the conversation through duplicitous means, and the outcome of the conversation is reflective of the quality of ideas exchanged. One of these ideas merits special attention: charity. Being charitable is attempting to interpret your opponent's statements in the best manner possible, and you may have heard this referred to as steel manning. This is the opposite of straw manning, a duplicitous tactic where you purposefully attack a weaker version of your opponent's argument than what they actually presented. Most of Vosh's debates are blood sports with enemies, and it's honestly incredible how bad faith and uncharitable some of these conversations can be. While it may be obvious to the casual observer that something is wrong, to fully understand how bad they really are, you would need to watch the conversation several times while taking notes. A good example is debating white supremacy with Count Dankula. This debate happened because Vosh accused Dankula of being a white supremacist, Dankula disagreed, so Vosh challenged him to a debate. Already, this is insanely bad faith. Vosh is refusing to take him at his word, and his only evidence in this debate is a couple of edgy tweets and jokes, knowing full well that Dankula is an edgy comedian. Telling edgy jokes is literally his job, and Vosh of all people should understand this because Vosh is also an edgy comedian.
I think in regards to it, I think when it comes to comedy, you can joke about absolutely anything and everything.
I just want to say, I've joked. Oh, sorry, please. I didn't mean
No,
to.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I joke about different groups of people all the time on my stream. I've joked about transgender people. I've joked about black people. I've joked about Jews. Oh boy, have I done all of those things. I think that we should be able to make jokes about anything, literally anything. I would defend that to my dying breath. And I hate that there are some lefties who are legitimately like humorless fucking bad words.
For almost everything Dankula says, there are two available explanations. The good faith explanation is that this is an edgy comedian telling edgy jokes, while the bad faith explanation is that these are proof of racism. So, arguing that Dankula is a white supremacist because he told edgy jokes is, in the strictest literal sense, Vosh being bad faith and attempting to burn a straw man. Good faith isn't even possible here, but it's made all the more amusing by something we'll learn later in the debate. Dankula is not a white supremacist. This is the worst I've ever seen Vosh lose a debate, and to the best of my knowledge, Dankula doesn't even do debates. This never needed to happen, and it's a great example of how rhetoric can't save you if you are hilariously and totally wrong. The debate begins with the moderator asking both parties to define white supremacy.
Just to clarify the term first.
Sure, yeah. So, generally speaking, when I say white supremacist, I'm referring to a person who believes that there is A, some sort of fundamental distinction between the races, and B, one who believes that either the white race is superior in some empirical sense, or B, that we need to engage in policies or other social actions to prioritize that group of people.
Person that feels that white people are superior to all other races and all other races are or should be subservient to whites and things should be done only for the benefit of whites.
When they give their responses, they agree almost entirely, and they both basically give the Google definition. Both of these definitions are functional, so now that we agree on definitions, we can proceed in good faith, right?
Vosh, do you have any issues with that definition?
Yeah, that's not the actual definition at all. That's a highly unacademic definition of white supremacy. What that does is it sets the bar so high that there's no way to ever prove that anyone is a white supremacist because they would have to buy into a fuck ton of positions before they would actually fit that qualification.
Do you see where this is going? After giving almost identical definitions that match the Google definition, Vosh denigrates Dankula's definition as being highly unacademic and tries to shift to a definition so vague it could reasonably apply to anyone. What Vosh is doing here is attacking anything and everything Dankula says, even if Vosh said the exact same thing a minute earlier. So less than 2 minutes in and this is already a shit show.
Wait.
Here are some examples of—
Hold on. Importantly, use the quest torch. Oh. Okay.
bad faith engagement just from the first 6 minutes of this conversation.
Yeah, cool. Well, hey, listen, if I believe it or not, I don't like the fact that there are white supremacists in the world. I doubt you do either.
Now, think about this for a second. Wouldn't a white supremacist want more white supremacists in the world? This is an admission that Dankula is not a white supremacist, but Vosh continues to argue that Dankula is a white supremacist for the next 2 hours anyway.
So instead, what I think would be more interesting is if I proceed under the assumption of good faith.
This is a Vosh classic. A false claim of good faith while being incredibly bad faith. We'll be seeing this over and over again. Take note when Vosh claims to be doing a good thing, because he's probably about to do the opposite.
Yeah, I have to inductively reason it, but I think for the purposes of the discussion, it's better to walk through my thought process as I come to discover your content and the way that you talk and engage with stuff, rather than presumptively making the accusation and then, like, post-hoc going over all the assumed evidence.
Did you catch that? Presumptively making the accusation and then post hoc going over all the assumed evidence is exactly what Vosh did, and is currently doing. That's why this conversation happened, and this is what Vosh typically does when he accuses people of being fascist or Nazis.
You're going to say the term, "It's just a joke," "Do you know what a joke is, mate?" or "I'm a fucking comedian" about 80 times over the course of this discussion. We're not going to have any way of actually reasoning out anyone's positions, and it will end up being a complete waste of time. So we're going to see how that goes.
Are we going head first in and saying that it's just a joke, I'm a comedian, are completely invalid arguments that hold
No. I just want to see how many times you say them. They're totally valid arguments, and I have made them in the past.
Okay then, so basically you're probably going to ask me a lot about jokes I've made, And the actual arguments that explain these jokes, you're trying to preemptively discredit those arguments by going, oh, if I tell him this, he's probably going to say this, when what I'm going to say is a valid argument.
The fact that you are
Say,
preemptively
yeah.
defending the "it's just a joke" defense is very telling to the kind of conversation that we're about to have.
This exchange is unbelievable. Vosh poisons the well by saying Dankula will try and use the "it's just a joke" defense, then concedes that this defense is valid. Then he poisons the well again and attacks Dankula further for using a defense that he conceded is valid less than 20 seconds earlier. Also, let this be made as clear as possible. Vosh has allowed the "it's just a joke" defense, which means winning the debate is now impossible, as Vosh has no arguments outside of what could be reasonably explained as an edgy comedian making edgy jokes. It's also worth pointing out that when Vosh says the conversation will be a complete waste of time, he's trying to discredit a debate that he very likely knows he cannot win. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. And this is all in the first 6 minutes of the conversation, by the way. This much bullshit was crammed into 6 minutes. Later in the conversation, Vosh concedes that Dankula's YouTube videos didn't seem that bad. Vosh says that Dankula's not an anti-Semite. Vosh says that Dankula isn't malicious or nefarious. Dankula and Vosh agree on immigration. We learn that Dankula's anti-colonialism. They agree on censorship, Antifa, and tankies. And Dankula expresses without prompting that people have a responsibility to keep racist out of their communities. Let's see how this debate ends.
I've no idea why these people hate trans people so much. I mean, they suck the best dick. I'm telling you, man.
Thank you for turning a sincere advocacy into a joke.
It's true, though. It's true. My audience is agreeing with you, though.
Like, no other. Like, honestly, women treat your dick like it's a chore. Transsexual women treat your dick like it's their god.
Jesus Christ.
And let's just take a look at Vosh's chat. Yeah, that's about as well as this can go. Vosh actually concedes, although he does so in a very roundabout way so as to save face. But there isn't any mistake. This was an extremely bad faith conversation from Vosh, and he can't even plainly admit that he's wrong without making a bunch of statements to optically hedge his defeat. Did he learn a lesson about falsely accusing people of being white supremacists? Did he grow as a person? What was he concerned with at the end of the conversation? Let's see.
Hey, man.
Oh. Oh God. All right. That was the most difficult fucking optical juggle I've ever done in my life.
This is almost certainly an admission that 1, Vosh is almost entirely concerned with optics, not the truth, and 2, he knows he was acting in bad faith. This is further cemented by the thumbnail. You'd think after admitting that Dankula isn't a white supremacist, he would be happy to absolve him, right? No. There's no ambiguity here. This is just horrendous, and as bad as this conversation was, the prime case fascism shitshow was much worse. I was going to cover some other conversations to drive the point home, but I have an even better idea. What if Vosh plainly admitted to behaving in bad faith? Hunter Avallone was a conservative YouTuber who switched to being a centrist SOCDEM over the course of 2020, partially due to conversations with Vosh, and has become one of Vosh's closer friends in the YouTube space. Let's hear Vosh's recollection of these events.
Yeah, reminder, by the way, the only reason that I ever tried to talk to Hunter Avallone the way that I did was because I talked to Shoe on Head beforehand. I thought that Hunter Avallone was just another, like, dumb fuck, no principles conservative. Shoe on Head messaged me and said, like, hey, I've, like, met Hunter Avallone before. I think that he's, like, an authentic guy. Like, I think he actually cares about the stuff that he believes in. And that's the only reason everything following with me and Hunter Avallone happened.
Vosh is just straight up admitting that he would have treated Hunter the way he treats every other conservative, admitting that he does not treat them in good faith. Now, ask yourself, given that Vosh treated Hunter in good faith, and given that Vosh helped Hunter change his political views, what good could have been done if Vosh just treated conservatives like people?
My goal when watching this is going to be pointing out any bad arguments or any instances where I feel these people are acting in bad faith. That is my goal.
Okay.
One of the benefits of the type of content that I do is that you never have to worry about me taking stuff out of context.
When Vosh watches a video and pauses it constantly, it can be incredibly misleading. You may get the impression that you've absorbed the content because you technically watched it, but if you were to go back and watch the video Vosh covered on its own, you'd likely feel you were experiencing it for the first time. We're going to be looking at one of Vosh's videos that responds to a podcast by Sam Harris. Vosh only watches 6 minutes of Sam Harris's 113-minute podcast, or roughly 5% of the content, so 95% of the context is missing. Keep this in the back of your mind, because nearly all of Vosh's claims about Harris can be refuted with context from the other 107 minutes. It's also worth pointing out that Vosh is responsible for what he does with his platform. Vosh could have either listened to the whole podcast beforehand to address things with context, or gone over the whole thing, or not covered it at all. If it is the case that Vosh cherry-picked a small segment and misrepresented Harris's arguments, there's no excuse for that. Vosh chose to cover it on stream, and Vosh chose to post the video, so any misrepresentations are Vosh's responsibility.
Also, Vosh watches videos before he goes over them on stream. That's why he knows which parts to go over. That's why he knows what timestamps to go through. That's why he only watches certain parts of it. It's because he only addresses the part that he feels like he can deal with the most effectively. This is a stress heal 30? I don't have anybody with that much stress.
There's one thing to clear up before we get into the content: the distinction between interpersonal and systemic racism.
Well, sure, but systemic racism doesn't even need racist people at the helm. Systemic racism perpetuates itself through, systemic inequality.
True.
If you have a society where absolutely nobody is racially biased, but black people start off with less, the way economics works ensures that they'll continue to have less, at least for a very long time.
This is a topic Vosh discusses frequently, so he should not be confused by the distinction. On screen now are various quotes from the podcast Vosh is responding to that demonstrate irrefutably that Harris acknowledges the existence of systemic racism. One in particular should drive the point home.
As I've already acknowledged, there is a legacy of racism in the United States that we are still struggling to outgrow. That is obvious. There are real racists out there. And there are ways in which racism became institutionalized a long time ago. Many of you will remember that during the crack epidemic, the penalties for crack and powder cocaine were quite different. And this led black drug offenders to be locked up for much longer than white ones. Now, whether the motivation for that policy was consciously racist or not, I don't know. But it was effectively racist.
And how about another?
How much of this inequality is due to the legacy of slavery? And how much of it is due to the ensuing century of racist policies? I'm prepared to think quite a lot. And it strikes me as totally legitimate to think about paying reparations as a possible remedy here. Of course, one will then need to talk about reparations for the Native Americans.
Harris absolutely affirms the existence of systemic racism. What Harris questions in the podcast is the degree to which interpersonal racism plays a part in police use of force. This is crucially important because, as we can see from the video title, Vosh's main argument against Harris is that he denies the existence of systemic racism, which is demonstrably untrue. Let's see how this video begins.
I'm going to make an effort to be as charitable as possible to the arguments that I hear.
God, I hated how Vosh said that. So I don't know if he still says that. I think maybe he doesn't do that as much anymore. Or I don't know. I don't watch the show, but I haven't heard him say that. Like, I'm trying to be as charitable as possible. I'm going to be charitable as possible. It's like such a big red flag sometimes.
Remember what happens when Vosh claims to be doing a good thing. So how does Vosh present Harris's argument? We're going to quickly cover every single thing Harris says and every single time Vosh pauses. I will summarize these to move through quickly, but feel free to pause or check the script for sources if you're interested. Vosh begins by agreeing with Harris's claim and then vaguely gesturing at systemic racism, implying that Harris would disagree. But as we have already demonstrated, Harris enthusiastically affirms the existence of systemic racism. Get used to this pattern of Vosh agreeing with Harris's claim and then vaguely gesturing at Harris denying systemic racism, because that's almost the entire video. Then Vosh implies Harris believes in scientific racism and implies that Harris would deny the existence of systemic racism. Harris doesn't. Then Vosh responds to Harris misquoting statistics, and Vosh would be correct, but he has to throw in misinformation at the end. This should be the easiest win for Vosh in the world, but he has to insist that these numbers only apply to arrests and not incarcerations. This would imply that the state is less likely to imprison black people for violent crimes, when Vosh repeatedly argues the opposite, and the data shows the opposite. This is an example of a frequent trend. Even when Vosh says things that are true, he often exaggerates them to the point of falsehood. Then Vosh implies that Harris is attempting to justify racist policies, which he clearly isn't. Again, Harris proposed paying reparations in this podcast. Then Harris makes the most controversial statement of the podcast, and Vosh just agrees with it. Also, can someone please explain to me what low-level murder is? Honestly, I want an explanation. What is low-level murder? Then Vosh pauses to agree with Harris again, while trying to put words in Harris's mouth. Then Vosh implies once again that Harris denies the existence of systemic racism, and yada yada yada, you get the picture. Then Vosh says that Harris is strawmanning Black Lives Matter into only being about police reform, which Harris never said, and in fact Harris specifically called out systemic injustice in our legal system beyond simply the police. It's also worth pointing out that Harris explicitly made an argument for defunding the police in this podcast. And then Vosh does this.
So let's give him a chance to respond.
I don't even know what to say to this. Vosh has been ranting for 6 minutes at this point, and 20 minutes into his video, he's only played roughly 2 minutes of Harris talking. Harris doesn't get a chance to respond, my dude. Then Vosh accuses Harris of misdirection while misdirecting. Harris is not a conservative. He takes every available opportunity to trash Trump, and while some people may point out that Vosh is only implying Harris is a conservative here, Vosh will go on to directly state that later, so the intention to communicate this idea is quite clear. Then Vosh accuses Harris of supporting militarized policing, when Harris explicitly condemned this in this podcast. Then Vosh just agrees with Harris on police brutality. Then Vosh starts to get incredibly bad faith. Remember how Vosh has been grilling Harris for denying systemic racism for this entire video? What Harris is laying out here is an explicit case for systemic racism. Does Vosh realize his mistake and give Harris credit? No, Vosh interrupts Harris to insult him, so his audience will forget what Harris is saying.
25% more likely to use pepper spray or a baton.
I will give Sam Harris credit for one thing, if nothing else. He is the perfect cadence and vocal tone for a pseudo-intellectual.
Dude, I'm living in another fucking world. I must be in another goddamn world. These streamers are crazy. Between Hassan's fucking shit with his house and some of the... What were the tweets that Hassan was making? It's so crazy how mediocre white people can become so famous on nothing more than looks and being white. And then like fucking... Jesus. Dude, it's a clown world out there, guys. Be careful. It's a clown world out there.
At this point, you may have been able to make a case that Vosh was just irresponsible, but this isn't just irresponsible. This is malicious. And now Vosh is strawmanning Harris. Harris is quoting several studies, including the Johnson study, which has a conclusion that controls for proximity. Again, this is where the interpersonal racism and systemic racism distinction becomes important. Harris is arguing against the idea that interpersonal racism among police is responsible for these issues, and arguing instead that systemic racism is what we should be focusing on. Vosh agrees with this argument elsewhere, he's simply refusing to acknowledge that this is what Harris is actually saying. Then Vosh proceeds to misunderstand Harris's argument while also calling Harris's argument dumb. Again, Harris is arguing against interpersonal racism and for systemic racism. And then Vosh plays the last Harris quote, takes Harris out of context, misrepresents Harris's argument, calls Harris an anti-intellectual, calls Harris a conservative, and once again asserts that Harris denies the existence of systemic racism.
Okay, I can't do this.
Vosh consistently misrepresents Harris's argument and slings ad homs, and even when Vosh is correct, he undermines his own argument by exaggerating things to the point of falsehood. How does Vosh feel about this?
I think I'm comfortable from the section of this podcast that I've listened to in understanding Sam Harris's approach. In essence, he is very comfortable invoking the black rate of criminality without providing any explanation. He will dismiss evidence which does not favor his point, and then he will assign to these studies a
correlative data point, which was not backed by the researchers, which actually once more places the blame on black people.
Jesus Christ. Hold on. Fuck, I kind of want to listen to the original Sam Harris podcast and then Vosh's video. These are really old Vosh reacts, though, right? Aren't these, like, probably 2 years old? Hold on, let me use the restroom real quick. 1 second. Hello? Dude, what the fuck? Why is the internet so fucked up? Hold on. When I go and look at the modem, or the router, I guess, none of the lights are on at all. Do you think the modem is just like dying? Careful, the crocodile's next. I don't know if you can defeat him with this team. Why do you keep saying that? Is that actually true? Am I gonna get fucked by the boss? Okay, give me, like, or we'll play the boss video. Let me just do this battle. Should I use holy water first for buffs on everybody? Well, it only lasts for 3 rounds. Fuck it. It's the hardest boss you have faced yet. If that's true, I'm fucked. I have it's an antiquarian team. Should I be killing the bushes, or do I not care about the bushes? You don't care about the bushes? What the fuck is he doing? Do you think I can stun him? Oh, this guy's super easy to stun. Don't fuck up. Nice. Okay. So we ignore the bushes. Do you have any videos like this about you? I don't know. I'm sure there are bound to be some, right? Okay, we're just gonna buff like crazy. Do I really have to ignore the bushes? Oh, hero to hit 0%. I guess move back so that I can hit again. Jesus. Or I can fuck his accuracy up a little. I shouldn't have... Oh, he resisted. Fuck. Oh, this is annoying, the movement. He's gonna nuke your team in a few turns. Debuff resist is 75%. This starts at 125. It's probably okay then. How many turns does this buff ballad last for? Like, I think I can only stack it like 3 times. It also heals itself? Wait, no fucking way. If it heals itself, I think I'm fucked, because I don't think I have enough damage to actually deal with this guy then. You do? He's probably not gonna... Oh my god, 12? He's probably not gonna spend much time in the... I can't believe I can't kill the brush at all. The Antiquarian can stack Blight? Yeah, but her Blight sucks. Oh, hello. Fuck, he's here now. Is he going to do an attack that hits everybody? So there's no point in using the protect me thing? Oh, I could do the accuracy thing probably. That's better. Is there a reason you blocked this person? The sock darling? She has socialism in the name, so I just block her. Fuck it. Why, should I not block her? I just try to block everybody that's like a socialist, so I don't like... Is she cute? Yeah, she's super hot. But, I don't know if she's part of like that, like... There was like a whole like sex worker socialism squad or some shit. And like, Merrick was part of it, like the 4 dipshit horsemen of the socialism sex worker apocalypse, and I just blocked them all. So I don't know if she was part of it or not. Maybe not. Alright, I'll unblock her. Okay, we're just gonna try to stack blights, I guess. Fuck it. It is 10 damage, actually. That's not too bad. Oh, this person got repositioned, huh? Fuck. Fuck. I'm fucked. Not good. It's only 10 because it was a crit. Yeah, sure, but... Okay. Oh, so this guy, because he has 2 rounds, his stun resist gets fucked, huh? So I stun him out of 1 round, and then I can stun basically every turn, maybe? So that's 1 action. Okay. Oh, we get one of these off. Let's get a good crit here. Let's get a good crit. Okay, or not, you know. We don't have to. Two turns also means twice the bleed. Yeah, true, true. Oh god, I'm not going to get a heal on this person this round because she's up front. That's not good. I should have used a bandage. Oh god. Oh, nice. I wonder if that would have been a big hit. Move up, please. Oh my god. No heals. Fuck. Okay, I'm going to bandage. I'm gonna move her up here. Even though I don't really want her up here, but then my person can heal next round, as long as she doesn't get killed. Okay. I think we're good. Maybe. I could go for a stun on her, but I think I need to heal her. Good heal. He has riposte. Ooh, crit. And a miss. Really? Bro. No blight. If I pass, they just get some stress, right? I think. Yeah. Oh, I could just attack the bushes. There's literally no reason not to, actually. Oh, thank God. That helps a little bit, I think. I think we need to do a party heal here. Oh, and it crits the person I need to get the individual heal. What a great heal. Good counter. Okay, we take a little bit of stress. More blight. No, or not. Just do absolutely fucking nothing. That works too, dude. Oh my God. This party shuffle is actually fucking me so hard. I could stun for 1 round, which is almost guaranteed to hit, or another party heal. Remove debuffs with herbs. Yeah, you're right. Oh, good. Hit. Nice. Okay, we're close. We're close. Imagine if you got a crit and ended it right here. Imagine if you got a crit and ended it. Okay, he didn't end it, but that's okay. Wait, did he? He's got like 1 HP, I think. 2 HP. Hold on. We're never gonna get blights on this guy ever again, huh? Does she still have the debuff? No. Oh my God, really? Yes! Counter? Thank you! Get fucked. Okay. Here you go.
This is a blatant lie. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad if Vosh were merely misunderstanding an argument, but I think it's considerably worse.
Which actually once more places the blame on black people. Because that is what people like Sam Harris want to do. But I do know that his narrative here is one which perfectly suits the mentality of the American racist. It's every
awesome.
Lazy, ad hoc, biased dismissal of the overwhelming evidence in favor of systemic racism, in favor of an explanation which is at once non-explanatory and also very deeply suggestive of a biological problem with black people. They're rather
Jesus
fond
Christ.
of that, aren't they? I don't think I've argued with a conservative once who wasn't willing to at least suggest or imply a genetic explanation for black criminality. Okay, why is their
Jesus!
culture the way it is? And they'll go, I don't know. Why is their culture the way it is? And without falling back on sociological explanations for that question, the only remaining answer is one which they know they can't substantiate in academia, so they do not directly state.
Academia.
Genetic explanation. Anyway, I don't want to appear as uncharitable to Sam Harris.
Uncharitable. I don't want to appear uncharitable.
Watch out for any time Vosh claims to be doing a good thing. Watching 5% of a video, lying to your audience about its arguments, and then calling the person you're responding to a racist is not good faith engagement.
Do you think that's the end of the quote right there? When you see a video like this, and a quote is provided, and it begins and ends mid-sentence, do you think that's an accurate representation? Trust me, speaking as Vosh, it's pretty easy to cut people out of context. Aggressively easy, one might say.
Tittering. Equivocation. Uh-oh.
Equivocation is the weaponization of ambiguous language by assigning a single idea multiple meanings, then switching between them as needed. As it just so happens, I happen to have caught a great example of this on Twitter. Now, I'm not trying to be mean to Viv, I'm going to say nice things about her later, but This exchange was a perfect example of equivocation. First, Viv says that arbitrary means a system without rational justification. Then in her next tweet says that arbitrary can mean anything you like, because meaning is subjective.
I don't know if I'm jerking myself off too much or taking credit for this. I feel like so many people copied like half of an early take I gave when talking about like categories and everything. And you get this weird thing now where people run around Twitter and they say like, oh, that's arbitrary. But instead of arbitrary meaning we can select something for reasons that aren't necessarily concrete and then build off of that, they use arbitrary in this way that means everything means anything and anything can mean everything and nothing can mean anything and anything can mean nothing. And it's like, it's so dumb. That one dear dipshit on Twitter does this all the time. Like, oh, gender is arbitrary. When I say arbitrary, I mean anybody can be anything for anything, and anything can be anything, and anything means anything, and everything means everything. And it's like, what the fuck are you even saying? And it's actually so brain dead.
These are mutually exclusive, so which is it? If she's allowed to establish both meanings, she can switch between the definitions of arbitrary based on whatever best suits her needs at the time. This is the essence of equivocation, an unreasonable willingness to shift the meaning of words around based on whatever happens to be convenient. Vosh equivocates constantly, but in particular I'd like to discuss his insistence on calling the people he disagrees with Nazis. Now, imagine a scale of Nazism. On the far end, you have a person who's willing to violently establish an ethno-state. Lower than that, you might have attending Nazi rallies or saying things like, "The Holocaust didn't happen, but I wish it did." Below that, you might have someone who clearly questions the traditional Holocaust narrative but isn't committed to a rejection, or someone who clearly harbors racist feelings but isn't willing to do anything about them. Then way down at the bottom, you might have an insensitive boomer comment like, "There sure are a lot of black people on this beach." These are clearly not the same thing. The last is an insensitive statement that might belie racism or ignorance or cultural differences or any other number of things. It clearly doesn't demonstrate that someone is a racist, but it might be a behavior indicative of Nazi beliefs, so it's included as the very smallest possible hint of this belief structure. There's a reasonable discussion to be had about where the line should be drawn for someone to be considered a Nazi, but it's not reasonable to use the same term for all of these different behaviors. Now, I'm sure you can see where this is going. Vosh equivocates all of these behaviors into the single label Nazi and will freely apply it to people who don't even reasonably meet the lowest qualification. A good example is PewDiePie, who we'll call Felix, one of the biggest YouTubers with over 100 million subscribers. Vosh made 4 videos where he directly states or strongly implies that Felix is a Nazi more than 20 times.
Jesus.
And I also think that PewDiePie is a member of the alt-right.
How did I miss
kind
this?
Of reactionary, fascist, neo-Nazi, maybe.
Wait, how did I miss this?
Calling someone a Nazi is a serious claim, so Vosh would need a lot of evidence to justify it, especially over the Occam's razor explanation that Felix is just an edgy gamer bro. Here are all of the arguments Vosh—
Oh, even you guys were into that. I remember because you guys posted on my subreddit where you're like, oh yeah, oh, because the Lightning Hill said, fuck off, that Iron Crush shit was not a mistake. You guys are like, oh, PewDiePie wears Nazi symbols on his fucking stream. I remember even you guys fucking did that dumbass shit.
Vosh makes to justify calling Felix a Nazi in those 4 videos. Now, this might seem like a good case, right? Nope. First, Felix has 100 million subscribers. Of course he's going to have—
Oh, and then here's more. Destiny, he also shouted out that Nazi YouTuber dude. I think there was a thing where PewDiePie shouted out like 20 small content creators, and somebody found that one of those people had made videos, I think, that dog whistled Nazi shit. Fuck out of here, guys. Oh my god. You guys are so dumb. I remember all of the shit. I said it was dumb at the time, and I'm saying it's dumb now. So stupid.
Have some number of Nazis in his audience. Anyone with that many fans would. That doesn't mean anything, nor does the fact that some Nazis like him. The band Depeche Mode and Taylor Swift were both repeatedly endorsed by white supremacists and leaders of supremacist organizations, and these musicians all disavowed these supremacist groups in public statements. Are we going to assume that Tay-Tay is a Nazi now? Of course not. Felix also publicly denounced white supremacist and white supremacist groups repeatedly. Felix makes edgy jokes because that is his job, which Vosh should understand, as he is also an edgy comedian.
Wait, real quick. Can I kill the Baron? Should I just try to run this medium? Should I try to run this with a group level 4s? Because I have good level 4s ready to go. My A team and B team are hungry for action. For the Baron, do I need to be able to project to the back row, or does he come up front, or what? It's a 60-room dungeon. You have to do it in more runs? Oh. You can abandon these epic missions at any time. You keep the loot in progress. Do I get experience every time as I run it, or? Also, wait, is this reward going to re-roll? Because the Vestal only reward here seems pretty fucking good. You can do it in one round. The hardest part is the Crocs before the boss. The rewards are fixed now. Oh, okay. So I can just wait and do this later. Is that on both of these, or does the epic one not re-roll, or does the short one re-roll and the epic doesn't, or? The short one is random. Okay, the epics don't re-roll. Cool, okay. So I'll just leave that one for one time or two, okay.
These three are ludicrous accusations that never should have been made, and while I understand that some people are particularly sensitive to jokes involving dressing up as a Nazi, this is historically very common. I can understand why you would be uncomfortable with this, but this is simply not evidence that Charlie Chaplin, Sarah Silverman, or Charlie Day are Nazis. Next, Felix withdrew a donation to the ADL.
If I wanted to be nitpicky of this video, there is a difference between making Nazi jokes that make fun of Nazis versus making Nazi jokes that make you look like a Nazi, right? Like, I would, some of this guy's critiques are a little bit, I think, a little off the mark. There was one other he made earlier. I should have paused and said something. But there is a difference there.
A Jewish organization. Now, that could be interpreted as a symptom of Nazi beliefs, but then you would have to wonder, why would he donate to them in the first place? There's a much better explanation. Felix donated to them to try and do something nice, then realized they had publicly slandered him and withdrew his support as he didn't want to donate to an organization which slandered him in the past. For the record, Felix actually defended the ADL during this, while Vosh denigrated them.
I don't think the charity is as bad as everyone says, but at the same time, it just didn't make sense for me to donate it to it.
Hey guys, it's true. The ADL is actually like hot garbage. Not joking. It's real fucking bad. Now, I'll be honest with you. I hate the ADL.
Now, what does it even mean that Felix didn't denounce the Nazis in his community enthusiastically enough? Who is to judge? Vosh? Felix made apology video after apology video during this period, and took other efforts to try and make it plainly clear that he does not support Nazis. At one point, Vosh details the kind of apology video he wished Felix had made, while responding to an apology video from Felix that met his suggestions. This is the second time Vosh has made a video responding to Felix apologizing for this. The evidence seems to suggest that Vosh would not accept any form of apology from Felix, so why would we allow Vosh to judge the sincerity of Felix's apologies? The Christchurch allegation is particularly silly, given that he released an almost 90-page manifesto and Felix is mentioned 0 times. He was not motivated by Felix. He was a deeply mentally ill and racist person trying to instigate a race war. As for the hoodie, Vosh admits that Felix is not wearing a Nazi symbol, even though he repeatedly tries to equivocate it as such.
And was that a Georgian cross? Yes. Yes, it is. I didn't believe at any point that he, like, ordered it, like, haha, bros, this is going to be so good. For the Jew video, I'll wear this, and they would think it's the Iron Cross. I never believed that.
Okay, so don't bring it up then. As for ER, the worst you could say is that Felix didn't do enough research before shouting him out, which Felix acknowledged and apologized for. Now, following people on Twitter isn't an endorsement of their views. In fact, following someone on Twitter doesn't even imply you necessarily know who they are.
I mean, it depends. These are all like parts that can be used to build a greater story, but...
Okay, so we have a person with roughly 5,000 hours of content online. And the argument we're making for him being a Nazi is that he worked with Ben Shapiro, a Jewish person. Do I need to explain how irresponsible this is? This wasn't a one-off thing. Vosh made 4 videos about this, repeatedly accusing Felix of being a Nazi.
Is that just looking at it on its own, this could just be from like a gaming channel that has edgy moments.
There doesn't seem to be a single piece of evidence to call Felix a Nazi instead of an edgy gamer bro. And Vosh made 4 videos about this. If the word Nazi applies to both Hitler and Felix, it ceases to carry any meaning.
accusing people that aren't white supremacists of being white supremacists, you are helping white supremacists.
I have Vosh calling Ben Shapiro, Felix, Sagar Enjeti, Sam Harris, James Lindsay, and Jordan Peterson Nazis, or implying it so strongly that the accusation is unmistakable. And similarly, apparently Ben Shapiro, Felix, Antonin Scalia, George W. Bush, Thomas Sowell, Sagar Enjeti, Burgess.
Oh my god, this is why I told people on the internet, we're not using the word fascist anymore. No more fascists, no more Nazis. Because you guys call fucking everybody a Nazi. You guys call everybody a fascist. The word literally doesn't mean anything more. And most of the people, when I get on these panels with these political people and I start asking them, hey, what is a fascist? Like, the answers are so fucking stupid. What is that? What is the one guy, Jack Allison, when I was like, bro, what the fuck even is a fascist? And he's like, it's when really dumb guys get a lot of power or something. He gave me like some absolutely incomprehensible definition. And everybody else is like equally as incoherent. I think when I was on that one panel with there was one girl and I was like, what do you even think a fascist is? And she was like, a fascist is when there's a cult of personality. Like, what the fuck? What are you talking? Is Bernie Sanders a fascist? Oh my god, yeah, just stop saying the word fascist, okay? Just stop.
Owens, James Lindsay, and Jordan Peterson are all apparently fascists, and I didn't even look for these specifically. I'm sure there are many more. This goes beyond an innocent misuse of language. Vosh purposefully equivocates these things to try and lambast his opponents as much as possible. And even in the most charitable reading, this is straightforwardly dishonest.
Don't go crazy hyperbole calling everyone who ever does this a neo-Nazi.
I hate him so much. He copies half my shit and then denigrates the other half.
To be as good faith as possible, let's find the single video on Vosh's channel which would be least likely to contain misinformation. Vosh claims the most expertise in criminal justice, specifically corrections and supervision, and there is a video about precisely this topic where Vosh claims expertise and where Vosh claims to have nailed the video in the description. This video is a response to a PragerU video titled, "Why Are So Many Americans in Prison?" If any video on Vosh's channel is going to be trustworthy, it should be this one.
This was put forward under the pretense of academic legitimacy. If you put all of this forward out of ignorance, I also think that's malicious.
Actually, ooh, I did my baccalaureate thesis, months of research, and dozens of pages of writing.
Do you do a baccalaureate thesis? Is that just like a final for one of his classes, or what does that mean? Can somebody explain what that means? Baccalaureate thesis? Does he just mean like a senior project? So he got his undergrad. That's what he means. Okay. So his final homework assignment for his undergrad. Okay. Just making sure we get it.
On the potential economic benefits of prison vocational programs.
Let it first be known that I'm not defending PragerU or whoever this clown is. The premise of this video is disgusting, and nearly all of its contents are misleading. However, I only count 3 outright falsehoods in this video from the PragerU clown, and I also count 3 outright falsehoods from Vosh. The first falsehood Vosh presents is a condemnation of violent and serious offenders, either that it would be necessarily bad or ineffective to provide rehabilitative services for these people, or that letting them out early would be necessarily bad, presumably because they would be more likely to reoffend. None of this is true. Violent and sexual offenses actually have some of the most effective rehabilitation methods, and these—
Fuck! I hate to cite this, because I know it's going to trigger the fuck out of you. But Jordan Peterson makes a really interesting argument that we don't rehabilitate in our prisons at all, but there's an appearance of it for recidivism decreasing on violent crimes. And I think what he said, I would have to dig in more to this, but I think the statement that he makes is that people are more likely to be violent when they are younger, which is true. So in your your mid-late teens and your early 20s, you're likely to be violent. If you put somebody in prison and you keep them there until they're 35, you more or less age them out of that violent behavior, and then they go back to society, and you're like, oh wow, look, like I guess we rehabilitate. At least we rehabilitate violent offenders, right? No, not really. You basically just locked them up until they aged out of like the most likely age bracket where they would commit those types of violent offenses, which I'm pretty sure is true. I'm pretty sure violent, like if you look at like oh, I should look up a graph for this instead of just saying it or asserting it. Let's see if we can find a graph for this. I've never looked this up before, so I might be wrong. I've heard this repeated a lot in different things. So, average age violent offenders. This is age patterns of victims. Arrests by age, offense, and gender. What, the highest it goes is 25 and older. Wait. Well, I want to see it broken down by like 30 and older and 40 and older. Why would they do this? This is from OJJDP. Oh, because it's the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. Oh, never mind. Hold on. Oh, fuck. This graph is so pretty. Oh, hold on. Maybe I can link it to you guys. So this kind of tracks with exactly what I was thinking, which is good. So I'm not completely off here. Can you guys see this? So basically, you have like your highest propensity for crime is going to be like this area right here. So like late teens to early mid 20s. But then like once you hit like 35, the likelihood for being arrested for a violent crime is less than half that from the 20 to 24, right? So the vast majority, if we were to integrate these, right, like the vast majority, I think, of your violent crime is coming here from like your, what we'll say like 13 to 34. But if you lock somebody up for 10 or 15 years, if they do a violent crime in their early 20s, chances are by the time they get out in like their late 30s, early 40s, the propensity for violent crime is way, way, way less. What are these 4 cases from 1 to 4? What 3-year-old has a violent crime? Except for all of these, apparently, and then here all the way on the right, we have vampires that commit crime. I wonder where these unknown age people sort. Because actually, there's a lot of data here in the unknown category. 5,000, depending on where we distribute these, that could significantly change things. I wonder why that's unknown. But, okay. Anyway, yeah, sorry, that was interesting. Go.
These offenders have some of the lowest rates of recidivism when compared to other kinds of criminals. Furthermore, violent and sexual offenders get the worst treatment when going through parole and being assigned terms of supervision, so they could easily be the group that is most in need of help, given the premise that our justice system is too punitive and not focused enough on rehabilitation.
True! Oh, sorry. I lost my phone.
Every component of Vosh's claim runs contrary to the facts here.
There's a reason why conservatives, like that kid, and the people who give him his money, are so interested in maintaining the status quo. And the reason for that is because felons can't vote.
The second falsehood Vosh presents is that felons can't vote. Again, this is not true. In the vast majority of the country, felons can either vote upon completion of their sentence, or everyone outside of prison can vote. In the stripy states, some felons are permanently disenfranchised, but only in 2 states, Kentucky and Virginia, are all felons permanently disenfranchised. In some cases, felons may need to go through a process to have their voting rights restored, but it is still a blatant falsehood to say that felons can't vote, even in the region that Vosh is talking about.
Wait, hold on, I'm sorry, I need to listen to that again, 1 second.
Felons are so interested in maintaining the status quo, and the reason for that is because felons can't vote.
The second falsehood Vosh presents is that felons can't vote. Again, this is not true. In the vast majority of the country, felons can either vote upon completion of their sentence, or everyone outside of prison can vote. In the stripy states, some felons are permanently disenfranchised, but only in 2 states, Kentucky and Virginia, are all felons permanently disenfranchised. In some cases, felons may need to go through a process to have their voting rights restored, but it is still a blatant falsehood to say that felons can't vote, even in the region that Vosh is talking about.
That's fair.
Keeping felons from voting is a deliberate effort to keep black and brown people from contributing their votes.
Oh no, is this guy going to say that the highest majority of people in prison are white people, and as a percentage capita or whatever? Well, actually, wait, but actually, I think you would go by absolute. You wouldn't go by per capita. You would go by absolute, actually. That would be correct.
Then Vosh goes off the deep end and claims felons can't vote because the state hates black people. Yikers. First of all, it's difficult to ascribe any motivation to an institution, as institutions are made up of an incredible number of different people and policies, etc. And this is particularly true for the US corrections system, where most prisoners are in state prisons and jails, and each state has their own, sometimes wildly different standards for handling corrections and supervision. To ascribe motivation to the system as a whole is stupid on its face, but then to say the motivation is racism is just blatantly wrong. Now that Vosh knows about the vast restoration of voting rights, do you think he would admit that the state loves black people? I doubt it. That's 3 blatant falsehoods in the video on Vosh's channel, where he should have the greatest degree of expertise, and in which he claims to have done a great job. Most of his other claims are at least partially wrong.
Are you in favor of people being allowed to vote in prison? That's a really hard one, but I think Bernie Sanders actually bit the bullet hard on this, and I think I agree with him. I think you kind of have to have it so that everybody who is of the age of majority in a country can vote. I think everybody has to be able to. I think you create really weird, perverse. I don't know. I wonder if Pisco is here. If he would have an opinion on that. I think you kind of have to. I would see an exception for maybe like 2 or 3 crimes where maybe you shouldn't be allowed to vote anymore, and that would be like maybe like sedition or like treason. Maybe they would lose their right to vote, but other than that, I think you kind of have to. I think everybody has to be able to vote. Yeah, especially considering the U.S. is, I think, the highest incarceration rate, I think, in the world. I think we're number 1 in terms of percentage of population in prison or jail. Destiny, that isn't quite fair to characterize a bachelor thesis as getting a bachelor's. Many bachelors don't actually write a thesis. Some majors make it optional. It isn't a huge deal to suggest that he did research on a topic in a way that could be published if pursued a bit more. I'm pulling this out of my ass completely. My guess is when you take a major, maybe you have an option for your like final class of your major to write like a quote unquote thesis. But how often is a bachelor, like an undergrad, actually publishing? That sounds highly unlikely to me, but I could be totally wrong there. But I would be surprised if undergrads were actually publishing stuff rather than like, this is a really extended like final project for my undergrad degree, you know? What happens is you often work with a PhD who is working on a paper and you can get writing credits by helping out. Is that actually true? I'm trying to think, this is just total bullshit, like in my mind, but I'm trying to think of like, would a grad student, there was always like, this is just like off of my own personal bullshit experience. So maybe not, but grad students always like floated themselves out as being like so much better than undergrads. I feel like a grad student would have too much of an ego to actually like credit an undergrad as like they'd publish a paper with them. But maybe some people do. This is like totally like just a personal experience I've had where grad students always seemed like they were so fucking cool. But maybe if it was like somebody that was working hard or somebody that they could maybe they don't. Hold on one sec. I am generalizing a lot, by the way. I hated grad students. They were fucking nerds in the worst way. But I also went to art school, so maybe grad students in art school are like bigger losers than, God, I fucking hated them. Oh God, I hated them. Okay, sorry, we're going.
Wrong as well, but I'm more concerned with claims that he absolutely wouldn't make with a genuine expertise in criminal justice. So, let's look at a few more.
Our prison population is higher both per capita and in total numbers than any other fucking country on Earth. How? Well, the real answer how is because of private prisons and because lobbying from those private prisons to increase both the number of crimes and the sentencing length of those.
I'm pretty sure his first claim is true, absolute and relative. I think that people overblow how much the private prison shit is actually affecting our shit. So just looking this up real quick. Private Private prisons in the United States incarcerated 115,000 people. That represents 8% of the total state and federal prison population. 8% isn't anything to shake a stick at. That's like a decent number. But it's not like people act like, you know, like, oh my God, and all the private prisons, like, nah, I'm pretty sure we just have a fucked engagement with rehabilitation in prisons in the United States. The way that we think about it is garbage. But people think that private prisons are like 50% or I don't know.
Crimes because they profit from it. It's to make people money. That's the actual reason why, by the way. It's not just because we hate black people. It's because we hate black people and we want to make a lot of fucking money off their suffering.
Here, Vosh claims that mass incarceration resulted from lobbying from private prisons.
Someone in Twitch chat said it's from mandatory minimums. That would be my guess. Mandatory minimums are probably what fuck it up the most.
No. Private prisons do not drive correctional policy. Private prisons account for less than 9% of prisoners, and an incredibly small amount of money is spent by private prisons on lobbying. In 2020, only $4 million was spent in an $80 billion industry. That is 1/200%. And if you go back a few years to 2014, the amount spent is under $500,000. This is particularly relevant because mass incarceration resulted from policy changes that happened in the 70s and 90s, long before private prisons had even the meager influence they carry today. Private prisons didn't cause mass incarceration, they leech off of it. This is a conspiracy theory that you could only peddle if you knew nothing about the substantive facts of the matter.
Almost like they created a problem that they knew would disproportionately affect like black communities, and then introduced mass incarceration, which they get to conveniently extract slave labor from.
Then Vosh claims that the state has an incentive to lock people up for slave labor. The idea that prisoners are a profitable labor force for the state is demonstrably untrue, as the cost of incarceration dwarfs the labor value of an inmate. The state has no incentive to lock people up for slave labor, but you don't need to take my word for it because Vosh admits this in another video. Next, let's look at some other criminal justice misinformation, this time about the police. And oh boy, where do we even begin? Vosh has a huge problem with spreading misinformation about the police. Let's begin with a few entire videos that are factually incorrect. First up is a video about Aaron Danielson and Michael Reinl. Reinl stalked Danielson and shot him in the back. The video of this was available on social media within hours of the events, and Reinl was identified by authorities, but Portland police didn't apprehend Reinl. This led Trump to send in the US Marshals, which resulted in Reinl's death under circumstances which are disputed. Vosh begins the video claiming that his handling of the situation was incredibly responsible.
What I wanted to do was say, this was an extrajudicial killing, this was a lynching, this was a hit put out by the government. He killed
that's what he wanted to say.
Prayer, a far-right group, and the government backs the far right. But I didn't want to be hyperbolic. The reason for that is because I'm not a fucking dumbass. I try to be responsible for the most part.
Cool.
And I waited.
All right.
So again, this should be a video where Vosh is at his best.
At his
Criminal
best.
justice is his area of expertise.
True.
And he was apparently extra careful to be sure he was delivering this information responsibly.
All right.
Unfortunately, nearly every single detail of this video is wrong.
What?
First of all, Vosh states or implies 5 times that Reinl was acting in self-defense and shooting Danielson. This is a blatant...
Dude, all of this here triggered so much. It triggered the fuck out of me after all the fucking Rittenhouse shit. How, like, this shooting comes out, and the guy very clearly runs up to a Trump dude and, like, point-blank assassinates the guy. And people are like, oh, he acted in self-defense. Like, no, oh, wait, the Trump guy probably... Like, dude, we had, like, almost a full video of the whole shooting. This was literally, like, I think it was, like, the day after Rittenhouse, too. And it was like, are you fucking serious?
Lie. Reinl stalked Danielson and shot him in the back. This isn't misleading his audience about a small detail. This is perhaps the most important piece of information in the entire video, and Vosh lies about it 5 times, despite his earlier claims about being responsible. Remember what happens when Vosh claims to be doing a good thing. The rest of the video contains so many falsehoods I don't even have time to mention all of them. Misrepresenting the legal authority and role of police, misrepresenting the legal concept of innocence, misrepresenting the existence of retributive justice under the law, misrepresenting the details of the shooting of Reinl, misrepresenting Trump's statements about Reinhold, consistently framing the killing of Reinhold as a hit put out by Trump, etc. Almost every individual statement in this video is either misinformation, gross hyperbole, or blatant fear-mongering.
At points like this, when he says stuff like that, I don't know if he expects his audience to know that he's lying. I genuinely don't know. When people watch that, do they think he actually fact-checked it, or do they think he's making a joke? I genuinely do not know.
Then we can look at Vosh's video in the wake of the shooting of Jacob Blake. The video begins with a blatant falsehood. Vosh claims Shapiro is invoking the "he was no angel" argument, but Shapiro isn't. He's discussing why police were there in the first place.
It doesn't matter if Jacob Blake had just finished raping millions of people. Impressive, if nothing else. It doesn't matter.
Then Vosh spreads misinformation about Blake being unarmed, continuing to misrepresent.
I think he needed to play the Shapiro thing so we could know if he was truly taking him out of context. I think we needed that, but...
Then Vosh spreads misinformation about Blake being unarmed, continuing to misrepresent the role of police and the legal concept of innocence, and misrepresenting other basic facts about the case. This is a video about Blake and Shapiro's response to the shooting of Blake, and Vosh totally misrepresents both of them. It's also worth pointing out that Vosh has another video about Blake, released right after the footage went public, and it is way worse.
Uh-oh.
Then we can look at Vosh's video about the 2019 Miramar shootout. Vosh claimed police cars are bulletproof when they aren't, repeatedly claimed that all victims were shot by police when this still isn't known today, and Vosh additionally claimed that UPS refused to compensate the victim who was kidnapped and murdered, despite showing evidence that UPS did compensate the family of the victim 3 different times during the video. And these are just the direct falsehoods, not to mention downplaying the seriousness of the original incident by insisting that no one was killed in the jewelry store when someone was shot, and spending most of the video running defense for the people who robbed the store, shot an employee, and kidnapped Frank Ordonez as an excuse to place all of the blame on police. What about insisting the umbrella guy was an undercover cop when he wasn't?
This guy.
Part of that shit.
So we've got a person here who is essentially unidentifiable, at least by appearance, by way of the full black garb and the gas mask and everything else. Here's the thing that I know for a fact is happening. Undercover cops. There is nothing on earth that can tell me that motherfucker in the black getup with the umbrella smashing those AutoZone windows at the beginning of the protest wasn't a fucking cop.
Spreading misinformation about
what?
Amy Klobuchar and Derek Chauvin.
Amy Klobuchar was one of the people who declined to bring charges against the officers who killed George Floyd.
Oh, I think I followed this really on. Dude, there was so much bad information about poor Amy. I think that, wasn't it like, I think she had just won her election for the Senate and she didn't want to be in charge of doing prosecutions anymore, so she passed the case off to whoever's next because she didn't want to serve both as like the interim or incoming like senator and like the fucking chief prosecutor at the same time. I think Kalinsky did a lot of bullshit on this as well. Oh my God, this was so dumb.
Or spreading misinformation about Kyle Rittenhouse.
In the second shooting, he was literally laying on his ass, firing shots at people 20 feet away who weren't even...
Oh my God, what? Bro, we just watched the video. Oh my God, I can't believe he was so full of shit in this conversation.
Even moving towards him.
Whoa. Wait, I don't think we can watch this on stream. Hold on.
Or
no, he didn't. It doesn't include the violence, yeah, but just in case.
Spreading misinformation about the Twitter cop planting evidence.
Why did I retweet this? I'm such a fucking idiot, dude. I trusted the fucking headline again.
Are you getting the picture? And keep in mind, this is only misinformation about his greatest area of expertise. If you aren't capable of covering breaking news without spreading misinformation, then don't cover breaking news.
True!
I'm not a news outlet. I don't do breaking news, you know? I'm
just
not a
breaking
journalist.
outrage.
I don't really have the the training or the contacts necessary to update, get live information and verify it on the scene. And then
That won't keep them
And
from doing it, though.
Generally, I don't want to propagate misinformation. Speaking of which,
if you aren't capable of talking about the police without spreading misinformation, then don't talk about the police. Is this really so complicated? Also, you may be wondering why Vosh is so consistently wrong about the police.
The police don't want to protect American citizens. The police don't want to uphold the law.
They just want to protect
If
capital.
they wanted to do either of those things, they wouldn't be behaving the way they're behaving now. What police want is limitless power. That is what the police want. That is the only thing they want.
For what?
The police as an institution want to be able to drive into the low-income districts of whatever city they happen to squat in, like an occupying force, and just murder people.
Oh my god!
I hate the police as an institution. I despise it.
Jesus!
And we haven't even gotten to the other misinformation yet, which will now float by on screen. I have 15 pages of notes purely on Vosh's falsehoods. And keep in mind, these are only the verifiable falsehoods. I'm not including gross hyperbole or implying false information or telling half-truths, etc. How do I even cover all of this? Also keep in mind, I didn't watch all of his videos. Only about 80 of the over 1,000 videos on his main channel. I didn't troll through Vosh's Twitter, or his second channel, or the various clip channels, or his streams, etc. It's not an exaggeration to say that his content is riddled with falsehoods, and that nothing he says should ever be trusted without Googling it first. I could spend the next hour going through all of this, but instead, let's see what Vosh thinks about the ethics of lying.
Oh no.
I said that. I personally said that we're comfortable accepting a level of intellectual dishonesty.
Wait, what is this? This must be like 7 years old. Wait, I'm playing Far Cry 3 here?
If
How old is this video? From 2012? Jesus.
intellectual honesty is the cost of a successful improvement of the state of humanity, then sometimes that just has to be made.
I'm very flexible, I guess, with means or methods. As
Oh, there
long
we
as
go.
it leads
Sometimes
people in a
people-
good direction, I think it's generally pretty defensible.
People just report things that are just factually not true. That's my issue.
Sure, they do that. But
Vosh has been defending lying. As we'll learn later on, this is also fully justified by his personal philosophy. Now, you don't need to take my word for it. You can check the script and my sources to verify all of this.
Wait, am I lagging? Why is everybody typing cucks? Small f. Okay.
This for yourself. So just beware that you can never take anything Vosh says at face value.
at this
Noted.
point, when we're in a position where so many people are so willing to lie so flagrantly, sorry, not fragrantly, if they say one thing, if they make a single argument that I could disprove with a single Google search, then what does that say about the rest of the information they have for you? In all likelihood, it means that everything they're saying is horseshit. They're just cobbling together as many stories.
Wait, what the fuck? I just got an email from Pascal. Uh-oh. It's just a few minutes ago. I've been watching all sorts of content on narcissists, and one thing that apparently triggers the fuck out of your emotionally dead brain is when people criticize you. All this time that I thought you were actually interested in getting at the truth of the matter, where I was giving you information to the goal, I was making you angry, lol. That must have been really hard for you. And this whole, they're insane and obsessed, has been you hard projecting this whole time. I feel a great amount of pity for you, dude, but seeing the effects of narcissists and you choosing to be on social media, creating a giant misery-bombed hellscape, I'm going to have to ignore that and let time take care of you. I've already written to my representatives regarding a screening process and potential legislation that discourages your behavior. I'd say it's akin to child predators. Maybe a couple of bars above that. But yeah, you're pretty disgusting as an entity and need to be quarantined from society at large. Jesus. Pascal, what do I do to bring these people out?
They can.
We're only halfway done with this video. Oh my god.
and that disproving one of them is enough to dispel the credibility of the rest of the arguments. There is not a good base of conservatives in this country. These people are no different from the Ku Klux Klan. They are no different from the fucking white nationalists who ran terror campaigns in the South back during the 1920s, 30s, 40s.
my God.
They are absolutely no different from the frothing at the mouth, screaming fucking pasty mayo people who are throwing rocks at black folk going to integrated schools. There is no difference. I completely reject this idea. I completely reject this idea that there has been some sort of noble transition of the conservative base in this country, because it hasn't happened, people. It's still there. They're exactly the same. Nothing has changed. If you have a conservative family member, I'm sorry, they're part of the problem. If you have a conservative friend, I'm sorry, they're part of the problem.
Now we arrive at the part of the video where I need to start making controversial statements, and it's incredibly embarrassing to me that this will be taken as controversial. But there are perfectly decent reasons to be a conservative that have nothing to do with racism. Rather than play a bunch of clips of Vosh dehumanizing these people, I'm just going to let his comments scroll by on screen while I talk. The people who agree with Vosh argue through the lens of historical materialism.
Dude, who did I have? Oh, I didn't have a Vosh hater donating to me, right? Wasn't it a Pac-Man hater? Or did we have a Vosh hater? I don't remember. It was a Vosh hater? Dude, this guy, this is his like wet dream video. Oh my God. How do I miss 89% chance? I should hit 100% of the time.
And it is precisely through this lens that we see the most common reason people become conservatives. They perceive paying taxes to be against their class interests. This should be the most obvious thing in the world. It's literally a foundational principle for Vosh's worldview. This is also reflected in polls of policy rankings for conservatives. A good chunk of conservatives are single-issue voters on reducing taxation, and I've spoken with several people who voted for Trump who said he disgusted them, and they were second to do it. Does that sound familiar? I heard the same thing from people who voted for Hillary. Voting for someone is not an endorsement of all their views. Obviously, Vosh doesn't agree with Biden on much, he just sees Biden as being preferable to Trump.
Now, what
I will say, a lot of Republicans say that, but Trump dominated your primaries. You can't really say like, oh, he was all that was left. He's all that's left because that's who you chose. I don't think Republicans get to slide by on that one.
What a lot of people on the left fail to realize is that Democrats like Biden. I'm not saying you have to, because I don't.
Now, really quickly, we need to talk about Trump. I hate Trump. Don't take this as a defense of Trump or his behavior. It's indefensible. But while I'm not willing to defend Trump, I am willing, to some degree, to defend the people who voted for Trump, especially against reckless hyperbole coming from people like Vosh. The main reasons people accuse Trump voters of being racist are immigration policy, the border wall, and the travel ban. Now, before we get into the data of what Trump voters actually think on these issues, let's realize that strict views on immigration don't make a person racist. Do you think Denmark is racist? Denmark's immigration policies are much more strict than the United States. From what I can tell, the current Republican sentiment on immigration was bipartisan in the US until after 2012, and these views are still somewhat common abroad. That doesn't make them racists, and if you actually do have the data on your side, you're going to have a much easier time changing their mind by saying you're wrong about the facts than you're a terrible racist piece of shit. And keep in mind, you would only need to convert about 10% of the Republican base for them to never win a national election again. If you
Not even. It's got to be like converting like 5% would probably make it so they'd never win again, right?
care about political efficacy, you should be very concerned with maximizing your appeal to that 10%, rather than focusing on how bad the worst 10% of the party is. Another thing to point out is that lots of people who voted for Trump probably don't care about immigration at all. Between 55 and 65% of Republicans think immigration should be a priority, meaning that at least 1 in 3 simply don't care. In list of policy priority, it's usually around 4th, sometimes as low as 9th, and is always getting completely crushed by the economy. This is a strong indication that Republicans care way more about things like taxes than immigration. When looking at issue-by-issue polling, things get way more complicated. Roughly 80% of Republicans favored the travel bans, but so did roughly 50% of independents and 10 to 35% of Democrats. That doesn't mean 10 to 35% of Democrats are racist. The travel bans might be taken as a hatred of Muslims, but when asked if Christians should be given priority in immigration, 90% of Americans said religion shouldn't matter. There was between 65 to 80% support of the border wall among Republicans, but 40 to 50% of Republicans supported Dreamers. 55% of Trump supporters think illegal immigrants are as honest and hardworking as American citizens. And you'll see up to 60% support among Republicans of allowing illegal immigrants to stay if they meet certain conditions. Clearly, this is a bit more complicated than Republicans just hating Hispanic people. Then there were some other interesting findings, like 50% of Republicans saying Black Americans faced a lot of discrimination, 45% of Republicans supporting Biden's infrastructure plan that was basically a small version of the Green New Deal, 50% of Republican voters supporting UBI, 45% of Republicans supporting a public option, and 50% of Republicans saying they wish Trump was more presidential and less of a man-child on Twitter. I'm sorry, but this doesn't look like a party of hard-bitten racists. What it looks like to me is a party of people who are collectively vulnerable to fear-mongering about immigration and want to be safe. If you want to get through to these people, the best way to do that isn't to call them racists. If you accuse someone who isn't racist of being a racist, they are likely to write you off entirely. You don't get to complain about conservatives fixating on the culture war if you're in the trenches yourselves. The accusations of Republicans being fascists are honestly so hilarious, I'm not even going to bother finding sources. Perhaps the single greatest aim of the GOP is to dismantle the government, which is the opposite of what a fascist would want. Not to mention, Trump stacked the judiciary, which proceeded to
That I think you need to take a far more nuanced approach to that than that. Because you can argue that in some cases, like, Republicans want to quote-unquote dismantle the government, but I don't think that's actually the case. In some cases, Republicans are in favor of a far more expansionist government. For instance, when it comes to using our military to man, like, massively expanded border walls, when it comes to expanding things like the Department of Homeland Security or giving more power or teeth to, like, the TSA, when it comes to an expansion of, like, foreign policy, although that changed a little bit under Trump, I think that it's a little bit more complicated than just saying, like, Democrats want more government, Republicans want less government. Yeah, I don't agree with that statement at all.
Unanimously rule against him and his comical efforts to overturn the election. If these people are fascists, then they're very fucking bad at it. Now, you might think Republicans are rubes for allowing themselves to be consumed by fear-mongering, but this is hardly restricted to Republicans.
Fear-mongering is a derogatory term for a type of behavior exhibited in a lot of political figures online, especially conservatives, where you try to present information in a way that warrants an unnecessary or exaggerated fear response from your audience.
This is from the Rhinal video. Now that you know pretty much every piece of information in this video is false, watch these clips and tell me what you think Fosh's goal with this video was.
What I wanted to do was say, this was an extrajudicial killing, this was a lynching, this was a hit put out by the government because he killed a member of Patriot Prayer, a far-right group, and the government backs the far-right. This was a hit. This was a hit on a political opponent. It could happen to any one of you. You realize that, right? And they will fucking kill you. They will roll up on your house like they are a rival gang, and they will perforate the front of your house while civilians flee to get their 8-year-olds.
Jesus Christ!
It is
dude, I need to watch some more Vosh streams. These things are fucking fire. This guy is great. This guy is super unhinged. How do I miss this shit?
Possible for me to describe the degree to which our society faces oblivion. We face oblivion. Yeehaw, boys. Here's your silver badge. Let's go do a lynching. Now you gotta wonder, every day of your life, are they gonna deputize a bunch of fucking white nationalists to gun me down in front of my house? Are they going to kill me without even announcing themselves? Are they going to kill my family? We face the greatest conceivable threat to our well-being imaginable right now as activists and left-leaning people.
Jesus!
So you tell me, viewer, how did that make you feel? Are you vulnerable to fear-mongering? If you're willing to concede that you are, maybe Republican voters are a bit more sympathetic than you thought. And Last, let's look at a few more hopeful clips. First, this was Bill O'Reilly's reaction to the murder of Eric Garner.
However, I will say that upon seeing the video that you just saw,
Is this the guy that was in the chair with like 5 cops on top of him when he was already like arrested, like in the chair? Or am I thinking of somebody different for this one? Yeah, okay. That was... Wait. I need to look this up so I... Oh, this was the guy on the sidewalk.
One officer, Daniel Pantaleo, who is white, has his arm around Garner's neck. Listen to Garner's cries, muffled by the pavement.
Jesus.
Garner was later declared dead at a nearby hospital. Police say he had a heart attack and died on the way. Less than a month after his death, the New York...
I was thinking of that one was shot point blank while he was handcuffed in a holding cell. No, I don't. Fuck. There was another one where there was a guy. I want to say he was in a chair. Maybe he was a war vet or something, but he was a black guy in a chair, and I think police officers like choked him while he was in the chair or something. Fuck. I don't remember which one this was. Maybe I'm not sure, but.
and hearing Mr. Gardner say he could not breathe, I was extremely troubled. I would have loosened my grip. I desperately wish the officer would have done that. Eric Gardner was obese. He had asthma. He was in no condition to absorb what befell him. Yes, he should not have resisted, but all Americans, every one of us, should pity Mr. Gardner and his family. He did not deserve what happened to him. And I think Officer Pantaleo and every other American police officer, every one, would agree with me. He didn't deserve that.
O'Reilly was basically Tucker Carlson 1.0, and in this video, he gets pretty close to calling the killing a lynching. O'Reilly unambiguously sides with Garner's family and against the police.
There is no black man who could die at the hands of the police whose treatment they would not then defend or laud.
What was Fox News' initial reaction to the murder of George Floyd?
Where's the training of these guys? How do you not know the neck is that sensitive?
And Sean, where is the officers that are standing near this guy who are willing to stand up and stop him?
But the protesters are looking at what the local police have done, and they haven't arrested anybody. If you or I were caught on tape choking someone to death, I would assume that we'd be in prison by now. Why do you think the people on the ground feel like there has not been justice? And what is the White House going to do?
I don't know if this guy brings it up at all, and I don't know if this is like an edgy take or not, but like, I'm pretty sure every part of the Eric Garner stuff, like, there was justice. Like, I think the cop was, like, charged or arrested, like, a day after it happened. And I think, like, things moved along, like, pretty swiftly. I feel like the narrative around that for a long time was that, like, oh, they're not doing anything. Oh, they're not. But I'm pretty sure, like, I want to say it might have even been before the video went viral. Like, the cop was already, like, taken in. I should look that up to get my timeline correct on that, because it's probably something that'll come up again in the future. But I don't think the cop was fired. Well, no, but you're not going to fire someone immediately. But, like, I mean, you're going to do an investigation first, always, right? Of course. He was fired 5 years later? Wait, hold on. Who are we talking about right now? I'm talking about George Floyd. Wait, what is this video about? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Is this still about Eric Garner? Wait, they were just talking about, like... Oh, my bad. I was thinking about George Floyd. Forget everything I just said about this. Never mind.
What the local police have done, and they haven't...
Stand up. Where?
How do you...
Not then defend or laud.
Oh, maybe I said Garner? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought... No, we're talking about... Wait, did I say Garner? This one was about... Wait, am I getting gaslit by my chat? Wait, what the fuck? Okay, I said Garner, but they're talking about Floyd. I meant Floyd. That's what I was talking about. Sorry. Jesus.
What was Fox News' initial reaction to the murder of George Floyd?
Where's the training of these guys? How do you not know the neck is that sensitive?
And Sean, where is the officers that are standing near this guy who are willing to stand up and stop him?
but the protesters are looking at what the local police have done, and they haven't arrested anybody. If you or I were caught on tape choking someone to death, I would assume that we'd be in prison by now. Why do you think the people on the ground feel like there has not been justice, and what is the White House going to do about that?
Yeah, Martha, I can tell you, take the uniform off of that police officer, just have a man with his knee on another man's neck, there'd already be an arrest. And I don't need to wait on the feds. This is a violation of Minnesota state law. This is murder.
And does anyone remember when Bernie Sanders had a town hall with an audience from Fox?
Is raising a starvation minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, which has not been raised in 10 years, to $15 an hour, a living wage, a radical idea? No. Is making public colleges and universities tuition free so that all of our people have the opportunity to get a higher education in a competitive global economy? Is that a radical idea? No. Is doing what every other major country on earth does, guaranteeing health care to all as a right. I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. This is not a communist society up there in Montreal. They guarantee health care to all. They spend 50% of what we spend. Is passing a Medicare for all single-payer system a radical idea? No!
And let's remind ourselves, what does Vosh have to say about all this?
All of conservatism is built upon the exact same social principles that are perpetuated today by neo-Nazis. I understand this may sound a little bit facetious, but I assure you I'm being entirely serious when I say this. American conservatives are fascists. Now, I have been accused of being hyperbolic in this respect before, but I am not being. There is a large contingent of conservatives in this country, not all of them, but a large number of them, who just like it when black people are killed. And I think the first thing that we should learn from this story, I mean, what's the first thing we should learn here? Conservatives are evil? Great, easy, wow. And Republicans want to do that because Republicans are racist. I don't think neoconservatism and fascism are two, like, really, really distinct things. A lot of people in the Republican Party probably do just want to say the N-word and, like, throw rocks at black people.
Ah, yes. Nuance. It's fine to not like conservatives, but it is not acceptable to act like everyone who votes Republican is a Nazi. Doing so is politically destructive, demonstrably untrue, and deeply counterproductive to progressive goals. We can talk to these people. We can work with these people. But that's never going to happen if we think that half of the country are literally Nazis.
And I think that passion requires a lot of introspection, because there are a lot of people out there who think they're making the world a better place, when in reality they're making it a horrible place to live in.
Still have 40 minutes to go. How is this possible?
This section needs some disclaimers.
Oh, man.
I am not an expert in philosophy. However, I did consult with a number of people who are, so I should do a reasonable job of explaining these ideas. And second, I made a serious effort to charitably assess Vosh's moral system, but there simply isn't any way to...
It's like a... So I've said this a million times. I don't know if you guys believe me or not believe me. I've already said it a million times. Be careful when you listen to me talk about philosophy. I am a wiki warrior, and I've just like cobbled together like enough pieces that I feel reasonably able to like come to good conclusions when it comes to like applied ethics. But I'm not about to sit here and tell you that like I know more than Kant, or my moral anti-realism is grounded in such a way that you should turn from academics and follow the philosophy of destiny, right? I just feel reasonably comfortable like walking through some basic parts of it to get to like my political things. Vosh, on the other hand, like copy-pasted all of my shit, but he acts so much more confident about it while not even having the understanding that I have about philosophy. Oh, man. Oh, no. This part's gonna be rough.
Count for all the contradictory things he's said. From my vantage point, Vosh's moral system is just whatever is needed at the time to justify what he wants to do or say. That being said, I was able to synthesize his most common moral statements to come up with two primary positions he may be defending. The first position Vosh seems to support is direct, actual consequentialism. Consequentialism means that the moral worth of an action is determined by the consequences of that action. Most consequentialist positions consider intentions or expected outcomes, because human agents don't have access to the future. But with Vosh, we have a problem. Vosh only takes intentions or expected outcomes into consideration for people he likes. This is very much an intentions for me, outcomes for thee kind of situation. This inconsistency undermines any claim Vosh may have to being a genuine consequentialist. To have a genuine position, he would either need to consider intentions for his opposition, or not consider intentions for his allies. The second position Vosh expresses is metanormative nihilism. You would think I was lying if I described this myself, so I'll let Vosh explain it to you.
You're in a state of complete nihilism about the world. No one's position is more justified than another.
Inherently, no. Correct. It's not a matter of absurdity. It's how the world works. I think it's a fact of the world. I don't think you can empirically justify any of this. All of history and all of thought is just power grabs between people who can decide subjectively whether or not their positions are better than others.
Power grabs.
Unironically?
Wow.
In some cases?
The truth of whether
Oh no! So I'm a moral anti-realist. Me and Rem have talked about this a lot. And I will say that. But Vosh in his head, I don't think has separations for things like ethics versus like metaphysics versus like epistemology. So in any of these conversations, Vosh will go from this like moral anti-realist shit to like being like an epistemic anti-realist, which basically means there's a fancy word for saying you don't think anybody can agree upon any like true statements. So like technically, if you believe in that, all of rationality falls apart, contradictory logic statements become possible, all logic is now like paraconsistent logics. Like it's just this, it's absolutely ridiculously absurd, like ultimately anti-skeptical, ultimately skeptical position. It's so dumb. I don't even know if I can get into like how dumb it is, but basically like if you believe in this, you can literally say that anybody can justify any statement at any time about any particular topic everywhere, and it's just like ridiculous.
What's happened? A power grab.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Well, with that, I'm gonna peace out.
There is no good and evil. There is only power. Those too weak to seek it.
Okay.
Metanormative nihilism is the position that there is no truth and there is no morality. A natural consequence of this is a belief that the world is nothing but a power game, which Vosh seems to fully embrace. In practice, this is the position that Vosh acts out far more than the first position, but it's hard to believe he actually understands it, because the position of metanormative nihilism is beyond absurd.
Absurd, it is, yes.
When I explained Vosh's positions to a professor of ethics and political philosophy, he responded that Vosh wasn't advocating for socialism, he's advocating for Syria. And this is because something like the Syrian state in the middle of a civil war is exactly what things would look like were everyone to adopt metanormative nihilism. It's just a power game. There are no right or wrong actions. In fact, there's no truth at all.
Oh, cool.
Just do whatever you can do to get ahead. In this worldview, there was nothing wrong with slavery before 1863. And in fact, there's nothing wrong with slavery at all in a moral sense. It's only wrong in a legal sense. The law is the only basis you have for judging people's actions, which gives some insight into why Vosh becomes so concerned with the law in situations where people might normally discuss morality. The Kyle Rittenhouse situation comes to mind. If Vosh was to adopt this position seriously, he would have no cause to complain on moral grounds about anything anyone ever did. You could torture him, kill his entire family, and cannibalize them, and Vosh would have no good reason to object on moral grounds. It seems very unlikely for anyone to actually see the world this way. In practice, Vosh's position is that of a moral freerider. It justifies any actions Vosh may like to take, while Vosh can hide behind the cloak of common moral sentiment, knowing that no one will take him up on his bargain. He even admits as such.
So I don't want to get punched in the face, but I want other people to get punched in the face.
Lord's Mobile, boys!
So I've had to develop and you know, pardon me for sounding pretentious, I've had to develop a set of principles and of ways in which those principles could be practically enacted, which allow for the punching of Nazis and don't allow for the punching of me and my soft jaw.
Now you, viewer, are free to adopt whatever normative position you like, but I strongly suggest you don't adopt one similar to this that makes you look like a fucking lunatic. Instead of trying to disentangle all this nonsense, I'll instead recap some parts of the Platonic dialogue Gorgias, as it covers most of the relevant themes to address Vosh's behavior. Gorgias is a dialogue between Socrates and a group of sophists, including the titular Gorgias, a rhetorician, and his students. We begin with Gorgias identifying himself as a rhetorician, which is particularly relevant because Vosh is also chiefly concerned with rhetoric, persuasion, and optics.
I think the impact of rhetoric, as in the positions that we're in, is always going to be greater than the impact of policy.
Then they clarify that the use of rhetoric produces conviction but not knowledge. In plain English, they're saying that someone can be persuasive while also being clueless.
Oh yeah, wait, didn't Bush literally steal the 2000 election? I'm sorry, somebody in chat just mentioned that, but yeah, the 2000 election was shady as shit. I completely forgot. With the Jeb Bush and the governor of Florida and the butterfly ballots, I completely forgot that. He got away with it, actually. He got away with stealing that election.
Then they discuss the obvious implication. Rhetoric would be a horrible tool to be wielded by an amoral person. Gorgias affirms that only a just person should wield rhetoric.
I don't believe morals are a fact of the world.
In response to this, Socrates criticizes rhetoric as being immoral. To Socrates, with the use of rhetoric, the concepts of right and wrong become perverted into whatever can help one gain power. And rhetoric goes hand in hand with manipulativeness.
Fuck. I care about my truth in the world.
Then, Gorgias' student Polus gets ass mad that Gorgias is losing the debate and decides to jump in, telling Socrates that it's ridiculous to expect someone to admit that they are an immoral person. Socrates then explains, at considerable length, that he sees rhetoric as a form of ornamental flattery. He explains that sophistry and rhetoric merely impersonate the legislative process and the administration of justice. This establishes a full critique of rhetoric. Number 1, rhetoric produces conviction, not knowledge. Number 2, rhetoric is a dangerous tool to be wielded by an immoral person. And number 3, rhetoric merely impersonates the greater arts of law and ethics. Furthermore, Polus's previous statement is particularly troublesome, because we can't expect someone wielding rhetoric to know whether or not they are just, meaning rhetoricians had the tools to enact evil without knowing whether or not they are evil. Vosh will always claim to have a resolute moral compass, but when pressed, he'll admit that he doesn't even think morals exist, and the world is merely a theater for power games. Such a person wielding rhetoric is a dangerous thing indeed. Socrates then begins to compare rhetoricians to tyrants, and begins to argue that rhetoric is self-defeating, because utilizing rhetoric to stir conviction without wisdom leads one to act against their own self-interest. This is the beginning of a long conversation about the nature of justice, which continues when Callicles jumps into the conversation. Callicles begins making an immoralist argument that is critical of philosophy itself, which is similar to the arguments made by Glaucon and Thrasymachus in other works of Plato. Callicles' position is very similar to Vosh's position, rejecting morality and embracing a might makes right mentality. While Vosh claims to be a socialist, he avoids ethical arguments for socialism, and now we can see why. The metanormative landscape that Vosh acts out is one of authoritarianism or extremely exploitative capitalism, not socialism. The moral systems that exist in philosophy that are most similar to Vosh's position all seem to support authoritarianism, down to the criticism of philosophy itself.
I have no respect for snobby moral realists.
Socrates and Gorgias warned of the danger posed by rhetoric in the hands of an immoral person. Looking at Vosh's behavior, it's not hard to understand why.
But I would probably argue that was because of your limited capacities in terms of philosophy. It's probably because you got a sociology degree, right?
What is fascism in abstract? What is fascism in abstract?
Really easy.
It'd be great to get a definition from Vosh. Yeah.
Well, generally, it's considered to be like a an ultra right-wing, ultra nationalistic form of like
authoritarianism.
Usually like an ethno-nationalist political identity.
Oh.
I prefer Umberto Eco's 14 points, but it gets like really in the weeds. I don't think that fascism is always super consistent with its definition. The reason that I like Umberto Eco's definition so much, the reason why I simp for it so goddamn hard, is because it's very, very sociological. That's the thing that I like about it. Isn't it too broad, though? Serious question, no troll. It's only...
It's so much easier before he has to defend it in front of somebody else. This is why I like debates so much. It's because you really get to see, like, do you really feel this? Because if I push you in a little bit, and you don't just get to choose how much you want to talk about it on stream, right? Like, how much do you actually believe in what you're talking about? Jesus.
It's only like too broad if you look at it as like if you trigger like one flag, then you're a fascist, which isn't true. It's like diagnostic criteria for mental disorders. Yes.
The problem with what Vosh just said is that the DSM does have a threshold you need to cross for a diagnosis, so it's not applicable to how Vosh uses ECO's definition. It's very convenient that ECO's definition can't be used to make definitive judgments, but you should at the very least be able to get an idea of how fascist something is by looking at these points. So, how much of a fascist is Vosh?
Oh no!
Positions are better than others.
Power grabs.
Unironically,
wow.
In some cases,
The
yes.
truth of whether the Holocaust happened? A power grab.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
Oh no.
And I'm going to make every conceivable effort to be charitable. The Republican Party is literally mostly voted on by fascists.
Take yes for an answer when somebody agrees with you, dude.
But they don't agree with me. I have never met a Republican who agrees with me on anything. I have never met a self-described conservative who shared a single goal with me. The average Republican would have supported Hitler. 100%. Yeah, that's the easiest.
Jesus!
I believe that the property rights of the wealthy should not be respected. I feel that their assets should be seized from them and that many of them should be executed for crimes against the workers of this country.
Fascists in America have been trying to destroy this country and turn it into an autocracy, well, more of one, for generations. They aren't a burgeoning movement of youth. They're funded by billionaires. They're funded by bankers and oil moguls. They're funded by politicians whose dads and their dads' dads were politicians.
There have literally been studies done on the authoritarian brain. Tend to be lower IQ, more fearful, more impressionable.
We are going to see a resurgence of global fascism sometime over the next 20 years.
Oh shit.
We know what we're doing.
Hold on, sorry. We still have 26 minutes to go. I can beat this guy, right? Do I need to torch up? Oh, I have no torch. Hold on, 1 second. I need to... You can't torch during the fight. Yeah, I see that now. Stun resist is 120%. Alright, well, we're not stunning this guy ever. Yes. Are you hungry? I can, but you're gonna have to wait for me to finish this song. Jesus. Okay, hold on, sorry. I wish I had my biscuits still. Remember to collect 100 bucks from Pendulum? Why would I get 100 bucks from him? Okay, stun, stun. I can stun one of these guys, I think. This guy's still marked? Undulating withdrawal. What does that mean? Oh, fuck. Does he spawn these every single turn? Is there no point in killing these things? This guy has 70% move resist. It does, but you absolutely have to kill him. Oh, the damage grows every round. Oh, man. Why is my 2 hit so low? Dude, their dodge is so fucking high.
Unnerved, unbalanced.
And they all have like super fast speed, really? Oh, these guys are getting too strong. Protection is 26. Subtle hubris. You keep telling me I'm gonna die every single time I do anything, so I don't really trust your judgment. Like I think you told me I was gonna die in the courtyard too, and I like clear that so easily. I have 4 turns coming up to do this. These guys are all bled. I'll try one more round, but if I can't do it, then I have to leave. Do I have anti-venoms? No, I don't. Dude, this 67%. Oh, thank God. Is he gonna summon another one? He is. Dude, the blight is way too much damage too. Holy fuck. Actually, that might be stacked blight. I don't think it's actually 6 damage for that many rounds. I like need to crit on my heals. We're not getting them.
Of war can be healed, but never hidden.
He's gonna summon 2 more, right? Dude, Highwayman would be really good for this fight. Oh, that was a good crit. Rush him down? No, because these guys are getting stronger and stronger. I don't know if we can win this. Oh no. Oh god, no, fuck. We have to try to get out. I don't know if we can even retreat now.
Concentration. Reeling, gasping, taken over the edge.
Nice crits.
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
Jesus. Wait, did somebody die of... Oh no. Oh my god, my screen glitched. Dude, this is a lot of stress. Holy fuck. It didn't even do anything nice. Good one.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
Could I spam the fuck out of some stress heal and get through this? Let's see. Nobody's gonna be death's doored. Oof. Good one. I think if all of them are afflicted, yeah, I don't think this is doable. I could try one room battle though and see. I can eat 4 food here at least. Oh no, wait, where am I? Oh yeah. You got a Steam achievement for beating a dungeon with 4 afflictions? I don't know about this, man. The thing is that, like, if this person skips a turn because they're afflicted, and I miss, like, and then they all start, like, fucking themselves, I think this is bad. Hold on. Should we risk it? Vote. Should we risk it? Yes or no? No, we're not doing it. Fuck you guys.
Doing this right, we will improve society, whether society likes it or not.
Donald Trump is a fascist, and the legislators for the Republican Party are fascist because they almost to a man back pretty much everything that he does. Do you really think it's that unlikely that the third branch of government would also, with judges appointed, by the way, by a fascist, might also have leanings in that direction?
Have you ever read the book 1984?
1984 is literally my favorite book.
Okay, so it's a really, really good point, because the way that they alter the minds of the people in
Europia,
is
through Newspeak.
Yeah, is it Europia or Utopia? What do they call it? Neuropia?
They call it Oceania.
Oceania. Oh fuck me. Sorry. So the way that one of their leading ways of changing the minds of the people in Oceania isn't by indoctrinating them, but by depriving them of the words to express any thought that's counterproductive to what the party wants them to think. You know?
Exactly.
So,
it's a beautiful book.
But that's not beautiful. Like, that's fucked up. You're essentially saying that people are too stupid and too immature and blah 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 blah. So what we need to do is we need to dictate to them by giving them no other choice but to think certain things based on like the vocabulary and what.
That's politics, and you agree with me.
No, whoa. It's not, but it's kind of along
God, I don't want to listen to myself.
the same ideas to where, like, well, we're just going to kind of get people to think what we want to think by just making all of the words mean this. Like, it's kind of the same thing. It's not the exact same thing, but it's kind of the same, along the same lines.
The difference is that we're doing what we're doing because we genuinely believe that there is a large group of people out there who are suffering because we haven't done this fast enough. Okay? That's why we do it. Now, I understand that from an objective standpoint, this might sound like fucking dictatorial language 101, but what do you have to fear from us?
But I've shifted a fair degree away from authoritarianism over the past couple of years.
Just to be clear, my point isn't to prove that Vosh is a fascist. He clearly isn't. However, this is not a functional definition of fascism. There's far too much ambiguity to simply call anyone you dislike a fascist. And for the record, Vosh does meet more of these criteria than almost anyone he calls a fascist, which is amusing, but it doesn't mean much beyond Vosh should stop calling everyone fascists. Vivian gave a much more salient definition in the Prime Case Fascism Shitshow.
So fascism, very, very simply, I think it is perfectly reasonable, colloquially, right, to define fascism as ultra-nationalism with a desire to purify the bulk of people based on their immutable characteristics, or of behaviors deemed degenerate through religious
what do you want, Neil?
That's it. That'll do.
Good definition. It also rules out nearly everyone Vosh calls a fascist, and Vivian agrees.
Wait, what?
Intent
For
was...
the love of fucking God, Pisco, stop fucking lumping me in with Vosh when I'm quite clearly saying that I think he's being irresponsible in his rhetoric, and I disagree with his idea that, like, George Bush is a fascist, okay? Like, people will say to me, right, oh, you just call everybody fascist, right? And I would really love to be sitting here right next to Vosh as Destiny comes in and says, this is fucking inappropriate, this is what all the fucking lefties do, like, fascism's lost all fucking meaning, or, like...
Wait, true. Okay, hold on, wait. Mel! Kickling is chicken, right?
Yes.
Okay, bacon, forced, what the fuck does that mean?
Oh, shit.
What does any of this mean? Does this mean it'll be chicken?
Chicken, like...
It's already
breast.
a spicy chicken
Breast.
sandwich.
Chicken breast.
So is it gonna have an extra chicken breast on it, or what the fuck is
You
it?
want to add another one? Yes, you can.
You can have a double chicken breast sandwich.
Apparently you can.
Okay, that's bacon. Halloumi. The fuck is that?
That's the cheese that I talk about. That's really
No,
good.
fuck no.
You
Jalapenos,
really like
no.
them.
Cheddar roast is probably cheddar cheese. Pepper jack is good. Picklad is probably pickles. Salad is some weird salad shit. Tomat, what is that?
No,
Tomat.
that's actually onion.
Okay, I don't want that either.
Okay.
What is tomat?
Tomato?
Oh, okay. Good luck.
That's onion.
Okay,
So it says sweet onion right there.
just making sure. Maybe it means some. What is this? Emmentaler roast.
I have no idea. Some sort of cheese.
Salt gurka.
That's pickles.
Farce gurka.
Like normal cucumber.
Okay. What the fuck is tabort?
Remove.
Okay. Does it come with? Is that mayonnaise? Is that mayonnaise?
Mayonnaise.
Okay. What is salad here? What does that mean?
Salad?
Wait, so it's
Vanilla
asking if you want to put salad on and to remove
no,
salad?
like the fucking leaves on the fucking thing.
Okay, and that's tomato, yeah?
Mhm.
Okay, what is this? Bit broad.
If you want to change the bread.
No. Okay, Valj telbor horror.
If you want to add like the sides.
Okay. Just French fries. Crispy fries?
Mhm.
What does store mean? Small? Medium?
Yes.
Small. Big.
Stowed, yeah, big.
Stowed. Okay.
Large. Yeah. Good.
Yep.
Is that what you're getting?
That's what we're both getting.
We're both getting the same thing.
You said you wanted chicken.
Okay. Did you get both?
Yeah.
Oh, you got 2 of all these.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Yep. Oh, it's spicy chicken.
It's not that spicy.
It is pretty spicy.
It's not that spicy.
Okay.
Do you want chicken wings?
Yes, please. Oh, my grumpy baby, how are you doing today?
I'm doing.
You doing?
What the fuck is umami?
Some sort of dip.
Hot Creole.
Some sort of dip.
It costs 800 crowns?
You don't have to have it.
Is that really how much it costs?
No, that's 8 crowns.
That's 8 crowns.
8.00 is 8 crowns. No.
Oh.
Yeah. Did you not see the dot?
Well, sometimes when Europeans use dots, they're commas. You guys do that.
Nope.
Yes?
Nope.
Really? Do you want to bet?
Nope. Do you want to bet?
Sure. Okay.
Good job.
Good job.
Good job. How are you doing? What are you doing today? What are you guys doing today?
We're playing games and listening to a big hate Vosh video.
I hate Vosh. Okay, how's that going?
It's pretty funny.
How long is the video?
An hour and 40 minutes.
Are you guys jerking yourselves off for 1 hour and 40 minutes?
Uh-huh.
Oh, hugging Steve. Okay.
Okay, be home.
That was the general gist of like what he was saying as he came in. I would love to be able to fucking sit here and go, oh, that's fucking bollocks, Destiny, actually shut the fuck up. But I can't do that when I've got a dude next to me fucking sitting there going, well, actually, like, I think it's perfectly reasonable to just jump in and call like Bush a fascist, right?
Even Vivian, someone who is almost totally aligned with Vosh, finds these empty accusations of fascism tedious and irritating. While Vosh certainly isn't a fascist, it is worth mentioning that he has far more authoritarian tendencies than he lets on. What does Vosh think he should do if people disagree with him past a certain point?
Yeah, of course, that's subjective morals. The only thing you can really do with people who disagree with you at that point is kill them. If a person disagreed with that, I would have to kill them. I'm going to keep going back to that argument a few times, so I hope you don't mind hearing it. And I'd be more interested.
Anyone who disagrees with you ethically should die.
How many times do I have to repeat this? If they have if they have huge presuppositional differences with me on ethics and what is and is not good, then yeah, that's how history has worked.
Does Vosh have any self-doubt about his behavior?
We know what we're doing is right.
I know my positions are sound. I know the things that I do here on my platform are good, or at least I don't really care if he would argue that they're not.
Yikes. Look, I'm not saying Vosh wants to be a dictator, but what I am saying is that there's enough troubling material here to merit genuine concern.
Maybe I should stop calling people fascists if my audience can't handle it, okay?
Should I recruit this level 2 occultist?
Stochastic terrorism is when the distribution of propaganda via mass media meaningfully increases the likelihood of violent events taking place, particularly with a political motivation. The stochastic terrorist is someone who contributes to a political environment where violence is more likely to happen, but the violence itself can never be directly linked back to the stochastic terrorist. If you want to see a good breakdown of the concept, check out this BookSmarts video on Trump's speech before the January 6th Capitol insurrection. This is a video about Vosh, though, so we can let Vosh explain.
There's a term called stochastic terrorism. Has anyone ever heard the stories of back when environmental terrorism was a little bit more popular than it is today? Funny, because it should, if there was ever a time for it to be popular, it would be today. If the chainsaw ever hit that stake, the belt of the chainsaw is designed to cut through wood, not steel. The belt would break, meaning that the chainsaw, spinning very, very quickly, would send a belt laced with razor-sharp spikes flying out in any direction, damaging equipment, and if there was a person nearby, very likely them. People were injured and sometimes killed from this practice. I'm not taking a stance on this right now. I am personally not in favor of the idea of stochastic terrorism against like loggers or whatever. I don't think that's a particularly effective way of making the world a better place. Though I can't really blame the motive.
Imagine explaining stochastic terrorism to your audience and then pausing your explanation to engage in stochastic terrorism. Twice. Vosh both implicitly and explicitly endorses environmental terrorism here, which increases the likelihood of environmental terrorism taking place, although it could never be linked directly back to him. Quite incredible, but this is only the tip of the iceberg. Trump never directly called for violence on January 6th, but he didn't need to. What Trump was trying to do was convince his audience that their country was being stolen from them and they need to take it back. The speech was meant to build a sense of unity and terror in his audience. Then it ends with this. We are going to the Capitol. We're going to try and give the weak Republicans the kind of pride and boldness they need to take back our country. Is this a direct call for violence? No. However, you would be lying if you said this didn't increase the chance of violence taking place. That's what stochastic terrorism is. However, Trump's speech has a cloak of plausible deniability. For one, Trump never justifies or calls for political violence. Violence is a logical outcome of what he's saying, but there is a natural defense that fear-mongering and getting people riled up is simply what politicians do. However, most people on the left still accept this speech as a clear instance of stochastic terrorism and make no qualms about holding Trump partially responsible for the events of January 6th. And I would agree. To what degree he's responsible, it's hard to say, but at the very least, this rhetoric is incendiary and irresponsible. We already played the clip where Vosh unironically called for the genocide of the wealthy, but maybe you think he was being hyperbolic. What is Vosh's position on political violence?
You know that whole joke I do with political violence is wrong, always wrong, never do it, not even in Minecraft, it's immoral to hurt people thing. And it's always with a wink and a nod, and everyone knows my real position. You guys know I do that, right?
Yeah. I have like 30 clips of this going back a decade. Vosh is an open advocate for political violence. This is the first major reason Vosh engages in stochastic terrorism. By openly advocating for political violence, he is clearly increasing the probability that his audience will engage in political violence. Then we have Vosh's open advocacy for violent revolution, including comments that imply anyone in favor of capitalism is a fair target for violence. Vosh explicitly mentions social democracy here, saying social democracy may be the biggest obstacle to his desired political system. For those of you who don't know, social democracy is as far left as you can go economically without being a socialist, so Vosh is in favor of murdering anyone who isn't a socialist if that is what it takes. This would all be bad enough, but we haven't even gotten to the main point. Vosh's spreading of misinformation about and inciting hostility towards the police.
You don't just like, oh yeah, we're rolling through the hood. Oh, hey, watch out, watch out, watch out.
So when police officers kill somebody, as they often do here in America,
this is the police! And the police fucking kill like one robber and like 7 employees.
The police think of your rights as an obstacle in between them and the sick John Wick movie scenes they want to enact on you in your living room, okay? Your human rights and your legal rights are nothing but a bureaucratic impediment to them getting to do their sick kickflip into headshotting you from 2 houses down the road, the bullet passing through a 5-year-old and a dog on the way, okay? It's just an inconvenience to them. Quick, now bring me that ID! I didn't say Simon Says.
Dude, I'm gonna be taking some time off stream. I gotta watch some of these videos. I gotta watch some Vosh stream, dude. What the fuck is this guy talking about half the time?
First, let's look at the scale of officer-involved shootings in the United States. According to the Washington Post database, which seems to be the best source since it started in 2015, there are less than 1,000 officer-involved shootings a year, from something like 65 million police interactions. Compare this to 435,000 deaths from cigarette smoking, 112,000 from obesity, 85,000 from alcohol, 43,000 from traffic accidents, and 16,000 from Advil overdoses.
Nope, I can't do math. Never mind. Listen, I'm a sociology major, okay? Listen, I didn't pay attention in stats. Just whatever.
Of the 1,000 people killed per year by police, roughly 64 are unarmed. But this is still misleading because almost all of these unarmed people were actively resisting arrest. When you narrow these statistics down to people who are unarmed and aren't resisting arrest, you are dealing with less than 5 people a year.
Do you believe one individual anecdote is more meaningful than the plurality of evidence?
No. There is no serious argument that officer-involved shootings constitute a pressing health risk, an epidemic, or even a systemic problem. Officer-involved shootings are incredibly rare, and you are 8 times more likely to be struck by lightning than to be killed by police when you aren't resisting arrest. This is relevant because Vosh clearly implies that the police enjoy killing people, and do so for no good reason, which simply doesn't happen. On the other hand, police have a greater than 10% chance per person per year to be the victims of violence, and there were more than 1.2 million violent crimes in the US in 2019, for a roughly 1 in 272 chance of being victimized per person per year. This means that while being unjustly killed by police is not a rational worry, being the victim of violence in the United States is, and this is especially true if you are a police officer. And last, and this was incredibly surprising to me, there isn't any strong evidence to suggest that police-involved shootings are racially motivated. I'm not just talking about the Fryer study, which was much publicized and discussed. I spent a day looking up meta-analyses and systematic reviews of officer-involved shootings and didn't find a single paper that unambiguously made a connection between the victim's race and the chance of a police shooting. I expected this segment to be talking about effect sizes and putting the scope of police racism in context, but every single review I found suggested a weak or non-existent connection. In Klom's 2010 review, only 2 of 17 studies suggested a positive correlation between victim race and police use of force, while 8 studies suggested no correlation. Harris's 2009 review states, "The seriousness of the offense and the behavior of the suspect appear to have a substantially large impact on how the police behave in comparison to an officer's personal beliefs and characteristics or their organizational environment." Bulger's 2015 analysis states, "The increased likelihood of force for these groups were 1.064 minority suspects," but goes on to say that of the variables that were correlated with use of force, 4 lost significance when adjustments for publication bias were made: offense seriousness, number of officers, suspect race, and suspect demeanor. Again, this was shocking to me. I expected to be putting evidence of police racism in context, but I spent a day trying to find and understand as much as I could and found no credible evidence that the victim's race has anything to do with officer-involved shootings. That isn't to say that there is no demonstrable racism in police use of force generally, but these findings are far more nuanced than what Vaush presents. And you might be wondering, if that is the case, why don't we hear about white unarmed innocent people being killed by police? I don't know, but they definitely exist. I'm not willing to go into the anecdotal details because that's how we got here in the first place, but just know that there are actually more cases of unarmed white people who aren't resisting being killed by police than people of color.
From a propagandistic standpoint, if you're watching content like this, and the arguments that are being made seem to be formed from cherry picking rather than like data, then there's probably not much merit to the claims that are being made.
I don't actually mind discussing like what would be conservative policy. I just wish it was more fact-based.
Then beyond the rampant misinformation, Vaush also engages in performative cruelty and dehumanization of police. This video is responding to a video of a police officer having a nervous breakdown, and Vaush does admit this.
And I agree, this does seem to be one person having a nervous breakdown.
Okay, so let's recap. This cop is having a nervous breakdown, posts a video to TikTok, then the video blows up, so now this cop is in the national news and is the center of attention for what might be the worst day of her life. Let's see how Vaush handles this.
Oh no.
The thing she was going to say at the end was, "All I want are my lynchings back." But even this woman, even this highly upsettable human being, it's pretty obvious nothing happened, but this woman is freaking out about it anyway. Which brings me to the actual issue with this, because I don't particularly care if one of the, 700,000 cops in this country is kind of wonky. I don't particularly care that much.
Jesus!
You know what I do care about? The fragility. I think that this woman and the support that she is seeing on social media is deeply frightening. So I hope, and I encourage all of you to get on this, that we all make fun of her as aggressively as possible.
Oh my god.
Legitimately sickening. If you didn't know what performative cruelty was before, now you know. Vaush is calling on his community to harass a woman who is in the national spotlight for having a nervous breakdown. And what's worse, his audience seems to have no empathy for this situation at all.
The goal here is to inspire contempt of a person that you don't like.
This situation has nothing to do with the police. This is just the worst day of one woman's life, who happens to be a police officer. We have no idea what happened. She may have just been shot at. She may have just had a miscarriage, or maybe nothing happened, but it doesn't matter. This behavior from Vaush is absolutely disgusting, and the response from chat makes it abundantly clear that his audience is not capable of empathizing with police officers. Alright, so Vaush is an open advocate for political violence, spreads an incredible amount of misinformation about the police, and has successfully dehumanized his audience to the police. How might this amount to stochastic terrorism? On August 23, 2020, Jacob Blake was shot 7 times by police officers in Kenosha, Wisconsin. This immediately led to civil unrest around the United States, including a riot in Kenosha. At this riot, 2 people were fatally shot, and a 3rd was badly injured. Vaush is usually concerned with the sociological causes of events, not the individuals involved. So, what were the sociological causes of the Kenosha riots? That much is clear. The incredible amount of anti-police sentiment in the zeitgeist. The shooting of Jacob Blake was immediately seen as a lynching and taken as further evidence of brutal police misconduct across the United States. But here's the problem. That's not what happened at all. Jacob Blake was in the process of stealing a car and kidnapping children from someone whom he was previously alleged to have sexually assaulted, and Blake had a felony warrant out for his arrest for that incident. Officers at the scene both tackled Blake and deployed tasers. Neither of those stopped him. Blake was armed with a knife. It wasn't in his car, he already had it. Blake wasn't just resisting arrest, he was flagrantly ignoring officers' orders while in the act of committing multiple felonies, including kidnapping children.
This Jacob Blake story drove me crazy because he got paralyzed afterwards and everybody was talking about how horrible the cops were. Dude, this is why, oh God, I'm sorry, but this is why when like BLM stuff comes up, I will only ever defend the broad stats. You guys pick so many horrible fucking stories, so many bad martyrs for your cause. It actually is so fucking unbelievably detrimental.
Officers fired on Blake when there was literally no other choice, aside from allowing him to steal a car and presumably start a car chase that may impact innocent civilians. If ever in history there was a justifiable police shooting, it was this one.
Oh no, wrong. I wonder how long he's been wearing this video because there was a better one, and it was with that girl that people were defending too, unironically. The one that was that stabbed her fucking friend, and people were like, well, actually, she was just in self-defense. Oh my God.
And they should do that. If there's a murderer or a rapist or somebody running amok, if there's somebody with a gun in a building holding a hostage, I want the police there.
So why did people respond as though this was a lynching? Because of people like Vosh. There's an incredible amount of misinformation and misunderstanding surrounding police in the United States, as I explained previously. These ideas floating around in the zeitgeist that police are an insurgent force of white supremacists who just want to kill black people is the reason the Kenosha riots happened. Vosh is always fixated on the sociological causes of events, so this can't be ignored. Now, ask yourself, where may people have gotten these ideas?
Damn.
They're trained, they're taught from day one at the academy that they are these warrior kings, these aggressors whose job it is to walk amongst the peasantry, to keep order, this killology philosophy. And it makes them angry, it makes them defensive, it makes them paranoid. I want you to really take a moment to consider the fucking black hole that cop has instead of a heart.
Oh my God.
Yeah, cops do think civilians are subhuman, by the way. 100%. They do. They 100% do. Cops don't give a fuck about lawful protest, okay? I soft talk this shit pretty often. There are some good cops, but I want to be perfectly clear about this. As an institution, the police think of your rights as an obstacle in between them and the sick John Wick movie scenes they want to enact on you in your living room, okay? Yeehaw, boys. Here's your silver badge. Let's go do a lynching. Then the dipshit fucking 85 IQ high school bullies who go get a job as a cop because they want to beat up all the people who they think took Stacy away from them before prom. Cops are such fucking pussies, bro. Every interaction with the cop is like a fucking you're playing Russian roulette, except somebody else is holding the gun.
Because the police, as we all know, are a gang.
I think privately, and I do believe this, by the way, I think oftentimes these cops just think of themselves as like rogue warriors against the degeneracy of society. And a lot of them, because cops overwhelmingly voted for Trump, probably just think that the world would be better if there were fewer non-white people in the country. The government has decided it is okay for police to just fucking kill you.
I mean, the average cop is, let's be frank, a low IQ high school bully, former wannabe football pro, who can't make it with any intellectual skills.
And it is the fucking mafia. This is mafia. The cops are a gang. They're a gang in the commission of the state, but they are a gang nonetheless. They operate identically to a mafia. Identically. And they will fucking kill you. They will roll up on your house like they are a rival gang, and they will perforate the front of your house while civilians flee to get their 8-year-olds out of the line of fire. It is impossible for me to describe the degree to which our society faces oblivion. We face oblivion.
I don't, there's a lot of like pictures of stuff on fire. I don't know if it's gonna be like a shooting or something.
Kyle Rittenhouse crossed state lines and pulled the trigger. But tell me, Vosh, if we care about the sociological and cultural causes of these events, who was responsible?
Jesus.
So now we return to the title of the video. Is Vosh evil? Well, according to his moral system, all that matters are outcomes. He has engaged in a horrendous level of bad faith engagement, spread an incredible amount of misinformation, contributed to the dehumanization of half the population, promulgated an incoherent and amoral philosophy, behaved as a reckless authoritarian, and engaged in a serious level of sarcastic terrorism. And keep in mind, this video was exclusively focused on Vosh's arguments and actions as a public figure. If we were to dig into his personal life, there are some obvious events that jump to mind that would help support my conclusion.
Oh no.
What is the measure of a man-child? You're free to come to your own conclusions, but I feel I've adequately supported mine.
Oh my god. Remind me to tweet that out, because Jesus. Do you think there's enough material out there that you could make a video like this about anybody? I wonder if you could find enough stuff to make similar arguments about me. Just because there's like so many thousands of hours of recorded content. I don't know. It's pretty spooky. No, that's true. If people could, they would have. Yeah, maybe. Because like the biggest takedown video of me was like the fucking naked ape shit, where half of it was just completely not correct at all. That's true. I don't know if I've given this take or not before on stream. Everybody that disagrees is wrong, but flats are better than drumsticks. Just full stop, okay? I have to give that take every now and then because I feel like some people might forget that, okay? We got a lot of mads in chat.
Carelessness will find no clemency in this place.
Did some guy in chat just link that there's an ivermectin shortage? This reminds me of what happened with hydroxychloroquine. There were shortages for a little bit because people started massively fucking consuming it. Because Daddy Trump told them to. No. Baby. What? Baby. Melly meal. baby. I saw in one place they asked for a photo of you with your horse in order to get it. What? Hold on, let me catch up on donos.
You're a fucking statistician!
Because I'm putting 100%.
Vorsh, when I left you I was but the learner, now I am the master.
Yeah, the master of something.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I killed your mom's bush last night.
Oh, fuck. I'm a dumb fuck. Oh, wait, no, these are bandages. Oh, no, wait, that was... I think I needed anti-venom.
Destiny, you should definitely watch more Sam Harris. He is super based and you guys agree on everything. It's just brain-dead retard lefties who misrepresent him and call him racist or transphobic, which doesn't mean much cause they call everyone that.
No, Sam Harris had a pretty
Rio
dumb
Flamel,
blind spot for Muslims and shit
$5.
for a while. I remember
Good
watching
morning,
some
Destiny,
shit about
it's
it.
your favorite toiler. Have you ever been to a Renaissance fair? YouTube chat rise up and kill chaos.
I feel like I've outpaced
I don't think
him
Sam Harris is as bad as
intellectually.
some others, but he definitely... Or I don't even know if I necessarily say Sam Harris is like... I would never call him like conservative, for instance, or like power level hiding, but I think he definitely has
You're
some
a genius, dude!
dumb takes regarding some shit.
Ooh.
But I probably agree with most of what he says, my guess.
You're a fucking statistician!
Shut the fuck up, Mutin, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
It's a stupid fucking meme.
Here in Germany everyone incarcerated can vote unless the judge takes that right away specifically. Blue name gang.
Blue name gang.
Joe Faps, $5. The Vorshark 2. Electric Boogaloo. Papew.
We can't have a Voshar because he won't talk to us anymore.
Banuski, $10. Trump didn't dominate the primaries. He only won like 40% of the vote, and he was around 33% until all the other right-wing candidates dropped out. It was the smallest percentage of votes since 1968.
Good one.
Thank you, Steven!
Because I'm putting 100%.
Help me.
Thank you, Steven!
Fuck!
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Fuck you.
Do you think people, or even you, would be open to inmates being able to vote if you found out they were
50
overwhelmingly
Swedish
conservative?
krona.
Yeah, I mean,
Destiny.
it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't affect it.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Because of you I am now an early morning riser. Fuck you.
Good.
Done did it.
So I made a hit piece on you and got lots of views or signal boosted by big creators. Would you reply? I think you probably
Stop
should reply.
stuffing your face, you flat fuck.
Because I tried to ignore the one with Naked A, but eventually I had to reply because so many people would fucking quote it.
Shut the fuck up, Mutin, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Hi smile.
Hi, Smile.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Do natural rights exist? YouTube chat wants to know.
No, fuck no.
Scott Bradley, $4.99. Gotta get boom boom boom. 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 Gotta get boom boom boom.
Fucking dubstep.
Yee.
Milk boat.
Yee, just kidding, fuck you, you fucking stupid dinos. Pepe wins always.
Jesus.
Also, ooh 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 ooh.
Shut the fuck up, Mutin, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Yee. Where is all the critical thinking nowadays? Right, they don't teach that anymore, and now we see the results.
When did they teach critical thinking? What does that mean? Okay, can we chill, bro? And before he misses and bleeds him. Ah, okay.
Thank you, Steven!
Pepe wins again.
Oh my god.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Fuck off, dude. Why are you always hitting on this guy?
When are the Yi versus Pepe
he's gonna
Olympics?
miss his...
Also, when are you dyeing your hair, you scam lord?
My whole leopard party. Unbelievable. Which one was that?
Yo Dest. When are we getting This Is Why I Don't Play Among Us and Botez CBT sub sounds? The best anime opener is Toki Ghoul's Unravel. If you disagree, then I don't know what else to say other than you probably voted for Trump. As for the Yi versus Pepe, let's just say white supremacists are more likely to be Pepe posters than Yi posters. Destiny, I don't understand your criticism of Sam Harris at all. Can you be more specific?
Nope.
What exactly did he ever say that was so bad?
Ask your mom.
It's the same with all the lefties too. They always accuse him of shit, but I have yet to see anything bad out of Harris. How would you rank your Max hamburger?
Okay.
Jacob Anderson, $5. How good is the food in Sweden?
It's good. So I would expect it to be. It's fine.
Shut the fuck up, Mutin, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Felicia Day deleted her tweet? Yeah, good. She deleted her tweet because it was totally fucking made up. She got called the fuck out on it.
Air Pilot, €5. How is Sweden? I hear that air smells slightly like cheese and airplanes sniff buildings. Also, have you seen a man with a flying propeller?
Okay.
EK, $5. Two reptiles were out in the winter cold looking for dinner. One said to the other, "It's no fun being stuck in this blizzard."
Jesus Christ. He's taking 12 damage? Woody from PK Aiming.
With MailChimp's marketing smarts, you get a whole lot of creative smarts. Recommendations.
So Wolf would know.
What is you said that's the second most common myth or misconception. What's
that it hurts really bad.
Okay. The lying son of a monkey for the black guy? Or okay.
So Wolf would know.
What is you said that's the second most common myth or misconception. What's
that it hurts really bad.
Oh, that it hurt.
No, that part's true. You lying son of a monkey. No, it hurts a lot. It is awful.
My thing, hold on. It's like getting hit with.
Oh, Ryan, thank you so much. I knew that was going to be a reference now. Oh my God, can you believe that happened? I'm not going to directly address it or anything, but Taylor messaged me right after it happened, and he was like, "Oh no." Like, I've never heard anyone call that before in my life.
Well, I think it's neat when you're horny in public. Like, you let everybody know, like, this makes my dick hard. Could you imagine seeing this if you're out in Vegas and you're...
Okay.
He's gonna kill me again.
Destiny, clip.
Is blackface always bad?
Jesus Christ, Woody. So here's the context.
What?
Is blackface always bad?
Oh.
Jesus Christ, Woody.
So here's the context.
No, hold on. Instead of asking that, just tell me when blackface is good.
Here, I'll tell you when. No, it.
Why does the milkman
So
always
like,
knock on the refrigerator
let's say
door
kid's an
before
NBA
opening
fan.
it?
Is blackface always bad?
Dressing. I think you will become a socialist in 6 months.
Okay. Why does the milkman always knock on the refrigerator door before opening it? Because there might be a salad dressing. Gotcha. My shit is falling apart, guys. What time is it in Central? Can I leave yet? Is mood up? Oh, for the fucking league? Oh shit. Is it time for the rift? Hold on 1 sec. We're back. Trey Moot saying you wouldn't play solo queue anymore? Good.
Shut the fuck up, Mutlin, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Please, Steven, I can't take any more leak flattenings.
Alright. Now, we're doing Darkest Dungeon until that anti-vaxxer guy shows up. I'm trying to set up something with that Poker Pro guy that was an anti-vaxxer dude as well. I don't know when that'll happen, but... I remember more about this game now. We've learned more. We made it 30 plus weeks in. I don't know if this run is going to be the run. But I have, Is the video finished? Yeah. Who's the anti-vax guy? It's literally nobody. If it was somebody important, I would put it in the title. How many deaths do you have this run? Probably 4, 3? Nevikar. God, what a dumb fuck. You died on 1 death blow. How fucking embarrassing. Wait, you didn't have any of your abilities all. You're just garbage, dude. You're just trash. You're just trash. Next run, I'm gonna be so much more shameful. We're getting Vestals in every party. I don't know why you wouldn't. I think you should just have a Vestal in every party. Fuck the occultist. What a loser. Upgrade the stagecoach for more experienced recruits, or to have like more recruits, period. The occultist can put him in mark parties. I think in my bounty hunter one. Oh no, I didn't. Oh, but the Houndmaster can mark. The Houndmaster can mark. And the Houndmaster has a cuter anime skin. Why would I ever use an occultist? Occultists just seem like dog shit classes. I don't like them. Like, yeah, I guess they can pull. So can the bounty hunters, though. I can project damage to the back. Their abyssal artillery sucks. Plague Master has a dank-ass fucking blight. I must have some kind of cute skin for this guy, no? Wow, I don't know. Cringe. They're top tier versus Eldritch? How? Wow, plus 17% damage. Whoa, instead of 3 damage, they'll do 4 sometimes. There's a Triss skin in the workshop? Destiny, I think the Charlie Crow guy DMCA'd any video you put up with him in any of the archive VODs. Apparently he said real freak shit. Wait. He DMCA'd my videos? I would know if I got DMCA'd. What are you talking about? Post proof of that. 2019. I don't know what I'm supposed to look for in this. You talked to him before, and there's 2 other videos from that day uploaded talking to randoms. Shieldbreaker plus Bounty plus Houndmaster plus Occultist, or swapping one of those for Arbalist. You know... I don't know if you check out DMCA emails. I doubt it was a DMCA. It was probably just I happened to play music or something at that time. That'd be my guess. Because if I get DMCA'd, I know. If somebody does a manual strike like that, I absolutely know. It's not random. If you had to eat 1 meal for the rest of your life, what would you eat? Probably your mom's pussy. Houndmaster's Mark is the best in the game. Houndmaster's just really good. But my parties are falling apart. Oh. Time to do another antiquarian run. Let's go. you ever see this whole Hassan clip with Jamie?
I've never done acid. I've only done shrooms.
Oh, you gotta come to Joshua Tree next time.
I'm not a fan of that stuff, man. I don't know. I just like
Acid is way better than shrooms.
Psychedelics freak me out. Also, I have a friend who did acid and then he became a neoliberal. No joke. Like
What?
he just. So I'm like worried. What if it like my brain chemistry?
I promise.
This dude, this other streamer on the internet, he was like on the precipice of like, he used to be an edgy libertarian. He like said the N-word a lot. And then he became a guy who like kind of said the N-word behind closed doors, but like was advocating for social progress. And then he was at the precipice of like being a advocate for social democracy. And then like he did a float of acid and he was like, all right, I love neoliberalism. Nate Silver is my best friend. Yeah,
I don't think
weird.
that you can blame that on the acid.
I don't know. It just literally happened.
He sounds like an untrustworthy fellow.
Well, I mean, who knows? There was a libertarian inside of him beforehand, and like a right libertarian. I don't mean like libertarian socialist. But whatever. Let's move beyond that story. So you're doing. Hey, if you like this video,
Was this when we were still friends, or when did this even happen? I don't even know. Okay. How is all this shit so expensive? Okay, fuck it. Okay, it's emergency time. We're selling every fucking garbage trinket we have. Oh, what's up, Jade? You rushed the bank, right? I didn't rush it, but I have it now. But I wouldn't say that I rushed it. Okay, Antiquarian. Important thing is speed, HP, defense, dodge. Yeah, sure. +4 speed versus bloodsuckers. Do I really ever really use this mirror? Does it really matter that much? Do I need 2 of the Vestal Scrolls? Probably not. This Sanguine Snuff, fuck that. The Tough Ring, it's good. Flagellant's Collar,
Because I'm putting 100%.
That's probably okay. Oh, the Sun Cloak is God tier. Sun Ring is God tier. Okay, 20% Blight skill chance plus Blight and Bleed resist. Maybe for Plague Doctor, I guess it's okay. If you got Houndmaster with both his trinkets, it'll be OP. Okay, maybe. Oh, Antiquarian bonus healing received. Yeah, sure, why not? That sounds cute. Just use the Antiquarian evasion buff, a healer, and 2 DPS Destiny, please. Wait, P-Bexer, link me your thing. Show me you've beat this game on the hard. Wait, using the Antiquarian with the dodge thing plus the this guy's riposte seems fucking awesome. You're telling me that's not good? Dodge and dodge. These are 2 really good together. Okay, the 2 Jester trinkets I think are okay. Like more.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Oh god.
Huh?
What?
It's very hard, okay?
Okay.
Do you have the capability to do this? Very hard things.
Do I have the capability to do a very hard thing? What do you need?
I need you to open this.
You need to open this. Probably not, I just ate greasy food. Hold on 1 second.
Have a great
Milk 'em. Okay, Vestal always gets big 2 healing items. Even though people say not to stack them, I think they're good as fuck. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, cool. We're good to go. Okay, Antiquarian Party, embark. Surgical gloves. These look pretty cool, maybe. Fortifying garlic, looks fucking memey. Manslayer's ring, plus 25% damage versus human, damn. Dark tambourine, 12% death blow resist. Garbage. Actually, straight garbage. Another sun ring. Ooh, these are good. And a seer stone. The garlic is unironically one of the best items in the game. Why? Because of blight and bleed resist? Who cares about dumb shit like that? Really? You guys actually think that's good? Who cares? Lame, dumb, cringe. These gloves seem pretty good. Maybe. For like lepers? Thoughts on these rap lyrics? Why are you asking me?
Now I'm with SpongeBob, racing down the Autobahn while I'm in the backseat trying to fuck Megatron. Pull up into Chevron, rob that bitch in Klingon, hop back in that Nissan, driving huffing Freon. Meanwhile, Patrick's like, can we listen to Trey songs? Then I stabbed him 3 times. Does that make it Trace wrongs? Now I'm gonna go get a gun and kill a nigga named Trayvon with a black hoodie and a bag of Skittles in an Arizona at the break of dawn.
What the fuck? Okay. Jesus. Oh wait, we were selling trinkets. Fuck! Oh, I think I sold whatever. Health stone? Do we care about this shit? Highwayman only, 8 dodge. Wait, why don't I ever put this on? I always forget about this. Hold on. Oh wait, because these are so good. Holy shit. Okay. Should we try to kill the necromancer? Oh no, get another sun ring. This actually looks like such a good item. Is the sun ring good? It seems good. Destiny, did you see this?
With MailChimp's marketing smarts, you get a whole lot.
Oh, the Dr. K talks to the Trump supporter. I didn't watch it yet, but it seems funny. Sun ring is meh. Focus ring is best in slot. Do I have a focus ring? Is that one of the rings I have? You got the sucky fucky? Yeah, Jesus Christ. Okay. Ruins, medium. Food. 3 shovels. Anti-venom bandages, medicinal herbs. Skeleton key, holy water, and torches. Why do you pronounce ruins and ruins exactly the same? Because it's the same thing. What are you talking about?
Can the defiled be consecrated? Can the fallen find rest?
If you had any opportunity to pay for sex / sucky fucky, I was prompted once in a really nice hotel spa while in China to turn it down. I did one time because I was just curious what it would be like. And it was fucking horrible, so never again. Unless every time I go and see your mom, if that counts. How did you respond to Felicia Day's set of tweets? She's dumb as fuck. It was just a stupid fucking tweet by her. She should have been roasted more for it. What was the original tweet? How many times have we talked about this? Jesus. I think she said that she tried to turn on Twitch and like the front page streamers were all like saying the N-word and the C-word constantly. And she was disappointed in Twitch. And it's like, who the fuck, who? What are you talking about? It was like clearly she just like made some shit up. Destiny is such a fucking clout queen. Chasing after Felicia Day is such a fucking beta loser move. Bro, you're banned. I hope she sees this. Send her your logs, okay? Miss. Fuck.
Disadvantage. Give them no quarter. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
How do you argue against people who defend lolly hunting with the argument that we wouldn't accept the analogy splatter movie? I don't give a fuck about lolly hunting. That's some shit that I don't care about. You guys can argue about that all you want. Oh, I should have used a flash powder to decrease the accuracy. Really? Jesus. Bro. What does Antiquarian do? They just make it so that when you loot shit, you get a ton of treasure. Is this Waifu Wars? Yes.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Oh, Bleedstone. That's another thing we're gonna fucking throw in the trash. Hi, what's up?
Hi. Are we doing Q&A?
You mean like viewer dragons or whatever?
Yeah.
If you want to, yeah, drag them in.
A fortune.
Alright, join the Discord. Priority Pass or Cattle Class for subscribers. You have to unmute yourself though, remember.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, hi. Hey,
Hey.
my Soul Aries. I actually messaged you the other day, but I just wanted to say I really enjoy your content. I've been watching you since 2015. I'm a super big fan, and I think the last thing is there's this I watched this sorry, I'm really nervous actually. This European coach, his name's Veteran EU, and he was interested
he wants to coach. Yeah, someday, you know, if he wants to, yeah, maybe, yeah.
Oh yeah, no worries. No, honestly, no worries. I just think it'd be really cool content. But that's about it, man. And peace out.
Okay, have fun, bye.
Two-eyed Cyclops.
Oh, one sec. Sorry, I think my mic is missing. Hey, what's up?
Nothing much. What's up?
I was just wondering.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I think so.
All right. It seems like it's back.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey. Would you be willing to stay in Sweden longer? Like, maybe not indefinitely, but much longer if, like, you actually had fiber internet there, or?
It would help, but the biggest problem is I can't, like, play games with my friends in America, because physics kind of fucks me. Like, you can only send a signal so fast. So, like, the latency, yeah, there's no way to, like, overcome that without, like, drilling through the center of the earth or some shit.
Hey, but you might get advantages through lag, you know?
I don't think it normally works that way in the games that I play. Like, I think I think in Apex Legends, I think it favors the client, so you could do it there, but in games like League, I think you just get fucked.
Nah, fuck it. Alright, well, that's it.
Okay, I love you, be careful.
All right. See you, bye.
A blazing star is born.
Nico-san.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, sorry. I'm a bit sick, so my voice is kind of fucked up. Are you ever going to go to Greece, bro?
Why the fuck would I go to Greece?
Why not?
Because I'm going south to Europe. Why wouldn't I just go to Italy?
Italy?
Cute girl.
Wait, Italy? Why would you go to Italy?
I don't know. I honest to God, I don't know. Why would I go anywhere? Because Italy has good food, good people. It's a village inn.
So does Greece.
Does it really, though?
Yes, we have good food. Better than Italy. What do they have? Pizza and spaghetti?
I mean, Italian food, my dude. Italian food
Yeah,
is
I
some
know.
shit where you get, like, the whole family together. Like, we're gonna go out and have a nice meal. Greek food is some shit where it's like, I'm a broke college student, but I don't want to eat ramen.
No, that's not true at all. Okay, the Greek food that you've eaten in the States is nowhere near the Greek food we have in Greece. That's wrong. 100% wrong.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, what have you eaten in America? Like gyros? Like, that's not even really Greek. I'm sorry.
Yeah?
I'm going to piss off the Greeks, but they're going to get mad at me, but that's not even Greek.
What's a good Greek dish? Tell me.
A good Greek dish? Honestly, like, any seafood is good. And then another thing, too, what is it?
So seafood is Greek?
No. We have like special Greek food that we make with like Greek salad. So we have
Oh.
like octopus with Greek salad. We have like, oh fuck, wait, why am I blanking now? Oh wait, actually, one thing you would like is we have something called, biftekia with rizi, which is like really good. It's you varelakia, yeah. It's like basically like this rice with meat, and it's like really really good.
Wow. Okay, rice with meat. Okay.
Okay.
I'll check it out. Anything else?
Yeah, I mean, there's other things too. We have like moussaka.
What's
we
that?
have moussaka. Honestly, it's kind of hard to explain, but pasticcio is the one I can really explain to you.
Okay.
It's like
Tell me about that, yeah?
pasticcio is more like, is it like casserole? I would say. I don't know. It's kind of like a casserole, but it's like Greek. So.
Okay.
Yeah, you
I'll
don't
check
seem
that.
convinced.
No, I'm keeping notes mentally, so.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. No, but seriously, if you ever go to Greece, like, hit me up.
Yeah, okay.
I got you a place to stay.
Sick, that's awesome. Thank you so much for that. I really
Also,
needed that. Yeah?
do you think virtue ethics is cringe?
Yeah.
All right, fuck you, Slug Christ. Eat shit.
Jesus.
Wow. Gabe.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, buddy? How are you?
Okay, I think. What's up?
Hey, Yaris.
Hi.
So yeah, would you... Just a couple of questions. Would you agree that social media is specific? I don't know if specifically designed or if it ended up this way, but social media is designed to radicalize people in whatever beliefs they have.
I mean, it probably wasn't designed that way, but I think it probably does that, yeah.
Do you ever worry that that you might unconsciously be radicalizing yourself with some of your ideas. I know that you mentioned before that it's a concern of yours to like fall in an echo chamber. So
Yeah, of course. I think about this all the time. So I try to say I want to talk to conservatives more and shit.
Oh yeah, so my next question was going to be what things do you usually do when engaging in social media to keep yourself in check?
I mean, reading the whole article is good. Making sure you're looking out for like contrary opinions. I mean, it depends on the topic, right?
Sure. Yeah. I think that's all. Thanks for your time.
Have fun. Be careful.
Have a good one. Bye bye.
Steven, did you resync your Discord to Twitch?
Yep, I did it a while ago, or like 2 or 3 days ago, I think.
That means if you're a Twitch subscriber, you can join Destiny's Discord and type !sync, and that'll help you sync up your Discord and your Twitch subscription so you can join the viewer Collins. Yes, that sync.
The slow death, unforeseen.
Ooh.
All right.
Our ooh is an
Hey, will you ever play The Last of Us 2, or is that never gonna happen?
Maybe someday. We'll see.
Yay.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
That was my only question.
Okay. Be careful.
See ya.
Big Booty Judy. Can't hear us. Oh, there we go.
Hello?
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 Can I hear you? Can you hear me?
Yep, and yep.
Hello?
Okay, I guess the answer is no to that then.
Wait, can you... Oh, wait, I just heard you right now.
Nope, they probably heard us on stream.
I don't have your stream on.
Really?
Oh, yeah, I paused it. Okay, oh, perfect, sorry. Okay, so my question is, why do you hate In-N-Out so much? I don't understand. I've worked there for like 2 years, and I'm telling you, it has like quality meat. They literally like poke small holes through the meat so that it like airs out and it's like juicy. And we have like the freshest vegetables. We submerge our lettuce in like ice so that it's like crunchier. And like our like.
You said it was special because they do something that literally. Oh, I'm fucking lagging it.
It's okay, Eris. How are you?
Good.
Nice.
We can't hear you if you're raging about burgers right now.
No,
Steve.
I'm just seeing if my
I'm
internet is surviving. Okay, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, do you at least like their shakes? I just have to know that.
Yeah,
please.
they're okay, yeah. In-N-Out is okay, I don't hate it. It's fine. It's just nothing special.
If you had to give it a rating out of 10, is it above 8?
No, it's like 6.
Oh my god, this is so... Okay, what do you think is the best fast food burger then?
It's gonna be a Midwestern place. It's gonna be like Culver's, Freddy's, Runza. It's gonna be something like that.
Like niche ass restaurant with like garbage ass.
Niche, but it's infinitely better than In-N-Out burgers are the same as McDonald's burgers. Like it's the same shit.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. That is the case. It's the same shit. Exact same shit.
Okay, I can't take this anymore. Okay, I love you. Bye.
Bye.
Spectre. That's my favorite Dota hero.
Jesus.
Spectre isn't here. Blue mana symbol.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Time for the memes.
Okay.
TC Brady.
Okay.
Quality callers today. Nero.
Hi. So D&D question: 5e or 2e?
I mean, I like 2e now because I played it a lot more. So.
Oh. Okay. And do you think that if Mutin had run Nuxus, it would have ended the campaign, or?
It's hard to say, you know.
Yeah. All right. See you guys.
Bye.
Fesnet.
Hi. So I don't know much about this, but I'm just kind of wondering, do you have any strong opinions on like modern monetary theory or anything like that?
Nope. Don't care.
Nope. All right. Cool. By the way, I just want to say, Greenhorn, if he's listening, is a fucking cringe lord. See ya.
Lex.
Who's lagging, me or you? Hello?
I said Lex, not lag.
Okay. Or no, it roboted for a second.
Oh, probably you.
Oh wait, hello.
There you are.
I fucking mic muted. Okay. Hello, okay, Dusty. I just wanted to let you know. I just wanted to thank you for all the videos you